train, the railway station. Shotgun daddy stopped me dead in my shoes. Oh, she said, learn the damn alphabet. I come before you get to paying your dues. Oh, tunnel digging on Miss Pussifer. Tongue roll, call cadence, hear the school bell ring. This vagina mine, teach your patient diligence. Keep the chain gang swinging, make the catbird sing. Down this vagina mine. Down this vagina mine.
With my hands holding
doesn't mix with the black. Death's angel. I've had enough of you. Brutal beatings and name to lose me to despair. Bruised into eternity. Your praise, little gifts, you spend your money and stuff you wear. Didn't amount to anything. The attention I need is much more serious. The kind of ways you couldn't live. Even if you're cheap career dependent. I need someone much more mysterious. To be my mystery.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Hello, hello. It's working. Blink 182. How are we doing? How are we doing? I can't be fucked being on cam today. Just so you're aware. We are gonna watch some Trans Allies. We have a few things to have a look at. I'm gonna watch the Dean Withers thing because I need to explain to the world why the Dean Withers lillytino conversation was the dumbest fucking thing ever. Hi Abracious. Hi everyone. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hope we're all good. Hope we're all good. I had a video. We'll start. We'll just get into it. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube. You can join the channel. You can give memberships if you want to support me further. You can also super chat on Streamlabs at the link at the top of chat. You can do that. Lots of other things. There's probably like background noise. I do apologize. Oh, you don't get to see lillytino. You just see Dean Withers. But yeah, I'm going to watch that in a short while. I have something else I wanted to look at first quickly. Because someone debated our good friend First Amender. Do we remember First Amender? You won't get to see him either. It's just this guy's cam. And this guy's literally like 4 subscribers and uploaded this thing of him debating First Amender. Augie. Isn't there someone else already called Augie? I don't mind though. I'll call you what you want. People might get confused, but hey. Yeah, so this guy debated First Amender. We've spoken to First Amender. First Amender is the one that coined the whole... if you want to learn an instrument, yeah. All you gotta do is get hold of one and start playing it. But yeah, so First Amender is the one that coined the whole... I'm the Uncle Ruckus of trans people. We had a sort of impromptu conversation. Yeah, it's gonna... There's a bit of like ringing in the background. It's just been something that's been going on. I think it's a problem with my mixer. I need to order a new whatever they're called, interface, because I think it's with my mixer rather than anything else. But yeah, so we've got this Brian Johnson person. He kind of goes off a bit and then talks again at the end. I'm not really on anyone's side here, but we'll see what happened here, as it's Trans Ally Day. It's going to be Trans Ally Day quite a lot coming up, I have a feeling. But yeah, like the stream, etc., etc. Augustine. I could call you Augustine. Anyway, like the stream, etc.
Hello and welcome. I want to talk to you about a debate I just had recently over transgenderism with a fine gentleman named First Amender. Very cordial guy. He's a left-wing YouTube personality with over 1,000 followers. And he hosts a call-in show where you can call in and discuss a particular topic. He has a Google Doc list of things that are hot takes. So I picked transgender women are women and transgender men are men, which was his claim. We go over the gender aspect of it, not the biological aspect of it, although he does talk about it for a good deal of time. I reached out to him today to ask him if he wanted to add anything before I did my analysis. He said no, good to go. He asked me if I had any questions, and I was all set. So we eventually get him to admit that transgenderism, at least the metric used to gauge whether someone's transgender or not, is based on self-identification, which we end up getting him to also admit.
That's his position. I don't think self-identification has much to do with whether you're trans or not. I think anyone can call themselves anything. I do kind of hate when people have debates and they do all this like preamble and stuff. It's very easy to kind of frame it in a certain way. You talk and you kind of lay out what people should expect from the call. So it's very easy to like manipulate people into thinking you did better than you did, potentially. I think if I do like debates and stuff, I'd rather just kind of... I might do an intro with a few clips from the debate itself, but ultimately it should speak for itself.
That it's unfalsifiable, meaning logically it can be rejected by his standard. Let's just get in.
This guy is definitely somewhat right-wing, I would say. I don't know almost anything about him.
Do it.
All right, we've got... that's a really funny name.
There's those dulcet tones.
Dickard Kane.
It is.
Right,
I mean,
you're being invited.
He's a brother of mine, probably plays.
Dickard Kane.
Yeah, you guys like
Diablo.
it? Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you, Deckard.
How are you?
I'm gonna, for the sake of the discussion, I'm going to call you Deckard, not Dickard.
That is totally fine. I made this a long time ago when I was playing Diablo 2 religiously.
What would you like to talk about?
I looked at the Google Docs you have. I wanted to see what you thought about the, or what your position was on the first topic, the trans women are women and trans men are men.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Trans women are women by gender and trans men are men by gender, specifically. The sex never changes.
Okay. One clarifying question. Would you say this is descriptive?
I would rather say it as like trans women can be considered women by gender, because not all of them are. Like, if he thinks that it's just about self-ID, and then someone kind of genders themselves very masculine, but insists that they're a trans woman, they're not really becoming a woman by gender, because no one's gonna sort of receive it that way. Like, for me, I think when it comes to gender, I think how you're received is as important as as what you're putting out there. And it kind of has to be, because part of gender relies on like the cultural ideas of what like men and women are. Hence, if you go to a different part of the world, like there's a lot of through lines, but there are places where certain things might be considered masculine somewhere, and it might be considered feminine somewhere else. Or you go back in time and colors were different, like pink might have been seen as a boy's color, whereas now it's seen as a girl's color.
Or prescriptive? Like, is this like how it is, or is
I have
it...
no idea why he's asking this, by the way.
Men are men by gender specifically. The sex never changes.
Okay. One clarifying question: would you say this is descriptive or prescriptive? Like, is this like how it is, or is it...
That statement is descriptive.
Okay, cool. That's
describing the way something is, not saying things ought to be that way.
Okay, yeah, cool. I figured it was. I just wanted to... I don't want to mix up anything before we get into it.
Yeah, when you ask stuff like that, it sounds like you're stalling. You're trying to think of stuff, you know.
So then you're going by the gender version of it. Okay. Is gender to you as a social construct?
Some of it is. Not all of it.
What part of it?
I think like the predication of gender is actually neurochemically constructed.
Okay.
But there are numerous things
There's really not good evidence for this.
that are socially constructed. For example, like, I don't know, smoking a cigar. That's a pretty manly thing to do. Mm-hmm. Is it social that men happen to, like, we don't have like an allele frequency that says, you know, men, thou shalt smoke thine cigar if thine connecteth Y chromosome.
I gotcha. Okay.
Right? So like that's social. But I also think that there are male typical and female typical brains, and
I just really don't buy a lot of this. There are certain differences. I was always under the impression that, like, the main kind of difference is you've got different cranium sizes, and then you're washed with different hormones that affects things. But like the whole like male and female brains, are they that distinct really? And then the problem is, where do you go from there? So does that mean that trans women have female typical brains? Like, not really. There are studies that suggest that some of them have certain parts of the brain that are smaller than average, bearing in mind men's brains are bigger on average. But that's just kind of what they look like.
some of that is actually formed just post embryonic stage and into a newborn baby stage, the formation of male typical or female typical brain, and it even proceeds further into puberty.
Okay, so let me I just want to make sure I'm not
Problems with the controls. It depends on the study. There's some where they control for like HRT use, because once you start taking HRT, obviously it's going to affect your brain even more. But then your brain also varies in size and shape and stuff, depending on what time of day it is, depending on like how hydrated you are. If you do a lot of a specific activity, then certain parts of your brain will be like overdeveloped. Like they found that taxi drivers have there's a certain part of their brain that's like overdeveloped because they memorize a lot of routes, a lot of places. And so, what activities you get into, what hobbies you have, what kind of people you're around, what kind of social activity you do, that all affects like what your brain looks like. So to say that gender identity has any kind of meaningful basis in this is very, very difficult to do. Do I like beer? I like beer. I don't drink it anymore. When I started taking HRT, I couldn't really drink much alcohol. Like if I drink anything now, it's vodka, because I go for like what the purest kind of stuff is, like the least strain on your liver, which is vodka. But I don't really like drinking, because I can't drink enough to get drunk before I start feeling sick, so I don't really bother. Cigar is milk. I mean, I'd probably say like in the US or the UK, it's like considered like a manly thing to do to like crack out the cigars, we're being rich boys or whatever. Hey, listen, maybe I'm right. I don't know. I'm not interested in smoking cigars, so.
Not strawmanning your position at all. You're saying, so gender is a social construct, but you believe there are biological factors to it.
I'm saying that some of it is, some of it...
I mean, if you're just saying there's biological factors to everything, because we're like biological beings.
It is not.
Okay. So then, when it comes to the description of it being a social construct, what portion of it do you think it's just the roles, How do you assess what is biological and what is the
we would have to observe some sort of biological implication for the reason why somebody behaves a specific way. I know, for example, boys tend to prefer things that crash, fighting, trucks, for example. Women tend to prefer dolls. And it turns out there's a further, a lot of people will say that this is entirely socially constructed. It is not.
Okay.
There's actually biological imperatives. Oh my God, Big League Drew just donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Sorry.
No worries.
It's through Super Chat.
Someone's asking if there's ethnic typical brains. I mean, I don't know. I don't even really believe there's like there probably is certain things that kind of comes up in different people's brains depending on where they're from and who their parents are and shit.
If you think there are sex-typical brains, are there ethnic
This is very obnoxious, by the way. Don't like pause the debate to read out super chats.
typical brains? Why not?
Are there ethnic typical brains? Why or why not?
At Big League,
I don't know why it's doing it twice. My apologies.
No, take your time.
Super
He's
chat.
paying money.
How do I mute it?
There are sex-typical brains.
That's annoying.
Are there ethnic-typical brains? Why or why not?
I thought I fixed that last.
Yeah, action figures are dolls. You could maybe say that like boys tend to play with stuff differently to how girls play with stuff. So there probably is something to this. Like there probably are overall differences in how like boys and girls play and stuff. But then if you've got like a kind of effeminate boy or feminine boy that tends to prefer more female coded like, you know, play and stuff, then maybe their brain will develop that looks a little bit more like a girl's than the average boy's brain. Because like I said, there's so much to it in what affects what the brain looks like, you know?
Stream, but I guess I did not. Okay, so no, ethnic brains, there are haplogroups to specific brains, but not specific to like your race or whatever. Race is that is socially constructed.
You're trans because you played with dolls as a kid. If you want to interpret it that way, you can. I wouldn't say that typically makes someone trans, but hey, listen.
Anyway, sorry, that was the interruption there.
That's
Can you
okay.
repeat your question, Dickard?
I was asking what exactly you would separate. You kind of got into it, but I was asking what would separate the
So
social
there was,
from the physical.
Yes, there was a test on rhesus macaques where they basically had in a cage, there were two toys. One of them was a doll and the other one was a truck. Mind you, right, a rhesus macaque doesn't know what a truck is, nor does it associate the doll as being themselves or anything. It was just a regular doll.
Okay.
And it turned out overwhelmingly the males played with the truck and the females played with the doll. Overwhelmingly, it was like 99% of the time that was the case. So understanding that the rhesus macaques do that, so as well do toddlers. So we know that this is far older than something that is socially constructed. For example, that would be an example where it's like
I'm a bit doubtful about this, but I haven't read what he's talking about.
we may assume it's a social construction initially, but then when you study into it, you find out, oh, this is far more biologically constructed than you would assume.
Okay, so then you're saying because we have these kind of predetermined things towards specific roles, or at least specific, I don't know what we call it, symbols of masculinity and femininity. So you're saying that portion of it is what is biologically driven, and then kind of whatever other outliers would be the social aspect of it.
And mind you, like that's also a part of gender, right? Like playing with trucks or playing with dolls, that's a gender specific like trait. Now, are there boys that can play with dolls? Sure. Are there women that can play with trucks? Yes, also true. Like there are masculine women and there are feminine boys. So do you see like?
No, I see what you're. There are outliers to the biological thing. Yeah, I do understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, trans people are also an outlier in the sense that they are sex atypical. And I'm saying that is more neurochemically constructed than what people would assume.
Okay, so would you reject the idea?
Rhesus macaques are a kind of like primate, maybe monkey, one of those.
That the let me figure out exactly how to word this. Would you reject the idea that the social side of it is based off of the feelings of a person? Is the social construct part of it? Is
the social side of it based on the feelings of the person? Well, you generally transition based on your feelings. Very odd way of putting it.
kind of just a self-interpretation? Is this like I identify as such, therefore I am?
The correct answer is no, but it kind of helps to say this is something I am, you know. Like, if you're going to transition, you probably are accepting something about yourself that is different before you transition. So you could say that that could be the identity component. The problem is when you say that that's all there is to it, is just coining a thing, you know, just coining a term that applies to you, you know?
So I delve into that side in the sense very similar to how
Not a straight yes, at least, which is good.
we like say diagnose somebody having depression, or though being trans in and of itself is not an illness really. It's just understanding that
If I cough, I'm sorry, by the way.
Determine, you have to ask.
How do we tell a feminine man? Do you mean from a trans woman? Well, I mean, you don't just base whether someone is trans or not on whether they played with dolls. Like, the only doll I had was an Action Man. I didn't play with dolls. I wasn't, like, I don't know. I don't think that I was particularly feminine as a kid, but I got perceived as feminine a lot by other people. And it used to annoy me, to be honest.
Them.
If I cough, I'm sorry.
An illness really. It's just understanding that
if I cough, I'm sorry, by the way.
Determine, you have to ask them.
Determining whether someone is trans or not, asking them is a way you can. It's not necessarily the most accurate way. People like to pretend it is because it makes it a lot easier. It means that you can just kind of sew it up in a little bow where it's just, okay, well, people are whatever they tell you they are. Or you should consider that even if it's not true, probably. I just think there's a lot more to it than that. You might intuit someone is trans whilst never asking them, like, ever. In fact, almost all the times where I've met a trans person, where they've passed decently well and it's not obvious to me straight away, I'm not asking them what they are. Like, it'd be weird to do that. All right, mate, are you trans? You know, that kind of thing. So I don't ask people. I just kind of pick up cues. It doesn't actually really matter, you know. It's just, oh, okay, you're trans, fair enough. That's all that really happens. So he really is barking up the wrong tree with this. And people can be wrong about their gender identities. People can have a misguided view of what the thing they're identifying as is. Someone could be lying to you for this or that reason. It's not very reliable. And to pretend it is not helpful to trans people at all. And I wish these allies would stop doing this.
Cough, I'm sorry, by the way. I just getting over a sickness. Okay, so then you are saying it would be self-identification that is the kind of the metric. So
that's the way that we determine somebody to be trans. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Is that falsifiable?
Check. I've got a noise gate on this and it's still fading out really slowly. If I can get it to fade out quicker, then it'll be less annoying with the slight buzzing in the background. I don't know. I'll figure it out one day. I'm pretty sure it's my mixer.
Is it falsifiable? No.
Okay, so
Is someone's gender identity falsifiable? Like, yes and no. Someone could say they identify as something, and you get so few cues that confirm that you just disbelieve them. I guess technically it is unfalsifiable. But that's not helpful. It's annoying. It's almost like cowardly in a way to just go for the unfalsifiables, where if I stake this position on an unfalsifiable, I can't technically ever lose a debate. I don't think we should pin trans to like unfalsifiables myself. I mean, there's not really any need to anyway, because it's very subjective. Like, your gender is incredibly subjective, whereas your sex is objective in almost all cases. Obviously, if someone's got something that makes it very complicated, like they have some kind of hermaphroditism or like chimerism or something, but that's like rare, you know.
So then, by my logic, I can choose to reject that statement.
You could, but it's kind of like it's like when you understand, for example, phenomenology, your qualia, like how you determine things to be real versus fake, or like the experience of something. So
check. It's exactly the same. Whatever.
a good example versus your qualia, like.
An unfalsifiable is something that can be neither proven true nor false. So the existence of God is unfalsifiable because you can't prove one way or the other whether God exists. So it's whether you believe in him or not, you know?
Good, but it's kind of like it's like when you understand, for example, phenomenology, your qualia, like how you determine things to be real versus fake, or like the experience of something. So a good example is, we're aware that bats can echolocate, right?
Yeah.
But we as humans can't experience.
How old is this guy? I know he looks like 40-ish. Grey hair. I don't know. Maybe you should ask him. Ask him if he's your stepfather's friend. I have no idea, unfortunately.
Echolocation. Like, I understand that we could describe it. We could say, hey, it's this, it has this specific wavelength. It bounces off of walls. We could describe it, like, scientifically speaking, but we really don't understand, like, a bat in terms of, like, its experience.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that I do understand.
So is it, we don't really understand someone else's experience, so just accept whatever they tell you. I don't think that's very helpful. We're definitely not getting to what actually is trans, what actually makes someone trans, what's gender, stuff like that. If you just stop at self-identification, there's a lot missing. It's the same as gender identity. I feel like gender identity is like, it just invites, like, well, why do people have a different gender identity then? You know, you're just saying that this is the thing that exists, but it's not proven that it exists in the brain the way that we're saying it does. As in, like, it's a component that is in everyone, you know? Like, there's really nothing to that. It's a thing that you ascribe to yourself based on, like, your feelings. So where do those feelings come from, you know?
The point, I do want to, the only pushback I'm going to give you, and I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. If you're making a descriptive statement where it's largely predicated on an unfalsifiable, it would be logical for people to assume that it's incorrect, or that assume that they don't have to deal with it.
I see what you're getting at. Maybe on face value.
Well, if you're saying that something is what it is because of an unfalsifiable, then it's up to other people. It's the same, again, it's the same as Christianity. It's the same as religion. If you are saying the thing that the world is the way it is because of an unfalsifiable, like the existence of God and God making the world, then ultimately it is on other people to believe or not believe. It's the same with trans. Like, if someone doesn't want to believe in trans existing, that's up to them. And we should be a lot less bothered by shit like that, to be honest. There's always going to be people like that out there.
But we know that phenomenology is real. I don't need to, even though that all you have is someone's subjective framework. For example, like the color blue, the experience of the color blue. We know the color blue exists, though, right?
Yeah, but that
really
would be
describe to somebody the color blue outside of, like, I don't know, if somebody is colorblind, you can tell them, hey, it's this specific wavelength, but they're not experiencing it. Experiencing it and understanding the wavelength are different things.
Sorry.
Right?
Yeah, I agree with what you're assessing. You're saying, well, the person who is experiencing transgenderism experiences it in some way that we can't comprehend if we're not experiencing. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I'm saying that a trans person is experiencing something which we know.
How do you get, sorry, I'm getting distracted. How do you get fucking hurt by a gold sculpture?
I'm saying that
what are you doing, bro?
Trans person
Has he never played this game before?
is experiencing.
You're getting at?
I'm saying that a trans person.
I would assume he has played the game. I'm sorry.
person is experiencing something which we know is true under the basis that we can exhibit it in someone's brain morphology, and as well as hormonal differences, or
yeah, there's like so much other shit you can infer from someone's brain morphology, the same way that we can that someone might be trans because certain parts of their brain are smaller. By the way, another huge problem with the brain studies, it only really shows in trans women. It doesn't really show in trans men. So if trans women have certain parts of the brain that on average are smaller than men's brains, then you would expect that trans men's, in the same way, they would have certain parts of the brain that are a bit larger than women's brains. And that just doesn't show in the kind of shit that he cites as evidence. Some studies, because it is trans men, this is what happens. Some studies don't even include trans men. It's just trans women and then, you know, men and women. And then when they do, it just... In fact, the one that I think I saw, the trans men on average had the same kind of effect as the trans women. So like their brains had certain parts that were slightly smaller than women's. But that makes their brains look like more female typical, not less female typical, you know?
embryological differences. All of these are factors into what causes someone to be trans, but you yourself don't know what it's like to be trans, for example.
But it sounds like now it sounds like now I was talking about.
Also, I do want to say it's kind of a fool's errand to try and find one particular explanation or one particular route at which people come to trans that you can observe, apart from being born, you know. It seems like people come to it from a lot of different angles. And it only makes sense to not treat trans people as a monolith. And it only makes sense to not kind of get rid of any theories that we don't like, that aren't flattering, or things like AGP. Like, if you don't like AGP, it's more likely that you just don't relate to it. But whether it's flattering or not doesn't matter. Like, I think it exists. I think there are AGPs out there. I recognize, like, slight tendencies in myself, not in, like, a fetish kind of way, but it's not necessarily a fetish. It just gets typecast as one. And the problem is it gets used as a kind of a bat by people on the right because other people don't like it, you know? But we should be kind of embracing, like, a variety of different explanations and understanding that some people are going to gravitate to different things, you know?
About the social aspect of it, it sounds like we're now going to the biological aspect of it. We're saying, well, because X person.
No, you asked how do you determine somebody to be trans, and I said you ask them.
I said it's an.
Yeah, it's not even. Yeah, it's just not the only way you can determine someone to be trans. I'm sorry, and you might be wrong. You might be wrong about anyone's, like, gender or sex, and that's actually fine. It's fine to mistake someone for something else.
Unfalsifiable position.
Yes, because you're asking someone's personal experience.
Correct. So if I choose to reject it, there's no reason.
More to the point, if you're a stealth transsexual, you want it to be fine for people to mistake people for the other sex because you want to be mistaken for the other sex, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's not insidious by itself. You could use that to do insidious things, but it's not, like, inherently that way.
Reason anyone should argue with me. It's an unfalsifiable.
Well, it's incorrect to assume that it's not a thing.
Am I hungry?
Christine Chandler is definitely the most true trans woman. That's true. Blair White wishes she was Christine Chandler.
Into the person, it doesn't mean, like, I don't know, transness does not exist or trans people are invalid or anything. It's just you're doubting that one person.
Am I tired right now?
Are you tired? I don't know. Are you tired?
I don't know. Maybe. Am I tired?
Does not exist or trans people are invalid or anything. It's just you're doubting that one person.
Am I tired right now?
This is a bit gay. I don't know why it comes off like kind of grandstanding. Like, what you want to be asking is just like, can't people be wrong about what they are? Can't people be wrong about how they feel? Can't someone interpret something as something else? Or identify as something, having the wrong idea of what that thing is?
Are you
Can't people lie, you know, that kind of shit.
Tired? I don't know. Are you tired?
I don't know. Maybe. Am I tired?
I don't know. I don't know. I would have to ask you. Are you tired?
Yeah, maybe. I could be wrong though.
Okay.
Okay.
Christine is innocent. You're making me really want to. Hang on. I need to see if it's. I need to see if it's up. Hang on. Hang on. Stop ruining the joke by muting things. Jesus Christ.
Sonic's arms are not freaking blue. Chris Chan is innocent.
There you go. That was worth it.
Have some coffee. I'll guarantee you're not tired.
Okay. Well, listen, that's all I needed then. I appreciate it. And
All right, good talk, Dickard.
yeah.
Yeah, so the point is, what people say they are, what people say they feel like, that kind of thing, are just not reliable things. Someone can say, the only way you know someone is depressed is if they tell you. And that isn't entirely true. You can probably intuit things, but more to the point, if someone like asks you how you feel and you're depressed, and you say you're fine, then how are they going to tell, you know?
I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Dickard, sorry. See.
So I want to go over briefly why this argument fails and why I kind of just up and left and did.
Chris Chan was mostly friends with women in high school. Very true trans behavior. Yeah, true.
Didn't go on, so I'll actually critique.
We should have looked at Chris Chan's brain before he started taking HRT. I guarantee it's like a perfect fit for like the most women brain fucking ever.
my own debate style as well here. The argument goes, transgender women are women and transgender men are men, and First Amender clarified that he meant the gender aspect of it. So he said in the beginning of the debate, he said, I'm talking about gender, not biological sex. So we get to the end, towards the end of the debate.
Yeah, so it still doesn't work to say trans women are necessarily women by gender. They can be women. They need to be like perceived as women though. So it really depends. You can be a male person and be considered a woman in society. That can happen. And there's not a problem with that, I don't think, in essence. I think problems come up when people want to compete in like women's sports and stuff like that. But in everyday life, like going about your business, going to the fucking cafe, going to the shop or whatever, doesn't actually matter which one you are and if people are getting the wrong idea of you, you know what I mean, in terms of your sex. So there is a way that trans women and trans men can be considered women or men, even if they're the wrong sex for what you'd normally call one of those. But to say even necessarily, like, gender includes your presentation. So if you're not presenting in a way that is culturally considered feminine, people aren't going to think you're a woman, for example. Not unless other things about you are very womanly.
Debate, and I get him to define the metric for me. I get him to say, the metric we use to determine whether somebody is trans or not is self-identification. So then you are saying it would be self-identification that is the kind of the metric.
Hey, remember this part of the debate we just watched?
So
That's the way that we determine somebody to be trans. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. So if the
So yeah, he's just wrong.
it would be self-identification that is the kind of the metric. So
That's the way that we determine somebody to be trans. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the way that we determine someone to be trans. It's just not true. It's just not true. If you're going to call yourself an ally, you should know this kind of stuff. But when people like me try and educate you, you push back. So I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go with some of these people.
Oh, okay, cool. So if the metric is self-identification, and self-identification as a concept would be an unfalsifiable position because it's not based on an action, it's not based off of a state of being, it's not based off of anything, it's based off of how the person feels.
Yeah, truthfully, you normally determine a trans woman the same way you determine a woman. You just see them and you notice things about them that lead you to think they're this or they're that. That's the main way that you do it. Someone can tell you and it might sway your opinion, especially if you just thought that trans woman was a woman. And then, you know, you ask, because that's a normal thing to do apparently in this day and age, and they say, I'm a trans woman, and you hear the voice, and that kind of confirms it as well. I mean, people tell like idiots like Billboard Steve that they're trans when they're not trans. People say that kind of thing for a joke or, you know, to fuck with a particular person. By the way, Billboard Steve has been in Piccadilly Gardens again. He made an absolute twat out of himself. Like, he's starting to get like really angry at people. He didn't have his usual crew around. I'm not watching it today. I might watch it another day. He actually made a fucking twat out of himself. It was embarrassing.
Therefore, we got him to admit that basically the metric being used is an unfalsifiable metric. So here's the mathematical formula for it for all my nerds out there. It's a simple A equals B, B equals C, therefore A equals C. So
this is a big gay.
We determine the metric for trans is self-identification. Self-identification is an unfalsifiable position, so therefore the metric for trans is an unfalsifiable position. This means, basically, simply put, you can't use this as a measurement for whether someone is trans or not, because you are using the unfalsifiable fallacy. And I want to critique my...
Yeah, Billy, that's kind of the thing. It's like, oh, well, how do you know someone's trans? You ask them. How often are you going around asking people if they're trans or what their gender is? You know, it's just not a normal thing to do. We tried to make like asking for pronouns and stuff a normal thing to do, but it's just not working. It's not an efficient way of communicating. It's not what people want to do, and it's not what transsexual people want. They want to be regarded as what they want to be regarded as, automatically, which means they need to make an effort. The problem is for too many people nowadays, making an effort is too much effort. Or they don't want to go through the hassle of like changing their body because they might get problems and it might fuck with their health or something. So they don't bother, and they just want to be regarded a certain way by telling people to regard them a certain way. Like for a transsexual, playing Simon Says with your pronouns and having people call you a she, for example, that way is unsatisfying because you don't know who actually sees you as a woman because you're telling people to call you a woman. You know what I mean?
My debate style as well. I could have pressured him more, but I didn't really feel that it was necessary at the time. After admitting that it's an unfalsifiable claim, I ask him, am I hungry? I think I actually asked him, am I tired? Which the reasoning for that is
What have you missed? I've just been watching a debate. Do you remember First Amender? This guy debated First Amender briefly.
Trying to get him to...
I mean, yeah, ultimately the problem here is, I don't even know if there's much point watching the rest. Ultimately the problem is he's talking to someone who is pushing a very bad version of trans. I mean, if this guy wants to talk to an actual trans person, and for some reason you find out who I am, I did leave a comment, so maybe he will. I don't know, feel free to call in. I don't really debate this kind of stuff. It's more, here's what it's like from my perspective. You might not see it that way. I don't know. Trans is incredibly subjective to me, so I don't try and go around proving that it exists or whatever. It just kind of, it is real in as much as it is real for the person that claims it. And how you on the outside feel about that, you might think that it makes perfect sense. You might think that it's stupid and there's just sex. You know, there's at a certain point, people are just going to have their own opinions. But hey, yeah, that's about it for this. There's no point continue to watch. So I don't know, Brian Johnson show, 4 subscribers. Sure. It was a bit like shooting fish, but I guess he did okay in the debate. Wow, amazing, we did it. Make sure you like the stream. You get asked for your pronouns because you're a smaller feminine gay guy, and it feels kind of offensive. Yeah, I guess people assume that you're like a queer or something if you're not. If someone has spent thousands on rib removal, then Lee Francis, then ask them if they're a woman would probably piss them off. Yeah, true, exactly. That's the whole point. You want people to assume she, her pronouns, even though you're male. And the way you do that is by passing as a woman. And like when I used to care more about pronouns, when I used to I was much more in like the identity of like being a woman or whatever, whereas now I just accept whatever people call me. I don't generally care too much. I don't like sort of infantilizing terms, but that's kind of different. But I mean, fuck, what was I saying? Yeah. When I was misgendered or called a he or called a sir or whatever, like if someone called me that, then my kind of feeling is I'm not transitioning well enough, you know? I'm not there yet, clearly, because people are still seeing me as a male. I don't want them to see me as a male. I have that compulsion, you know? So that's kind of what my attitude was. But nowadays it's like, well, you're not doing what I asked. You're not doing what I told you. You're being inconsiderate. When it's, you know, I hate that. I don't know. I don't get it. And that's a problem with like lumping in things like non-binary with things like transsexual. That's why trans shouldn't mean about 20,000 different things. And it shouldn't mean anything from someone like Lee Francis, as she's an example. She's had like God knows how many surgeries in order specifically to look like a woman, not a man. And compare that to someone who just calls himself trans and that's literally it. That's the sum total of their so-called transition. It makes no sense to lump all these people in. Because if someone wants to be called like they, them, and they just look like a woman, people aren't going to call you they, them unless you ask them to. So I can see why, from like a non-binary or like certain kinds of trans perspectives, you want to ask people to call you a certain thing. But that's completely incongruent with what transsexual people want. It's completely incongruous with anyone who is like stealth. If you're stealth, you don't want to be telling people. You want them to get it, you know? But I don't know, that's a whole nother story. We're going to watch the Dean Withers thing because people need to understand that this video sucks, okay? Dean Withers sucks. I don't like Dean Withers. He's very big. I think most of his audience is like fucking wine moms who vote Democrat and, you know, are edgy in the way that they'll make the odd Charlie Kirk joke or whatever. Dean Withers, yeah, I don't like Dean Withers, to be honest. He had a so-called debate with lillytino. So I'm trying to work out, because I've saved like loads of clips and I do want to make a video about shitty lillytino response videos because almost all of them are shit. Like lillytino content, as in content about lillytino, is almost always fucking dog shit. In excess of lillytino's own content, which is also dog shit. I don't like lillytino, believe it or not. But like, when it's like a progressive type, they all just go on about like the Disney thing, like him talking about his cock and balls at Disney, which he's just not going to see accountability for. You're not going to force it out of him. Nothing's going to come of the fact that he talks about his cock and balls in Disney. And it happened fucking ages ago. So to an extent, there's not much point in harping on about it. And a lot of these progressives like will skip over the kind of idea that we need to have society over a barrel. And that people need to call trans women she, or it's going to be a confrontation and stuff. That's the real shit. That's the real problem with people like lillytino. That's what they're advocating for. And I think that is fundamentally unworkable and unhealthy. So yeah, he's going to do the same thing that other progressives do. Just pick on the very safe talking points. Not even all of them. We mostly just get the Disney thing. And this whole thing sucked, and we're going to watch it. And you're going to see why I think it sucks. We'll speed it up slightly because it's too long, frankly. Didn't need to be 25 minutes, but it was. Anyway, Dean Withers debates lillytino. Let's go. Like the stream.
You also asked me why it's wrong to talk about genitalia at Disneyland, because genitalia is a place predominantly for children.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
Have you ever heard, like, literally, the word Disney adults? It's a whole...
I mean, is it predominantly for children? It's predominantly for all ages. I imagine Disneyland has shit that appeals to kids and shit that appeals to, like, adults.
Why is Disney Kids not a thing? Because it's already by default a place for kids.
I got a text from someone who...
Also, I think, does Dean Withers, like, vape, but, like, covers it up so you can't see that he's vaping? He keeps doing this thing. I think that's what it is, but I don't see any steam coming out.
That you mentioned my name, so I dropped in. And then the second I dropped in, I heard you say something along the lines of that I wasn't a good example for the trans community. So just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on that.
Here's the other thing as well. Like, sometimes these types will say that kind of stuff, like, oh, you're not a good example for the trans community. If you honestly care about people being bad examples for the trans community, you need to be casting your net far fucking wider than fucking lillytino. If you actually care about that shit, you need to be watching more people and criticizing more people. But you don't. You just go for the really, really fucking easy targets like lillytino. I almost wonder if some of these progressives, they actually would like to criticize trans people, but they have to find ones that it's safe to criticize. And lillytino is safe to criticize.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, I'll share what I know. So first and foremost, I think that there's a handful of things that you do in which serve as regressive to the trans community because they play into the hands of the stereotypes that are perpetuated by the vulgar right. You know, like, for instance, I think that there's many videos on your page where you're, like, talking...
It's playing into the hands of the right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can agree that lillytino does some, like, really cringy, weird shit that doesn't look good. The right, like, the kind of right wingers he's talking about, if it's not lillytino, they'll just find someone else. It doesn't actually matter that much. In a way, you almost wonder if lillytino is being kind of a lightning rod for that kind of shit. So people are spending way more time hating on lillytino than they would be other people, you know?
About like a hot dog sitting in Disneyland, using really simple terms to understand that could be understood by a child, to talk about like sex reassignment surgery. First and foremost, I don't think that there's anything wrong with.
Also, I mean, has your kid ever sat in front of The Simpsons? Where there's like jokes with like double entendres, and the kids it just goes over the kids' heads, but the adults know what's being said. That's a fairly normal thing. Again, I don't agree with what lillytino was doing, but to put it in abstract like this is something that plenty of like kids are exposed to. And plenty of parents technically fall afoul of, but it probably doesn't like kill them, you know.
Like an explanation and education surrounding sex reassignment surgery, but when you're doing it in the context of the environment of Disneyland that's designed for kids, using an example of like a literal hot dog, which is understood by kids.
It's designed for families, isn't it? Disneyland.
Kids with words that could also be understood by kids. It kind of plays into the narrative that the right sets forth surrounding that, you know, like, oh, like trans people want to like, you know, sexualize and turn all the kids trans, right? Which isn't
Yeah, really, really lame criticism.
True, and I also can understand that that likely wasn't your intention in making the video, and rather you had good intention, but I still do think that the real world outcome of the right being able to take advantage of that and use it as an example insofar as why they are justified in their vocal prejudice can definitely be served as an example of how I'd like deem you as a little bit regressive to the trans community.
You forced their hand into being critical. Well, that's fair enough, but they need to cast a wider net, because it's not just lillytino they have a problem with. They're just pretending that's the case in order to keep their kind of clout with trans people. But no trans people should be watching fucking Dean Withers, you know what I mean? I don't know who is.
Okay. Well, here's what I'll say to that. Yes, Disney is...
Okay, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Is he vaping? Is that what that is?
Well, here's what I'll say to that. Yes, Disney...
Is he like vaping? Like what? I don't know. I don't get it.
Disney is partially for kids, but Disney is also a thing for adults. A lot of adults love Disney. There's a whole word for it, Disney adults. And I think there's a narrative that we really haven't talked about enough, which is when you're talking about like, oh, the right is using this as ammunition against us. The right looks at this and says, ooh, we can use this to say, hey, look at this, you know, trans girl who is essentially, you know, even though none of the videos include children, I'm not talking to kids, I'm just by myself at Disney talking to a camera, but you can look at those videos and say, ooh, it's ammunition. But at the same time, I could sit in my apartment with a corn dog. I could sit in my apartment and use like actual anatomical whatever, right? And people...
It's a silent bird call.
Would be making these exact same arguments, right? Like, it doesn't matter if I'm at Disney. It doesn't matter what we do, because we're not the ones who are inspiring them to be transphobic, right? That transphobia exists with or without my video. They're going to use anything and everything we do against us. I
agree with that. I don't know if that means you should add to that necessarily, but I don't know. It's principally about making this person money, to be honest. And there are things that they advocate for. There are things that they say that they seem to want society to move in the direction of. And I disagree with those things. But ultimately, like, they're making money off this. If they weren't saying outrageous shit in Disneyland, playing with a fucking hot dog and shit like that, if he was doing it at home and if he was doing it in a less kind of weird and gross way, he wouldn't get the fucking clicks, would he? He knows what he's doing. Wasn't he a marketing major or something? Like, worked at a marketing firm pre-transition. He knows a thing or two. Like, lillytino is not dumb, you know. He lost his shit on someone who asked for his vaping and screamed at them, it's an anxiety pen. What's an anxiety pen? Is it like medicated or something? That's fucking crazy.
Happen to like being at Disney World. I grew up on shows like Good Eats, Mythbusters.
Listen, maybe I'll do a deep dive on the Dean Withers vaping thing. Is it a Benjamin?
Bill Nye. Those shows explain interesting but sometimes difficult to understand concepts using engaging, fun things like food and, you know, models and stuff. And I think that, you know, as a trans person myself, as a trans creator, the number one thing in my inbox is always, what about bottom surgery? Tell me about that. I want to know about that. And I'm happy to talk about it because
he'll also play on the like plausible deniability. I think he's tying Dean in knots here. it doesn't matter really if the responses don't make that much sense or don't really answer the criticism. That doesn't matter to someone like lillytino. They just have to hold their own until the conversation is over.
I do think it's shrouded in so much mystery and like, cis people like, why would you do that? And I'm happy to answer it. And I also love Disney. So that's why I made that video.
Okay, so first and foremost, I feel like if you
Wait, technically I have a trans Discord. Do I groom people? I don't think anyone grooms people in my Discord. If I found someone grooming, they would be removed immediately. I suppose my Discord isn't very full of trans people. There's some in there.
you were right in the sense of, well, regardless if I were to film this at Disney or at home, they're still going to find a way to use it against me. I would argue that, like, sure, it is true that a shit ton of people hold a whole lot of prejudice against trans people, and they will use nearly any goddamn action from a trans person in order to, like, spawn in transphobia. But I feel like what would refute that particular view as it would relate to your actions doing this at Disney, and I like that whole thematic idea of notion of, like, doing it and teaching it to children, fulfilling that narrative stereotype by the right.
Does he talk like that? Just talk. Oh, I hate this guy. Just talk like a normal person, bro.
From a trans person in order to, like, spawn in transphobia. But I feel like what would refute that particular view
born in transphobia
as it would relate to your actions doing this at Disney, and I like that whole thematic idea of notion of, like, doing it and teaching it to children, fulfilling that narrative stereotype by the right. The narrative stereotype by the right is that you also hear a lot of pushback from people on the left who would be conventionally pro-trans on this subject. And because you hear a lot of pushback from a lot of people on the left who are more conventionally pro-trans, compared to maybe the actions of other trans people who don't get that same pushback from the pro-trans group, would definitely demonstrate that there's still yet a way, insofar as how you're pushing intentionally inflammatory content that pushes the boundaries in ways that, like, lead to more fear-mongering from the right about trans people.
Okay, I hear you. Let me ask you a question then.
Do we think that lillytino honestly makes things worse for trans people in any real way? I just think, like, the kind of transphobia we're talking about just fucking exists. It's just out there. If it's not lillytino, it's someone else. I just don't think his shit matters a huge amount. I don't think it's very, I think it's very consequential. And is that these people are almost, like, whatever the opposite of making lillytino seem far cooler than they actually are. But in a way, he kind of is. He's making out with this person is a heck of a lot more, like, influential than they really are. Like, mostly what they've influenced is for fuckheads like Buck Angel and Ariel Scarcella to make brain-dead videos about them constantly. Mostly what lillytino has done is kickstarted the fucking panic button's fucking career. Because almost all their biggest videos are about lillytino. And I watched, like, a bunch of them, like, last week or something. And they all suck. It's, like, terrible content.
I am a very clocky trans woman. I have a deep voice. I am tall. I have big bones, right? Like, I get a common criticism for me is that, like, well, you're not, working hard enough or doing enough to, pass, right? So let's say that I was a passing trans woman who had a different voice, whose face looked a different way, who you maybe couldn't even tell necessarily was trans. Let's say I made that exact same video in Disney. Do you think that the exact same criticisms would be levied against me if that were the case?
Well, I mean, I'd be making the exact same criticism about you, given that it created the same fear-mongering, right? Like, by pushing that inflammatory boundary, right?
Well, that's the thing, though.
What fear-mongering has lillytino created?
Would it?
All that shit existed way before lillytino, no offense.
Right, I'm not talking about, like, your response to the fear-mongering. Do you think the fear-mongering would even happen?
Yeah, I do. Like, so listen, I could agree that maybe it wouldn't be exacerbated to the same extent. However, I still do
exacerbated?
Think it would exist because ultimately, okay, a lot of the inflammatory pushback that you hear from the right to create fear-mongering generated on the basis of your content is it saying this trans woman who in their eyes, and by the way, I'm not saying this is from my eyes, from their eyes doesn't pass, is, like, explaining this in a sense in which could be considered inflammatory and, like, sexualizing children, fulfilling the stereotype. Or they're just saying a trans woman is doing this, right? I feel like, you take a trans woman regardless if they do or don't pass in the eyes of the bigoted right, and you put them in that position, and we're going to hear a very similar response. And I feel like this response isn't just shared by people on the right,
So, like, how often does a right-winger or someone that is transphobic, how often does someone like that bring up how they feel about trans shit around kids? How often is lillytino an example they're going to? Aren't they talking more about, like, teachers, like, transing kids or whatever? I think there's a lot of things that people think of before lillytino. Lillytino is, like, old news at this point. And we're going on about old news. That Disney thing is, like, fucking forever ago now. Like, this is like so fucking out of date. It's unreal.
It's kind of something that I'm explaining to you right now. And I know the same reservation is held by a lot of people on the left that are conventionally pro-trans. You know what I mean? Like, once again, you know, like being intentionally inflammatory and kind of like pushing this boundary to generate that fear-mongering. But maybe it is unintentional and you have good intention when you do it, or maybe it is intentional, it's for like more views, that ultimately then has like more negative second-order reciprocal effects on other trans people and on other members of the
Why does he talk like this? Why does he talk
or
like this?
negative second-order reciprocal effects on other trans people and on other members of the trans community.
What negative effects has lillytino directly had on other trans people? It's just more bad representation. This is what's so fucking annoying, man. This is what's so incredibly annoying about people like Dean. Shitty representation for trans people has been a thing for fucking ages. And none of these people have shit to say. Because none of them ever think about the points being made and criticize the points being made. And think that maybe the version of trans being presented by plenty of this representation is not ideal. It's like... they only criticize it when it's super safe to. But lillytino is just another in a long line of shitty trans representation on the internet. It's just the one that you will actually criticize. The one time you will actually grow a fucking spine. And speak out of turn about people that are doing something wrong, you know?
Okay, all right. I guess my question to you then would be, what is your solution then, right? Like, is the idea that in order to fight back against transphobia, to change people's minds on like, hey, we're not sexualizing kids, we're not, you know, invading your bathrooms and taking your sports away, right? Is the idea then to be like well-behaved model citizens, never say anything even a little bit controversial? Are we supposed to kind of be these like goody two-shoes? Because
I mean, Lily is just wasting his time. I'm sorry, man. I don't like lillytino. I don't agree with this. I mean, obviously he's not saying you have to go to the other extreme. But that's all Lily has to do, is just waste his time a bunch.
that kind of seems like what you're suggesting, right? Like, yes, I am a provocative content creator. That's just kind of who I am. That's who I've always been. But at the end of the day, when I make the content I make, the idea is not just to rage bait, right? My goal is not to make people mad. It is to provoke a response, right? Even from people like, for example, my dad's side of the family is deeply conservative, and they will never, ever be the kind of people who are on the front lines with picket signs against us, right? They will never, ever, speak out against, let's say they had a trans colleague. They would never make that situation uncomfortable, but they will always vote red, right? Okay. So when I make my content, the idea is to provoke responses from people who are the silent majority of trans folks.
I have an idea. So point number one, you said, well, Dean, right, it's either...
Well, it's about outing transphobes, I guess.
They will always vote red, right? Okay. So when I make my content, the idea is to provoke responses from people who are the silent majority of trans folks.
I mean, I don't know, man. Mostly you want to make money, you want attention, you want to make money. It's true of all of us.
I have an idea. So point number one, you said, well, Dean, right, it's either, right, that I do this thing that you're accusing of being like intentionally inflammatory and playing into the stereotypes perpetuated by the right about trans people, or I'm some like complacent goody two-shoes. And I don't think that that's a true dichotomy. I think that there's a way to make the content in which you do in advocacy for the trans community without playing into the stereotypes perpetuated by the right. And I think that way is demonstrated by many other trans creators and trans influencers on a daily basis. And in fact,
again, how many people could he have made this like criticism toward? How many other people probably need to hear shit like that, but you're silent towards them, or you even like vocally like support them and stuff?
In fact, I'll actually give you a test in which I think you could use to prove this to yourself. Earlier you said, Dean, I think that we would see the same pushback against me and my content, given that I made it from my bedroom at home compared to a hot dog at dinner.
Honestly, I'm tempted to be like so cynical about people like this, to the point where it's like, if you're a leftist and you want to pretend that you're more balanced than you are, and you want to kind of reach a bit towards the kind of the center, then criticize lillytino for talking about his cock in Disneyland. Wow, amazing. Amazing.
Disneyland. So prove me wrong, okay? Make that same type of content from the bedroom at home for the next year, and I bet by the end of that year that there'll be a significantly more positive view about you from...
No, there will be just less of a view about this person because no one would watch. People wouldn't want to watch that. There's a fucking 1,000 trans people making fucking TikToks and YouTube videos from their bedrooms or little fucking extra rooms in their houses or whatever. And most of them don't get watched by like fucking anyone.
from like the left, and there won't be as strong like counter responses against you from people on the right. You know what I mean? And
Well,
on top of that,
I know you're right. I know you're right. I agree that would
Hi, Milkman Dan. Hope you're good.
probably be the case. But also, if I were to make content out of my, apartment for a year, two things would happen. The first is it just wouldn't be interesting content because I wouldn't be interested in making it because I like to get out and about, right? Like I have no interest in hiding from the world, right?
oh, so you do it on purpose. So you do it on purpose, knowing that if you create the content at Disneyland,
absolutely.
it'll be more provocative and inflammatory. Okay, well, this is one of those situations where I don't think that all
lillytino, right near the start of the debate. My content is provocative. Dean Withers, 5 minutes later. Also, your content is provocative on purpose. Yes, Dean. Yes, Dean. Well done. Well done. You're finally getting there. The fucking anxiety pen is finally moving some fucking shit in your brain somehow. Jesus Christ.
Interesting content because I wouldn't be interested in making it because I like to get out and about, right? Like I have no interest in hiding from the world, right?
oh, so you do it on purpose.
Was that a Diapioz dig? It actually wasn't. That was a Femioz dig.
So you do it on purpose, knowing that if you create the content at Disneyland, it'll be more provocative and inflammatory. Okay, well, this is one of those situations where I don't think that all publicity is good publicity, and I think that other trans people really feel the receiving end of that bad publicity.
Do we? Why don't you ask some trans people? Why don't you actually ask some people? I don't know what negative effects lillytino has had on me.
Knowing that if you create the content at Disneyland, it'll be more provocative and inflammatory. Okay, well, this is one of those situations where I don't think that all publicity is good publicity, and I think that other trans people really feel the receiving end.
I mean, he says this, but who's like bigger on TikTok? I say that, maybe it's Dean Withers, I don't know. It's obviously, lillytino has obviously done something right in the fact that they have got a lot of notoriety and popularity and presumably made a decent amount of money off of doing this, you know?
Of that bad publicity because you were fulfilling.
I see the Diapioz Cope stream now. I can't be asked watching that shit, man. Bad enough that fucking Firebat is now, like, he reacted to my stream and then he reacted to the edit from the stream. Like, dude, okay, it's fine. Just chill a bit, you know? It's embarrassing. Are we meant to support Dean here or not? I mean, you can support whoever you want. My point on this is that all the points that he's bringing pretty meaningless, could fairly be applied to far more people that he would never apply these criticisms to, and are very out of date. So he's going on about the lillytino talking about his cock and balls in Disney on camera, which happened fucking an eternity ago, and he's been criticized to hell and back for. So you finally get lillytino on your stream, and you're talking about shit that happened fucking forever ago. Like, I don't like lillytino, but what I find is most people that talk about lillytino are like far dumber than lillytino is. And lillytino makes some really fucking dumb content. But people, like, when they make videos about this person, it's like, it's painful. I don't know. I need to make a thing about lillytino content, because there's some right fucking shit out there. If you ever want a laugh, look up Ariel Scarcella talking about lillytino, trying to diagnose him with narcissistic personality disorder because he ordered a bread tower. I'm not even kidding, this happens. Emil's blamed you for Troff's upset 4 times. Yeah. Well, they're gonna. Truthfully, that person is like trolling Troff and kind of bullying him. And eventually he'll realize, or he won't realize, and it'll fuck his shit up far worse than growing a set of balls. But that's up to him now. I've said my piece on it, as there's no point in me constantly going on about it, you know.
Now intentionally we're learning a lot of the stereotypes perpetuated by people on the right. Like, yeah, sure, like a trans person.
Yeah, perpetuated a conversation they started. Yeah, like this person is like dumb.
Going on the internet and explaining gender sex reassignment surgery with words that like 6-year-olds could understand using a hot dog at Disneyland is something that will be provocative, is something that will generate that publicity. But you must understand that ultimately that publicity doesn't push the pendulum.
Femioz says rape the same way Destiny does. Do you remember that time, like a few years ago, whenever Destiny would like have a conversation with someone, without fail, he would use rape as an analogy. And you just get this, well, it's like rape, you know, that kind of thing. It's like Skinwalker territory.
Forward for the social acceptance of trans people across the globe, including in America, and inevitably a lot of trans people end up feeling the receiving end of the bigotry that will be spontaneously created the moment more people.
It's just nonsense. I'm sorry, man. It's just nonsense. Trans people experience the effects of bigotry in general, yes. How much of that bigotry can be applied, or, you know, how much of it can be blamed on someone like lillytino? Probably very little if you actually think about it.
On the right are able to convince others that trans people are delusional, right? Trans people are delusional. Okay, trans people aren't attacking kids. Trans people don't want to make your son, become a girl. Trans people don't want to like go into the women's restrooms and take pictures of little girls and take advantage of them. That's all a lie. Okay, and it's a narrative that is being pushed by the GOP in order to get Americans distracted on trans people, on that 1%. So then they're not thinking about the top 1% that's taking their health.
Yeah, this totally wouldn't happen if lillytino didn't talk about his cock.
Care away, sending their kids to war, and fucking them over on a daily basis through bad public policy, only for the benefit of the richest among us. And I feel like as if you're kind of
Femiel says she shouldn't have said it on Truff's stream. That really means nothing when they said it like 10 times. I don't think it's a bad thing to make fun of Parry when Parry admitted to harassing someone, zero sympathy. Do you think it's a bad thing to platform someone's rape allegations and then on the same page be making fun of someone for supposedly getting raped? Do you not think that says something about that person's standards? That when they have someone on to talk about their rape, they're just kind of using it for clout, when actually it's something that they'll make jokes about at the drop of a hat because they don't like someone. What do you think Femiel's would be like towards Sarah Faye if Femiel's decides that she doesn't like Sarah Faye anymore? Wouldn't the gloves be off then? You'd expect them to make fun of Sarah Faye's supposed rape, stuff like that. What about the Troff's rape? What if the Troff gets in her bad books one day? Is she going to start making jokes about his rape, which actually happened, you know? So it doesn't matter if Parry deserves it. It doesn't matter, like, people can make rape jokes and shit. But you're, like, fucking up someone else's stream, you're jeopardizing someone else's platform to your own by making all those jokes on someone else's stream and not your own. And it shows, like, a deep fucking level of hypocrisy, which anyone that's using their brain understands that it's just yet another reason why that person can't be trusted. Well, yeah, if they make fun of one person, it's okay, but if they make fun of another person, it's bad. Like, it doesn't make sense. And why would you be someone that makes rape jokes that also platforms people to talk about their rape and pretend that you're taking it seriously?
kind of playing into that narrative a little bit, because then you legitimize the stereotypes falsely through the eyes of the bigots, because now they could point towards like real world examples of where these stereotypes materialize.
They do anyway, bro. They do anyway. They don't need a lillytino video from 1.5 years ago to do this. Oh my god, he's so stupid. Just stop talking about trans shit. Dean, just stop talking about trans shit. You don't understand any of this. You've no idea. If this guy hears from any trans people, it's the kind that are having a panic attack over a genocide that's never going to happen. And they'll just point to anything. And it's all about how we can reduce the overall level of bigotry in the world when it's just not really like that. And going after lillytino is the wrong way to go about that anyway.
But like, once again, this is a very nuanced conversation where you're not like 100% a bad guy. I do think it's a good thing to be like advocating for like the social acceptance of trans people. Trans women are women, trans men are men. I just simply think that there's a better way to go about it. But ultimately, I want to ask you to listen to me on this point. I'd ask you to listen to like the trans community on this point, which obviously I don't speak for.
We talk about listening to the trans community.
Can I hop in just for 2 seconds really quick? I'll let you both finish your conversation.
Oh, this soy fuck just tells people off for misgendering or something.
As well.
Like, I understand.
Sorry, I'll let you two finish your conversation.
Literally interrupts to tell the chat off for calling Lily like absolutely embarrassing.
Right. So yes, when I make my content, it is provocative, right? Like, I understand that when people see a trans person at Disney World, and specifically when I'm talking about the things that I'm talking about, it can provoke response, okay? That response comes from a place of transphobia, right? You and I can probably agree, like, oh, when people get mad about this, it is coming from a transphobic place, right?
Do you think that like my position in this conversation is coming from a place of transphobia?
No.
Okay, so then I think, so you just admitted that there could be dissent to the content in which you create that doesn't come from a place of transphobia.
You're reacting to people's reactions, right? Like the nastiness, the right-wing people watching this and saying, oh, this proves our theory correct. That's what you're reacting to, right? You're not reacting to my content. This is you have a meta reaction to my content, right? If you saw this in a vacuum, it would be a different conversation.
Okay, yeah, so you're arguing that like the non-meta reactions of
lillytino content gives people who are saying all the anti-trans stuff something to point to and say, see, well, I don't know. I just don't... If someone's going to do that, that's not real evidence of, like, real-world shit. That's evidence of an attention seeker on TikTok being an attention seeker on TikTok. So I just wouldn't really take it very seriously if someone uses as evidence of their beliefs lillytino. You know what I mean? And the true take should be to kind of encourage people not to generalize so much, I think.
People seeing it and then being really upset is rooted within transphobia as it would relate to people on the right. Is that what you're arguing?
That when a bigot watches my video and sees me in Disney World, they think, oh, Lily is, got like a audience of children that she's waving a corn dog at. Okay. Right? Like that's what people think is happening. It's not happening. I'm an adult that enjoys Disney World. I'm a content creator that talks about trans issues. And also you talk about the trans community like it's monolithic, right? Like the trans community is massive. And you say like, well, you should talk to people in the trans community. I have, right? And it's not as black and white as you make it, right? There are people who look at the content I make and say, I give.
There are unironically a lot of progressives that treat trans people like a monolith. It's really annoying. And then whenever someone comes up that isn't part of the monolith, they treat you like their enemy.
What she's going for, right? Just because certain loud voices, especially right-wing voices like Eden and the Doll and Blair White, who are used in a completely different way by the right to perpetuate stereotypes about trans people, right? What I'm doing has like a lot of thought put into it, right? And not everyone sees it the way that you see it, and not all left-wing people see it the way they see it. Because what I will say is that you talk about left-wing people who are typically pro-trans, but those people are only pro-trans to a point, right? Even the left has its own deeply ingrained transphobia to deal with, right? Like things that you might not even think about. Like I deal with that kind of stuff. Every trans person deals with some level of baseline transphobia that we were raised with, right? Like what I'm working towards is a world in which an adult trans woman can go to Disney World, right? Enjoy.
I don't know why lillytino is on a fucking construction site during this, but the background noise is just there, unfortunately.
Herself, right, and not be seen as a predator, right?
I think that's a good goal.
I'm almost done. Even without making those videos, right, the corn dog videos, even just posting selfies of myself at Disney World and streaming, just eating food, like not doing any sort of scripted content, those comments were the same exact thing. Oh, grooming children. Oh, you're going looking after kids, right? Like those prejudices.
Dude, whenever I get a video that gets more than a couple of K views, which is not super often, but it does happen, I get comments about like leaving kids alone.
Mary.
Get 'em, Mary. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Call me hand emoji.
Oh, thank you so much for the $50, Lizica. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. I need to do a new donor goal at some point. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, I get comments being like, I'll keep it away from kids and stuff. I don't do anything like what fucking Lily does. I'm sure I could find one on anything that I've done that, like this video got like 6.2k views, which is my most for like fucking ages.
I did say hi, but I didn't introduce myself.
Also, I love the intro. There'll be people saying like, I'll keep away from children and stuff. You know, a man is a man, a woman is a woman. Hang on. Debunking Steve would be debunking objective reality itself. Wow. Where was it? I'm sure someone was telling me. I do get it sometimes. I don't get the same views that lillytino does. I'm putting on woman face and prancing my fetish around in public. Like, people say all kinds of shit. People talking about pushing it on children. When do I push trans shit on children? What children am I convincing to transition? What children am I teaching about fucking cutting your dick open? But I still get it. It just happens.
Already exist, whether or not I am making scripted content that is provocative.
I think it's a good goal to want to achieve the goal of like more societal trans acceptance. I just don't think you're going to achieve that goal by talking about genitalia at Disneyland.
Okay, I mean,
do you see the point?
My goal is one drop in a bucket, right? I'm not here.
Yeah, listen, I wouldn't want kids watching fucking lillytino. I've been doing this content for years. lillytino. How long has lillytino been around? Jesus. I think it's been like a couple of years. And the most controversial stuff is from a decent while ago now. You know what I mean? If I put it as oldest, like how long has this person been around? I don't know. Yeah,
what happened was
their trans content started in late 2022. I can't remember when they first went to Disney because there's a bunch of stuff from their house. All this kind of stuff, and like they looked even like they actually look a bit better than they used to. I do believe that the FFS happened. But wait, this must be like 2023. But yeah, it's been a decent while, and the shit that Dean is going on about is old news. It's shit that everyone has fucking gone on about. We're not getting accountability for the Disney stuff. I don't know why anyone would bother at this point. Like, come up with a current criticism, you know? But someone like this is too scared to. He just wants to use the safe shit that all the progressives use. And they don't criticize the other stuff that's, like, worth criticizing. Like, the overall message. The whole, you know, it's going to be a confrontation if you don't call me she. And everyone should use gender-neutral language. It's just probably not going to happen. It's just not realistic, you know? But none of these people want to pick up on that. And then a lot of the criticism from the right is, like, even dumber, somehow.
I'm not like, yes, this video is going to solve the problem, right? I make videos, and when I think about them, I'm thinking maybe I can use this interesting backdrop, this catchy backdrop, and this provocative concept to explain a concept to some people who don't know about it.
Do you think that video pushed the pendulum? Did it help?
In terms of what?
To achieve that goal of more like pro-trans acceptance in society.
I think that video taught some people about bottom surgery and that it was an interesting, funny, and engaging way of doing it.
But ultimately, the amount of people that were taught about bottom surgery legitimately through that video of you talking about genitalia at Disneyland, do you think that the pros of more people knowing about the way that bottom surgery operates was offset by the harm of legitimizing or at least perceptionally legitimizing a far-right stereotype by materially giving them an example to point towards to push the pendulum in the wrong direction?
So this is the core of what I get into a lot of conversations with people about, which is
Lily has talked about uterus transplants. I don't know if they said they wanted one, but said that it might be a thing at some point for male people. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think it's a huge meme. I've no idea if they actually want one or not.
On creating, right? It's like the idea of inception.
Is there proof that under 18s have been in their community? No. There was someone who he was talking to on a call once. And he said some like vaguely sexual shit. And they said about their mom being aware of what was being said. But I don't think it was proven that that person was under 18. There's lots of stuff that looks dodgy about lillytino, but there's not really proof for any of it. And so instead we have to settle for like shitty criticisms like what Dean Withers is doing.
Right? And my idea in people's minds that was never there before, that trans people are predators? Or is that deep-seated prejudice that was always there and needs to be addressed brought to the surface by my content?
You know what, Lookie? All right, I think I'm just going to leave you this, and I'm probably going to move back onto the debates. I wouldn't care if it's like a cis or a trans person. If anybody was talking about...
Yeah, realizes that he's completely wasting his fucking time, thankfully. Only took you 17 minutes.
Genitals at Disney, I would think it's fucking weird. You know, I'm just going to be real. Like, clearly, I think that the reaction of, oh, that's fucking weird, is going to be exacerbated due to the fact that you're trans, and that, like, as you said, is going to be rooted within transphobia, 110%. But it's like, just don't even give them that. You know what I mean?
Did he say that he would get a uterus and abort a child, like, because that's what he actually thinks, or because he's gonna piss off a bunch of idiots like Panic Button if he does?
And it's like, in most situations where it's like, oh, like, if I do this thing, we're going to have a response of, like, say, racism for black people. Should we, like, do this thing even though we know it'll generate that response? Or should we, like, be complacent with not doing that thing because of the response of the generation of more racism? Like, clearly, okay, right, it's not, like, bad to do something if it would provoke somebody to be racist in a reaction to you, because that's not a grounding for not engaging in an action, or else we would be looking at Rosa Parks like a really bad person because a lot of people were really racist in response to her not sitting on the bus where society told her that she was supposed to. But the reason why I feel
the same line of thought doesn't
follow. But the reason why I don't think that train of thought follows in this circumstance is because, in all reality, okay, Rosa Parks sitting in the place in the bus where she wasn't supposed to, according to society, on its own wasn't wrong. In the vacuum, that wasn't wrong. But I feel like in the vacuum, it actually like kind of is a little like weird, wrong, antisocial to be talking about genitalia at Disneyland, and that's ultimately why it's something that you shouldn't do.
Why can't I talk about?
Wait, can I hop in for just 2 seconds and kind of give the
in a vacuum? Is it wrong that lillytino talks about the genitals at Disneyland? It could be. It depends on the situation. There's a lot you don't know. Like, could any kids even hear? We don't know. So we don't actually know whether what lillytino was doing at Disneyland was bad. It's just there's a lot of potential for it to be. And either way, it's kind of, what's the word? Irresponsible because of that potential. But even this is wrong.
Perspective on why. So the one thing that I would say is that, like, I think that, advocating for a purpose or a cause is always important, especially.
Lily said if she had a baby, she would abort it. That has to be like rage bait. That has to be being said to like piss people off, you know?
Especially if it actually means something to.
Dean's whole point is lillytino is a bad look for the trans community. Unfortunately, lots of people are a bad look for the trans community. Lots of people that have been around before and since lillytino. And Dean is far too much of a coward to criticize any of them. He'll criticize Lily because everyone else already does. And because it's a bit easier to. Because they're unattractive and they talk about their cock and balls in Disney. Even though that was ages ago. So it's not that I entirely disagree with what Dean is saying. But I just think this is like bullshit, to be honest.
To you, and you want to use it whatever way that you think is best to amplify your voice to do so. So I'll never knock anyone for amplifying their voice. But the one thing that I will say is that understanding as a, being a marginalized community and a minority, understanding.
Oh, is it Careful's that said that? I don't know. Maybe it's a thing that a lot of edgy trans people say. But people say that shit to piss like people off, you know?
That the targets that we can paint on other people back just by, as creators, us putting a certain message out is something that we always have to be mindful of. You, me, Dean, all of us.
Not clear to me they'd be overheard by anyone. Well, yeah, exactly. We don't know. What is bad is that there's a risk of that, you know? But we don't actually know who overheard what effect it had on them if they did, shit like that. So what's bad is that it's irresponsible and kind of inappropriate for the setting. We're acting as if it's like far worse than that, you know? Careful's is still alive and I think much fatter than she used to be.
Have a higher responsibility because we're given a.
It's a shame because Careful's was like kind of decently passing at one point. But then they started doing the same, like shaving the side of their head and wearing like the dumbest shit ever. You hate to see it.
Platform by the people that believe in us, and since we're given a platform by the people that believe in us, we have to make sure that we're being good stewards of what they give us. And so just because we have the privilege of doing certain things doesn't mean that other people within our community will have the privilege of doing that as well. And in the same sense that just because we're someone that people see all the time, we may not be as in danger, like other people that are connected or associated with us can be in danger because of what we do. So we just have to be more mindful of the things that we do to make sure that we're not.
Okay, who the fuck is this fucking middle-aged woman stuffed into the body of a 20-year-old man or whatever that is talking right now? Just shut the fuck up. Dean is bad enough. We don't need another one. That's even worse. Shut up.
Perpetuating harm to the people that we're advocating for. That's a huge thing.
I think we can agree to disagree here. I mean, look, I know who I am. I know what I stand for. The trans community is not monolithic. A lot of people see what I'm doing and appreciate it. And
but are you not worried about those people that you're putting in jeopardy and harming?
Well, who's really putting them in jeopardy, right? Is it me? Because who we really need to be talking about is the actual bigots, right? How am I responsible for that?
Well, I think more than anything, what we need to talk about is privilege.
Chelsea Manning. Well, I mean, in general, someone like Dean would follow the party line. In general, when he talks about people like that, he'll say the same thing that all the rest of his progressive friends and Dem voting friends will say. Lily is an exception. But then it just means that he's scared of making the same criticism at a lot of other people that also deserve criticisms.
Right. And while I get your point, I'm not saying that you're wrong in the sense of people who are actually inflicting the violence. It's very privileged to not sit here and see.
We're talking about violence now. Why are we talking about violence now? What are you doing?
that there's a possibility of violence that is being perpetuated by people with hate, ignorance, and bigotry.
What the fuck has this got to do with Lily Tino? What violence has happened? Because Lily Tino is a bad fucking... is a bad example of a trans person. What are we talking about? I hate these people. Fucking progressives, man. Jesus Christ.
I'm not giving them a pass. I'm just saying that we as creators have to be more mindful of this. Like, we have to make sure that we're not putting other people in jeopardy because we directly won't be affected. That's all I'm saying.
I'm actually incredibly bored. Do we get the point? Do we get to the point? Do we get the point? Excuse me, fuck's sake. Do we get the point? This video sucked. This fucking confrontation utterly sucked. Dean Withers sucks. Fucking progressivism in general, especially in the US, sucks. Every progressive male that I come across from the US is a fucking 40-something wine mom stuffed in the body of a young man. Or a slightly older man if it's someone like fucking Hutch or whatever. And I hate all of them. That's all I have to say. How nice. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget, you can join the channel. We're going to move on to another trans ally rapidly, and probably gonna finish on this because it's over 3 hours and we're not going to watch all of it in this stream because that would be like 7 o'clock even if I never paused it. But yeah, make sure you like the stream. Don't forget, you can join the channel. You can super chat on YouTube or Streamlabs in the link at the top of chat. The Lily won. I mean, well, Lily didn't lose. I mean, Dean wanted to hold Lily to account for the same shit that people have been trying to hold Lily to account to for the longest fucking time, and it didn't work. So yeah, Dean lost. I don't know that Lily won, but Dean lost. Is Hutch the old machinima partner? Maybe. Didn't he play Call of Duty or something? Nowadays he's like a pro-Israel lib or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm also a lib, but I tend to hate other libs on the internet, to be honest. Anyway, let's move on rapidly. So I don't know how many people know who this Mike Brigandy guy is. I think he's like somewhat known on TikTok. And I've watched him before. He is another trans ally. He is another person that is really insistent that trans people have different brains to cis people. And whenever I've seen him debating, it's been like the dumbest fucking shit ever. This person called Raz, who I've never heard of, debated him on what a woman is, with Mike Brigandy saying that trans women are women. This person, I don't know what her stance is. I don't know if she's a TERF. I don't know anything about this person whatsoever. So I prefer Streamlabs Dono over Super Chat. I think Streamlabs you get more of a percent, but I will just accept whatever people give me. I don't tell people what they should or shouldn't do. Whichever one you prefer using. But yeah, so I don't know anything about this person. We're going in very blind. I know about Mike Brigandy. I think he's pretty lame from what I've seen so far. The comments tend to be more pro this person. But yeah, let's see. Let's see what happened. We'll just watch as much as we can. And maybe I'll continue at another point. I don't know. Like the stream. Anyway.
Hey guys, so I'm filming this on a whim, but this is going to be my second video. If the camera quality is a little bit different from last time, it's because I'm recording on my PC. This video is specifically going to be an archive of a debate I just had with Mike Brigandy on TikTok, specifically going to be debating the proposition that trans women are women, with Mike Brigandy taking the affirmative position. However, before I start the video and before I just upload it for you guys, I wanted to give you guys kind of like an introduction to my position and just kind of show you my notes that I wrote on it. Within the debate, I didn't get the opportunity to kind of flesh out my entire position. It was kind of all over the place. It was kind of messy. We definitely should have had a moderator.
It's a bit worrying if it was 3 hours and you couldn't flesh your position out, but then it depends on the behavior of the other person as well.
And so forth, but that's okay. I'm gonna make sure you guys can actually get my position and understand what I was trying to argue before you watch the debate. So let's begin. I'm just gonna screen share here. I'm gonna try and keep it as short as possible. So I have a document here that I wrote, just essentially organizing all of my opinions and my whole argument and so forth in the best way that I could possible. It's still a bit messy. However, I'm gonna read through it for you guys. It'll take about 10 minutes, so if you want to get straight into the debate, I recommend that you skip like 10 minutes ahead. But before I get into anything, I want to start with a disclaimer. And so I wrote the disclaimer here. I'm mostly just gonna be reading off here. So if you want to pause and read, that's probably much easier. In my philosophical framework, woman is a sex-based category that is an adult human female.
I sped it up a little bit.
So I do not classify trans women as
at 1.25.
women. I think the identity-based definition is not only incorrect, but because it obscures sex-based classification in high-stakes contexts can produce downstream harms. That said, trans people are not responsible for those harms. They are navigating a world that often didn't make conceptual or institutional room for them. I don't view trans people as evil, inherently predatory, or deserving of demonization. Gender identity as a psychological concept is real. Gender incongruence or gender dysphoria is real, and these are undeniable. Trans people are undeniably entitled to necessary medical care for gender dysphoria and incongruence, and to basic dignity and social acceptance as trans individuals. My disagreement is strictly about the philosophical classification of a woman, not about anyone's humanity or right to live safely. I need to clarify that because I really don't want to see gross comments. I don't want to see things targeting trans people or saying they're dangerous to society and trying to scapegoat them. The debate here and the conversation here is merely about whether or not they fit into the category of woman, and this is a philosophical conversation, nothing more or less. Now let's get into my position of what I define as a woman. I'm going to try and summarize it as much as I can, but again, you can pause and read if you want to. I probably won't read every single little thing in here, but we'll see. So my definition of a woman is going to be an adult human female. Now, before I substantiate why my definition of a woman is going to be an adult human female, we're going to ground female in a biological definition. And I would argue this is because female inherently refers to something sex-based, and if it's sex-based, then it's inherently pertaining to biology. Now, within the case of philosophy, we have methods for sorting objects into different kinds and categories. Particularly in the case of biology, homeostatic property clusters provide the clearest and most consistent method for classification systems. HPCs are essential to biology. They're used for the construction of the contemporarily conceptualized phylogenetic tree. That's like a word jumble. I don't know why I did all that. And this phylogenetic tree, in case you're not familiar with it, is essentially what represents evolutionary relationships in common ancestry. It's how we classify organisms into certain species or groups and so forth. So the same way that I would classify, for example, E. coli or Staphylococcus bacteria or gram-negative or gram-positive, I cannot speak, or gram-positive bacteria is going to be based off of these homeostatic property clusters. And the more properties that you have, the more likely you are to fall under this category. So these categories function as a natural kind. So they typically refer to physical particles, chemical elements, and biological species. Now, this will become relevant later in the debate if you watch the whole 3 hours, which is a lot. But HPCs are natural kinds because they are not artificial, they're not arbitrary, and they're not invented or imposed on nature. They are, as defined by relevant philosophical literature, something which reflects some kind of relevant aspects about the real world and the facts about classifiers. So the reason why this is relevant is you'll see later in the debate, Mike essentially asks me, oh, why do I need to provide some kind of objective boundary? And although he doesn't necessarily need to give me a natural kind of property cluster, that's not necessary, he can give me something that's socially conceptualized. The only issue is that it's a lot harder to justify socially conceptualized boundaries in comparison to something biological. And the reason
yeah, I guess I agree with that.
why my HPCs wouldn't be similar to Mike's position, which again, you'll see this later in the video, but I'm just prefacing this. The reason why HPCs wouldn't be similar to prototypical nominalism or resemblance nominalism is because, again, HPCs are natural kinds. So an example of HPCs within biology would be something like gold. It has relevant properties, and that's how we characterize something as gold or any other particular element. In this sense, female is not particularly defined by any necessary or sufficient traits or conditions, but by a cluster of co-occurring biological properties, and they are co-occurring due to underlying stabilizing mechanisms. So just to give you an example, it is typically and statistically going to be the case that most people who have the hormonal baseline of a female, for example, are also going to have other relevant features associated with being female. This is because reproductive mechanisms within humans are not independent. They don't just pop up and they don't just work by themselves. They're co-occurring. So just a couple of examples of underlying stabilizing mechanisms includes 1, shared genetic and developmental programs, also known as common etiology. A second example of a stabilizing mechanism would be regulatory feedback loops, and these are also known as physiological homeostasis. And an example of a regulatory feedback loop would be the hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis, which stabilizes sex-typical endocrine patterns that stabilize clusters of secondary traits. Super complicating, but I just want to outline the biology very clear for everyone. That word salad, that word jumble that sounds like very jargony and very confusing, just is referring to overall bodily homeostasis. The third example of a stabilizing mechanism is going to be the concept of functional integration. So traits essentially fit together because they're parts of an integrated biological system. In the case of reproductive anatomy, hormone responsiveness, and developmental timing, there's a formation of an integrated system. They all essentially rely on each other and function in coherence with each other. There's a few more, but this is just a list of few of stabilizing mechanisms. So we don't typically have one mechanism like, the endocrine system or reproductive development or genetic expression and so forth, just functioning independently and by itself within a male or a female. When it comes to biology, these reproductive mechanisms are
how do you make a hormone? Don't pay her.
Co-occurring. And again, this will be relevant later on. However, and this will come up later, this is not to be confused with
my girlfriend likes that one.
Other cluster types such as prototypical resemblance. They are
I don't know, should I skip forward to the debate? I think I get what we're saying. Female is a sex. Women are adult human females, etc.
Overall, a cluster of co-occurring properties sustained by homeostatic mechanisms that cause and stabilize.
Like, it's obviously very lengthy. You're not going to want to bust this out in like a debate or something. I think I get what we're saying. Let me just see what. There's a, gametes, obviously.
Zero borderlines, but which theory provides a better and take arises. And what I mean by that is the concern of vagueness. However, there is no issue with the concession that my view has some fuzziness at its edges. Borderline and edge cases are a generic cost of most real-world concepts. For example, take the electromagnetic color spectrum. Most individuals would agree that it's not possible to demarcate or mark or specifically pick out where the color red begins and ends on the spectrum. There inevitably is fuzziness, but I'm not denying that. The relevant comparison is not, does it have zero borderlines, but which theory provides a better and more exhaustive structure for adjudicating cases. HPCs are currently the most complete and internally consistent model that we have within biology in comparison to its prototype or resemblance.
So I don't know if it's going to play. Thank you so much, Alex Rex, for the 199 Australian with a red box of popcorn. Thank you. So usually it plays. I don't know why it's not playing.
Anomalism counterpart. It provides non-arbitrary causal and explanatory mechanisms for why properties cluster and why certain features matter more. It is still a disciplined anchored criteria. 1. It tracks stable causal structure and explains and predicts biological patterns. 2. It provides inductive utility or reliable inferences for medicine and biology. And 3. Clustered traits are held together by real mechanisms, as cited above, and they are not arbitrary or defined by social convention. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I have defined what it means to be a female, but I haven't explained to you guys why this is relevant to the definition of what it means to be a woman. So what is necessary for me to substantiate now is my definition of a woman. My starting point will be semantic and descriptive. I am not interested as to how people individually define terms or how psychologists posit theoretical models. For example, gender identity is a psychological model that is theoretical and operational. It doesn't automatically settle the broader semantical question about what is gender. Again, this will become relevant. In the case of my arguments, I am particularly interested in how people commonly use and understand the term woman in ordinary language. If the question is, are trans women women, then one necessary preliminary question is, what does the word woman pick out in common usage? That question is regarding public meaning, not what the term ought to mean. The strongest way to substantiate common usage is not by asking people what they think they mean, which is in surveys and polls, but by analyzing how people actually use the word across large bodies of text. My substantiation for common usage will involve a corpus-based approach, contextual language modeling, and word sense methods using BERT-based contextual embeddings. The core claim that I will semantically be defending is that in ordinary language, the primary usage of a woman typically refers to a sex-based or biological core, that is, an adult human female.
Yeah, this is true. I think I understand what she's saying. Let's get to the debate. Let's just get in. I think I basically agree with what she's saying, and she's willing to give some kind of wiggle room, and that, you know, a woman is an adult human female, but you might perceive a male person as a woman. It might make more sense to call certain male people women because of how they appear and stuff like that. That doesn't change what woman means. That doesn't mean that a definition of woman now has to be male inclusive. It just means that sometimes someone is going to be perceived in a certain way. So it might make sense to put them in that category, even if they don't belong. And technically, they are not actually women. You know, like it's quite easy, I think.
Logical or sex-based way, so it has a sex with a sex suffix and so forth, or things that I said in this portion of the video, or even throughout the summary of it. If you have any questions about my position or things that I said in this portion of the video, or even throughout the debate, and you want me to clarify them, just let me know in the comments. I'll try to answer as many comments as I can. This was my first debate, so it was a little bit messy. I wish I did do a few things differently, and I wish we did have a moderator. We'll preface with this, though. I asked that, you know, the same kind of...
the amount. Yeah, I guess it translates to like a quid or something. I'll have a look at some point.
That you would extend to me, extend that to Mike. Don't be rude in the comments. Try to be good faith when it comes to addressing his arguments, just as I would like you to be good faith when it comes to addressing my own arguments. And also remember, this is live. You know, there are moments where Mike might have misspoken. There's moments where I misspoke. We all blunder here and there. So again, just try to be good faith. Try to fill in the gaps. Okay, now let's watch. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great.
Okay. Do you want to have a moderator? I mean...
Yeah, they're boring at parties. I find these kind of conversations interesting, but I don't know. I'm a particular kind of person, I guess. I'd be interested in talking to someone like this about this kind of thing, sure.
I don't care.
Okay, I don't mind either.
I just don't want to be muted every 2 seconds.
No, that's fine. I won't do that. I think we're capable of being respectful. Okay, just give me 1 second, and then we can get started. I don't know if it was in your comment or your first DM, I can't recall, but I think you start. I feel like I don't fully understand your position. So, I mean, if you want to start, I guess we can talk about the proposition trans woman or woman, and you can take the affirmative. And just, you can articulate your position to me, and I'll try to understand it better and engage with it better.
Yeah, so so you made a video about me responding, and you said basically that womanhood is defined by experience. That's not my position. I don't think it's defined by experience. It's
Yeah, if your position is womanhood is defined by experience, then surely trans women aren't women.
it's a cluster concept. It's defined by a multitude of traits and things. Right? There's a social component. There's a neurobiological component. There are many different components to gender.
This doesn't make any sense to me. If you're a woman who has the most masculine life experiences ever, or is like raised as a boy but still considers yourself a girl, then you probably almost have none of the cluster properties. But it doesn't matter because you're female. Doesn't the female thing kind of override everything else? And like as a male, you might have some idea what women experience, but you'll never truly know.
Or womanhood. And then you said that we don't have two discrete types of brains within the human species.
People have been saying Marcus Dib would transition young girls. Yeah, you just always get it. You just always get it. It's moronic to pretend that people like lillytino are specifically making people more likely to do that when they'll just do it when they see any trans people, depending on who they are.
Well, there is emerging evidence that we do have, there is a spectrum of different brain phenotypes that are...
Oh, so we got to the brain thing like in no time at all. He's one of these people. Brain phenotypes. Are there that many brain phenotypes? Can we say that?
There is a spectrum of different brain phenotypes.
Like when you're discussing trans shit, if you're going straight for trans brains, you don't know what you're talking about and you should stop talking about trans people. That's how I feel about the trans brain shit at this point. It's just bonk. There's just nothing to it.
That are correspondent to people's sexualities and gender identities. So there is evidence that there are different types of brain phenotypes. And then you said...
There's some evidence. It's not very good, though.
How I experience or how I feel or how I identify doesn't define my reality. Well, the problem is that's not how I'm using the word identity. The way you're using identity is the sense that it's like simply associating yourself with a category. The way I'm using the word identity is to be like a biological phenomenon. The brain is what gives rise to this identity. The way it's like identity is in my...
So identity can be innate? I don't know how you'd show this. The only reason you'd think an identity is innate in terms of like trans people is because most trans people don't know why they feel the way they do. A bit like how gay people don't know why they're attracted to one sex over the other. They just are. But that doesn't mean that it's like... That doesn't mean that it's like its own thing in the brain or whatever. Like, don't you have to be able to like... Don't you have to be cognizant enough to be able to form an identity? Don't you have to have experienced like shit? And learned what your preferences are and stuff like that?
I view an innate sense of self, an innate sense of who you are.
An innate sense of who you are. It's just nonsense.
Is to be like a biological phenomenon. The brain is what gives rise to this identity. The way it's like identity is, in my view, an innate sense of self, an innate sense of who you are.
This can't be how it is, because your identity can be wrong. It's not an innate sense of who you are. It's who you believe yourself to be.
And this is going to have a neurobiological underpinning.
Trans brains is the one thing that convinced many of the skeptics. What are you talking about? Almost no one takes trans brains seriously that I've seen. Trans people don't like that kind of logic.
And so the reason why trans women are women, in my view, is that they have this neurobiological underpinning.
How would you know in any one case? What if this guy was presented with a trans woman that has a completely male typical brain? So they're less of a trans woman, is that what you're saying? But you wouldn't say that. Because you just defer to their identity anyway. But it's not showing in the brain anymore. You're gonna get trans people that have like the wrong kind of brain for what you think.
Predisposes them to being woman, to fit in within the woman category. And all a woman is a gender identity that aligns with certain female typical traits.
That's stupid.
And so that's why trans women are women, because they have that identity. They have a woman identity. I have a man identity. They have a woman identity.
But you can just decide what your identity is. How does this guy reckon with that kind of thing? You decide what your identity is. Like you have feelings or whatever. Feelings aren't an identity. Feelings are feelings. An identity is something you craft, and it's partly based on your feelings, it's based on your experiences and like your preferences and shit. Which also means it's very risky to take like a child's idea of their gender identity seriously. Because it's very possible they just haven't experienced enough or are going through a phase or something like that. And presumably a person's identity is only going to get more complete in general as they get older. You're talking about the normies. Okay, I don't really know what you're talking about, but fair enough.
There's different types of identities people can have. But then you said, you analogize this by saying that, well, if I say I'm 20, that doesn't mean I am 20. Well,
yeah. So if a trans woman says they're a woman, you're going to believe that they're a woman, though, right?
Well, we're not saying that because somebody says they are a woman, therefore they are a woman. That's not my argument either. That's a misunderstanding.
So how else do you know what someone's gender identity is? What is an example of someone that Mike Brigandy would take who says they're a woman, but he doesn't think they're a woman? What would his example be? If woman's just a gender identity, then yeah, you can just call yourself a woman, you're a woman. Because that's your gender identity. You can't actually observe gender identity by any way. And if you look at their brain, it might not look the way he's pretending it might look.
What we're saying is they're women because that's their identity.
Yeah, going on too much about your own identity and your own feelings and like how you look at yourself and stuff is pretty self-obsessed.
And secondly, chronological age is not analogous to biological or the neuroscience behind gender. They're two different categories of things. When it comes to age, there's no neural correlate to your age. There's no identity. There's no.
Doesn't your brain change as you age? Doesn't it change in like predictable ways to a certain extent? I'm not sure about this, man. I would imagine it's probably easier to observe someone's age looking purely at their brain than observe someone's fucking gender identity looking at their brain, no?
Identity of age doesn't exist, but there is a gender identity in the brain that you can find.
Why couldn't the identity of age exist? Why can gender identity exist but not age identity? Because we've decided that a part of the brain contains the gender identity, but we don't know that.
So you cannot even compare these two things. Lastly, you said that what I'm saying is simply that womanhood is all completely coming from the brain. No, it's not just coming from the brain. The brain is just a...
But woman is a gender identity.
The brain is just the thing that predisposes us to having a certain identity, but womanhood is a social category.
So what in the brain predisposes what, I wonder? He's going to say he doesn't know, and that we'd need more information. But if we need more information, why are you so solid on these points then? Why are you so confident in what you say here? I don't know what his background is, by the way. Does it say anywhere? This guy a neuroscientist? I'd be willing to bet that's not the case. He's an atheist. Wow. Is there a phenotype of the brain for vegans? Are you more likely to be a vegan if you have a certain brain phenotype? My second channel. Yeah, it just says he's an atheist and a vegan. Talks about like evolution. You'd think he'd understand binary sex if he talks about evolution, but okay. I seem to talk about a whole bunch of different things. I mean, I like astronomy, but I'd probably watch someone else for that, to be quite honest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his background is. Hang on, just one sec. Can't find it. I can't find it. It's called Shadow Mary. You can look it up. I'll go on my Discord. It's linked there.
There's also, like I said before, a social component. It's more accurate to say that our identities are coming from our brain, but we deem woman or man or any gender.
So how do we show that our identities are coming from the brain beyond the things that we conceive of based on how we feel?
as going to be it's going to be socially constructed.
Do our emotions come from the brain? Like, it's one of those things where you can call anything biological because humans are biological, you know what I mean? I don't think he's actually saying anything here. It's just like some logic that people came up with that sounds good and is hard to counter, because it's like, well, where do you begin? It's just like such nonsense.
So yeah, hope that kind of clears it up for you, and excited for the book.
I guess the first thing that I'm interested in, I'm interested in a couple of things, but I guess the first thing would be the scientific aspect of it. You make the claim that gender identity has neurobiological underpinnings. I'm fine with granting that, but I'm just interested as like to where there's two issues with this. I'm interested as to where you're getting this evidence from. As far as I understand, neuroscience, because I study this, doesn't have a consensus on there being not only sex brains, but also gender identity being something.
Yeah, this is very true.
That is neurobiological. And
there is zero consensus on this shit. The sex brain stuff. There's some differences in general. At least some of that is just fucking cranium size.
Determined by structure. So yeah, let's start with that first, and then I'll get into the second thing.
Yeah, well, first of all, the evidence is there are dozens of neurobiological studies on transgender people.
Yeah, they suck.
And we have like one called Sex versus Gender Associations with Brain Structure. It's in the Clinical Neuroscience Journal. It took a look at people's brains, it did brain scans, and found that, yeah, there was like I was saying before, a brain phenotype.
Showing up late every day is actually innate and biological. Well, that's what I mean. You can say anything's biological.
Spectrum brains correlated to people's genders. Another one is called the neurobiological.
Yeah, specific parts of brains look a bit smaller in trans women pre-HRT on average. And I say a bit smaller. We could be talking like the tiniest difference. Not all of them are even pre-HRT. Some of them are, some of them aren't. There are so many factors that go into like what your brain looks like and what is what size. That to say that any of these studies confirms that there's a neurobiological like basis to gender identity beyond us having gender identity supposedly and being biological beings with brains is like not, it's very tenuous. And when you look at the studies, it doesn't bear out in trans men. It bears out in trans women, but not in trans men. But we see gender identity as working the same way in both. Like the way we talk about gender identity, it's 100% equatable between trans women and trans men. Yet the brain thing doesn't manifest the same way in both. So that doesn't really make much sense.
Biological characteristics associated with gender identity. This is another neuroimaging study. It's a cohort study. I did the same thing. Another one called Brain Sex is Shifted in Transgender Woman. It showed, again,
yeah, brains are super plastic. They look different depending on what time of day it is. They look different depending on how hydrated you are. They look different depending on what your job is and what you like doing in your free time. Who you hang out with. How often you socialize. What kind of stimulants or fucking drugs or whatever you take. What your hormone profile is like. So many different things.
And that people's brains are shifted. When we look at someone's brain, we find that it's shifted towards their respective identity.
None of them show very much of a difference. There was that, hang on, where was it? Like, I recommend, like, a good kind of pushback against this is this Sally Baxendale person.
Thank you. I'm Sally Baxendale. I'm
this video here, like, you can say that SCGM is, like, captured or whatever. Most people are captured one way or another. It's the information that matters. It doesn't matter that much what the channel is. But this Sally Baxendale person seems pretty knowledgeable. Professor of clinical neuropsychology. I mean, like, there was a manifestation of this. This is the kind of thing we're talking about. So, a cis man's brain, the parts that we're talking about are this kind of size. This is a trans woman, and this is a woman. So this is still within the male ranges. It's just on average they're a bit smaller. So what are we actually confirming here?
When the AI machine classified males, it put the males over there, put the females down there, and these transgender women were in the beginning. But if you look at this, they are a subset of the males.
Yeah, there you go.
but it doesn't differentiate. This is a difference that doesn't differentiate. So I think really it's a bit of a red herring looking at this. So where do we go from here in terms of looking at brain?
There's very good evidence that that's the case, and it is the consensus.
There's not good evidence
amongst a few organizations around the world that there is at least a biological underpinning behind gender. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Obstetricians, the American Urological Association, the American Society.
All the same ones that just fucking back up WPATH, by the way. All the ones, every major medical organization says that cutting kids' penises off is the best thing to do to them. I'm exaggerating, whatever. All the same ones that just back up WPATH with all of this.
For Reproductive Medicine, the American College of Physicians, the American Association of Clinical Endocrinology.
And none of this matters. You need to actually, what's the stuff, what's the actual information?
And many more. All of these organizations agree with the consensus that there is at least a biological component to gender. It's not strictly social.
Wow.
Yeah, I understand that some organizations can agree with this, but nonetheless, it still remains the fact that there is no neuroscientific consensus, at least among...
Is there a neurobiological basis to the fact that I don't like eating peas? Is there a neurobiological basis for that?
Neuroscientists and researchers that there is that biological underpinning, but regardless, I'm willing to grant it, but I still want to discuss a few other things. The first thing is I think you mentioned in your videos that these people are essentially, I think you said something along the lines of your sex hormones develop the biological structure of your brain, and that then goes on to develop some kind of female typical or male typical structure. And you said these sex hormones influence brain development in utero and in early development of a fetus and a baby and so forth. And I'm just interested that...
Is he mewing really hard right here? It looks like he's mewing or pouting. He's been pouting the whole time.
Early development of a fetus and a baby and so forth. And I'm just interested that, do you have a longitudinal study showing that these individuals who are trans had these female typical brains at...
What is... Doesn't normally let people put links. Oh, so this person said that they wanted to have an abortion. Okay, wow. And yeah, it's someone being edgy. Wow, amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm sure this person is delightful. Anyway.
At birth, and then they also ended up developing gender dysphoria, had early development of a fetus and a baby and so forth.
Do you know what's better than fried rice with peas in it? Fried rice without peas in it.
And I'm just interested that, do you have a longitudinal study showing that these individuals who are trans had these female typical brains at birth, and then they also ended up developing...
Yeah, we don't know that they had this at birth. We know that they have these brain, phenotypes, whatever we're calling them, a certain way into their life, where it could be influenced by all kinds of things.
Gender dysphoria, in spite of the fact that they were male. The reason why...
This is a basic biological fact. We know that your sex hormones affect how your brain is developing. And we also know that
Yes, we know that.
Differentiation of the brain occurs in utero. And the studies I mentioned...
Yeah, I'm not contesting that.
But none of the studies are going to know whether anyone was washed with the wrong hormone in utero or whatever. Most likely that's not the case. Because for the most part, it is a social thing. There's probably some kind of biological influence because we're biological beings. And your biology influences all kinds of things. It influences your mood and it influences your disposition and shit like that. Some people are going to be predisposed to certain things, and being trans might be one of them. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that it's the main thing worth considering. And when you start out in this debate about what a woman is and why trans women are women, you go straight for the brains shit. It's already not good. Because this probably accounts for a tiny amount of why people transition. And it accounts for a tiny amount of what makes a man and a woman. Overwhelmingly, a woman developed towards producing eggs.
We have one study called Early Androgen Exposure in Human Gender Development.
Hold on. I understand that you have the studies, but my question is, do you have a longitudinal study? Do you know what that is?
A study that goes
Giga chat.
Over a long period of time.
Do you know what that is? I'm liking this woman already.
Do you know what that is?
A study that goes over a long period of time?
Yeah, so I'm interested. You have a study where they take babies, multiple babies. And
This does not exist. I know what she's talking about. So you'd have to get a whole bunch of babies and like find the ones that have been washed with the wrong hormone, or where you can kind of come to an idea that things weren't normal, and then find the ones that then later in life identify as trans, and then see what their brains look like then before they've been on hormones and stuff like that.
track them over time, their brain development.
We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that.
Okay,
why don't we need to do this?
I'm asking because you mentioned
babies over time.
Surely a way of showing that there's a neurobiological basis to gender identity would be to track them over time and see what led up to them coming to the conclusion that they have this or that identity, which you have to do. Your identity does not exist if you can't even fucking formulate it.
Hold on. I'm just asking because you mentioned in your video that these brain structures are developed in early development. That estrogen, what you're referring to, these sex hormones that construct the structure of your brain, this happens like most significantly in early development and in utero. So I'm just interested. Do you have longitudinal studies demonstrating?
Yeah, we don't know. We just don't know this. We don't know who has been, whose development was different in utero, and that's why they're trans. There's just nothing to do with this.
Now, if not, that's fine.
Instead of going on about how we don't need this, well, no, the answer is no. We don't have that.
We don't need longitudinal studies for this because, again, we can see babies.
And if we don't need longitudinal studies, why does every study say more research is needed?
Babies' brains, we can look at the brains and we find that in utero, they are affected by their hormones. But we don't track somebody from birth. We don't need to track somebody from birth and figure out. We can just take a look at people today and go, and the corroborate.
How do you know? How do you know? If someone looked at my brain today, how would they know what hormone went through me in utero? How would they know what my development was like? I just don't think they can.
Data that we take from scans of babies in utero, right? We don't need to actually track them down over many years. That makes no sense. You could just look at the brain as it is today and go,
well, no, because you'd find the ones that had abnormal development in utero, and then you see how many of them were trans, because that would indicate how much that corresponds to a gender identity that's different from your sex. Surely.
Oh yeah, that's how they develop because of this other evidence.
Okay,
that's how science works. We make a cumulative case. We don't just.
That's how science works.
We don't look at, if we want to know how trees grow, we don't go, do you have a study that shows me a seed became a tree over 25 years? We don't even do that.
No, what is he talking about? If you want to see how a tree grows, then yeah, you'd watch it from the start all the way up. Like, obviously. How the fuck else? You can make a lot of inferences, but you won't get good data if you're not actually just watching it happen and observing and making notes.
We make it right. We don't need to actually track them down over many years. That makes no sense. You could just look at the brain as it is today and go, oh yeah, that's how they develop because of this other evidence.
Okay,
that's how science.
But the brain changes shape because of so many different things.
We make a cumulative case. We don't look at, if we want to know how trees grow, we don't go, do you have a study that shows me a seed became a tree over 25 years? We don't even do that.
The reason why I asked that.
We have examples of a seed growing in a certain way. We have examples of the different stages of a tree growing. We don't need to look at.
Yes, which you would watch. Whatever.
One tree and see it grow over 30 years. That makes no sense.
Okay, the reason why it does make sense is that because if you're isolating the variable to sex hormones, you need to provide me with a longitudinal.
What's this guy doing? He's such a dick.
Study showing that this is consistent from birth in order to isolate that variable. The reason why is because. Okay, the reason why it does make sense is that because if you're isolating the variable to sex hormones, you need to provide me with a longitudinal study showing that this is consistent from birth in order to isolate that variable. The reason why is because I think you understand that there is general consensus amongst neuroscientists that brains are indeed plastic, right? They have plasticity, right? So they can change over time by social, environmental influences. So even something as simple as my diet can influence the structure of my brain and how it develops and so forth. Me getting a brain injury at a young age can develop it. Hold on. The reason why I'm asking for a longitudinal study.
He interrupts a lot. Very, very clear sign of an insecure debater.
Is for you to isolate it to purely sex.
Listen, if someone's like saying a lot of wrong shit, which I really don't think she is, then it's fair enough to interrupt a lot. If you're not actually debating and you just don't like someone, then do what you want. But like in general, it just makes you look like a dick.
my diets can influence the structure of my brain and how it develops and so forth. Me getting a brain injury at a young age can develop it. Hold on. The reason why I'm asking for a longitudinal study is for you to isolate it to purely sex hormones from birth and in utero and so forth. I want to see that isolation by a longitudinal study.
You're caricaturizing the situation. It's not that it's only sex hormones. There's a multitude of factors involved with how the brain develops.
So how do you know how much of it is like sex hormones in utero? How do you know how much of that even plays a factor?
But the point is that we know that hormones, particularly in utero, because there are certain surges of hormones that occur at this particular time.
Yes, and how do you know anyone had any like surge of fucking hormones? And how does that pertain to trans? What if there are lots of people that kind of get the wrong hormone going on, but actually most of them are just cis? Then what? What if it doesn't actually track?
Time period. It doesn't happen in that way the rest of your life. It only happens in utero. And that's why we look at that particular stage of life.
I'm pretty sure that's not even true. I'm sure in puberty the same thing happens, but okay.
It doesn't happen in that way the rest of your life. It only happens in utero. And that's why we look at that particular stage of life and go, oh yeah, the brain is heavily influenced by those hormones. And we don't...
You challenge him to a debate. Okay.
Just like when it comes to a tree, like, do you think we need to have longitudinal studies of a tree growing? Like, we need to look at one tree and see how it grows over 30 years to know how trees grow?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be the best way of knowing how a tree grows?
Yeah. You don't think that we
have to look at one tree? You think we have to look at one tree?
No, not one singular. No, not one singular particular tree. But we would have a sample. That's not
how science works. It
is how science. Then what's the?
He's like so patronizing.
I do research. I do research, and I'm literally a biology major. I have research assistantship. I understand how like scientific methodology.
You're a biology major?
Yes,
you think that we have to look at one tree develop over 30 years?
To understand tree development and so forth. Yes, we do.
I hope she starts getting nastier, because like this is so fucking dumb. She needs to like at a certain point you need to like put your foot down and start putting him in his place. She's doing well so far. Listen, I'm glad I found this, to be honest.
You need to have a longitudinal study and track it over time.
No, we don't. We have.
Why would you not?
You want to debate First Amendment? You know, he just goes on stream. He has like a phone number and stuff you can call. Or you can like join him on Discord and just talk to him. That's how I've done it. I was going to talk to him again because I do want to go over the trans brain shit more. But I think like stuff was going down. I got ill and then stuff was going down that he was talking about that I'm like, that probably is more important than talking to some tranny from the UK about microscopic differences in people's brains that mean nothing, but he insists means something, so...
Because we can look at the tree at various stages and we go, oh yeah, trees grow in these particular ways.
Okay, what's a study where we've looked at a trans person on various stages, including around when they were born and when they were in the uterus, to determine that gender identity has a neurobiological basis beyond us being neurobiological beings with gender identities?
Ways. We don't have
wait, I'm curious. How would you look at the I'm curious. How would you look at the same tree in various different stages? That's a longitudinal study. It's assessing the tree over time in different stages.
It's ridiculous to do that.
Yeah, he's pretending she means what she wants is to literally sit there and watch someone's brain and for it to just carry on. Like, for the study to just carry on the entire time they're alive. Like, someone has gotten, like, probes in their brain for like 20 years of their life and you're watching literally everything. He seems to think that's what she's talking about, which obviously is not the case. I thought it was one of the line guys. I think he's been on the line, but it's basically the same thing. That's another thing I need to get into is like fucking dodgy fucking debate shit by people like this and Joe Van Bradley in the fucking line. I hate all that shit so much. And that's the thing. I think the line and debate bro fucking idiots like this are far worse like representation for trans people than lillytino personally. But people like Dean Withers would never criticize those people. They don't care that these people are fucking asshats.
Like, for example, do you think...
Okay, listen, just calm down.
No, Raz. Right? No. Do you think that in order to know how humans grow, we have to study one particular baby over 35 years to see how it develops?
No, listen, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm asking for right now.
God, this guy's such a dick.
No, listen, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm asking for right now. I mean...
What did trans people do? Hey, Mike Brigandy, what did trans people do to deserve you being an ally? Why can't you find some other cause? Is there nothing else you're interested in that you can talk about instead of trans people? Why are you making us look bad? Why are you Why are you fucking associating yourself with us? We don't want you. Fuck off. Go away.
Wait, you didn't really get me on anything. I don't know why you're doing that. I'm asking you for a longitudinal study for the purpose of you...
We don't need a longitudinal study for this. That's not how science works. That's not how science works. You don't know how science works.
I do know how science...
We make cumulative cases. We don't
I didn't say...
I should totally call the line. I mean, I don't really want to because... Like, I guess I would if the opportunity came up. But I know it's just going to be bullshit. To be honest, I'd rather influence as many people as possible to never call them. And to just let them fucking rot. But there's always going to be morons on the gender critical side who fancy a challenge and aren't really up to it. And that's pretty much where they get their clips from. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day. I'm not really inclined to.
I never said one baby. I never said, let's calm down. Listen, we can be respectful. I'm asking you for a longitudinal study because for you to isolate that variable to sex hormones and say that's what structures predominantly the brain, I need to see that isolation of the variable.
Again, it's not. I never said just sex hormones influence the brain. There's a multitude of factors.
So then what's the relevance of bringing up sex hormones?
Yeah, so like, yeah, exactly. To what extent do they influence it then? What if they just don't really influence it in the way that he says they do at all? And it is mostly just other factors.
Because they have a huge influence on how the brain develops with respect to people's genders.
Okay, so then tell me...
Because we know that we study trans people, for example, we can study their hormones, we can study their brains, and we can make the connections between how the brain evolved.
Yeah, but then you run into like, you know, correlation causation issues. Because it's very easy to just see a link between these things and ignore any other things, you know what I mean?
Developed over time, and what happens in babies in the utero.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have the longitudinal study. I guess the second issue that I have with the claim that you're making...
You don't have a longitudinal study of a person, of yourself growing.
I don't need a single person. I think you misunderstand.
And I don't need a study for fucking trans people. Just like I don't need a study to show you how I
don't need a study for trans people, but my entire thing is, here's a bunch of studies that show tiny changes in the brain, therefore trans is a neurobiological phenomenon. Wow, wow.
Grew over 30 years. That's ridiculous.
I don't need a single person. I think you misunderstand.
And I don't need a study for fucking trans people. Just like I don't need a study to show you how I grew over 30 years. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not saying I need a study of you. I need a study to understand how humans in general progress and develop. Yes, I would need to have a longitudinal study and track them over time to track
No, we don't. We don't need to track a person down for 50
It doesn't need
years.
to...
That's not how biology works. I'm sorry. You're just not understanding how science works.
Oh, he's just being too nice. He's just being a dick at this point. Just be a dick back. I beg you.
Okay.
It's cumulative. We expected...
By the way, doesn't this look good? A man talking down to a woman. A woman who actually works in this field or like studies in this field. Just a man talking down to a woman. In service of trans rights. Fuck that shit. Go away. Do something else. Be someone else's ally. Someone who actually fucking asked you to. Because fucking trans people sure as shit didn't. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. I hate allies. I hate allies. I hate allies so fucking much. It is unreal. It's good to be there for trans people in your life. It's good to, like, be a good person to other people. It's not good to take on these, like, insane, overvalued fucking ideas and try and debate bro other people into accepting trans people by going around being a fucking dick. That's not okay. And no one is asking you to do this. If you want to be, stop being a fucking ally. No more allies. Everyone that thinks they're a fucking trans ally, stop being a fucking trans ally. Stop debating all this shit. If you want to be a trans ally, then just be friends with some trans people and be there for them and make sure they're okay. And make sure that they have someone in their life that values them. Because that's mostly what people need, is just other people in their lives to fucking show that they are valued and wanted and give them some fucking company. Because like plenty of trans people out there are probably kind of fucking lonely, you know what I mean? So just do that. Why do this? Just stop. Oh my God.
Listen, for you to establish a causal relation, a cause-effect relationship that sex hormones affect brain development and brain structure, yes, you do need a longitudinal study. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. But anyways,
study it in utero. We can study it in babies in utero. That's not enough for you?
That's fine. That's fine. Let's move on to the next thing. What I wanted to move on to was...
It's fine? It's fine
now? Your argument... Listen, you're just not going to provide me with a longitudinal study and you don't understand the relevance of it, so it's fine. So let's move on to the next thing.
This is a futility fallacy. You're just suggesting, it's not perfect. Therefore, you're wrong.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, the world isn't perfect. We don't need a perfect world to know how the world works, though. We don't need data.
I never made that argument.
How the universe operates.
I never made that argument. But anyways, The second issue that I had was that your argument is essentially parasitic upon sex. If you're arguing that gender identity is developed or determined by the brain structure, and the brain structure is developed by sex hormones, then you are arguing that a trans person needs to have the hormonal baseline of a female that would then produce the...
This lady have a channel. This is her channel. So this person Raz right here. What's that at? At Razkia. That's the channel if you want to look it up. Just seems interesting.
Biological structure, female typical structure, or brain structure, they would need to have that hormonal baseline in order to have that female typical brain structure and then be considered a woman.
No. So first of all, my argument is not solely contingent on the neuroscience. My argument is linguistically valid in the sense that I made a linguistic case that trans women are women. The neuroscience just happens to support my argument further. But my point is that...
But you opened with like the brain stuff.
We do have studies showing that the hormones are not relevant in the adult stages. They're only relevant to a certain degree, right? Not as much as in utero. But when it comes to adult people, we look at their brain structures. We look at the way the brain is oriented, the way the brain is structured. And that's how we know, yeah, this person has a particular brain phenotype that, oh, look, it's highly corresponding to their gender. Oh, would you look at that? That's the evidence that transgender have a particular...
Not highly corresponding. There's some evidence of this in trans women. There's not good evidence of this in trans men. And we treat both identities as the same. It functions the same way in both men and women. Yeah, in men it manifests in certain ways in the brain, or males or trans women. In trans men it doesn't seem to. So why is that? The thing is, what is annoying is that I don't think this person is as well versed in the actual studies. And maybe they end up fucking looking at them, I'm not sure. I don't see that they do, maybe they do, off screen or whatever. But like, those are the things you have to, if you know the studies, then there's a lot of criticisms you can make very easily.
Particular brain that is different from others. Just like I have a different brain than you with respect to my gender. And so we can categorize these different brains and say, oh yeah, if you have this type of brain, it fits in this category, that's a man. If it's in this category, that would predispose somebody to being a woman.
Predispose someone to being, it's just silly, man. How come WPATH doesn't suggest anyone gets their brain scanned to see if they're trans? How come I was never asked to get a brain scan or suggested to? How come no trans people get their brain scanned to see if they're likely to be trans or not? Because we don't actually use this for anything. It doesn't actually matter. Because you're just going to say anyone that says they're trans is trans anyway. You know? So then what is the relevance of any of this? It's not very well studied, and it doesn't apply very well to females when it does to males, to an extent. But the way in which it does apply to males is pretty lukewarm at best.
Okay, so you think that...
Why can't we see me? I'm not on cam today. I don't really feel like it.
That essentially if brains are relevantly similar, then I can therefore identify with them.
What?
So if
no, you don't identify with the brain.
I'm asking you. Okay. So
your
I have a female. Let me explain to you. Can I explain to you what I'm trying to say? Okay. You're referring to female typical brains, right? And so you're saying if a trans person has a relevantly similar brain, that is a brain structure similar to that of a female typical person, then they therefore can identify as a woman. So I'm asking you if things are relevantly similar. Brain structures are. I'm asking you if brain structures are relevantly similar. Does that now mean I can identify with that?
The evidence highly suggesting that if somebody has a particular brain type, they're going to be predisposed to identifying.
I'm asking you for your position. If my brain...
This isn't... I mean, this can't be true. This can't be true when you look at something like this. So how come... Let's take this kind of section here, the bottom half of men. How come these men are all just cisgender men? You know? How come this person here is a trans woman? But this person here is a cisgender man. That doesn't really make very much sense, you know? You could say maybe there's a predisposition, but that's saying almost nothing. That's like you see some vague thing that doesn't really mean anything, and you have to come to some kind of conclusion that's got some positivity to it. So that's what you say.
For example, is relevant...
So he says highly correlated. How is it highly correlated? This is off one of those studies. How is it highly correlated?
Similar to a female typical brain. Does that now mean that I identify as a woman?
it's likely that your brain, if it fits in the woman category, you're going to be predisposed to identifying as woman. Yes.
Okay, is it fitting in the woman category or the female category? Is it a female typical brain or
female is a sex? Is not a gender. Female is a sex. And
yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking for the distinction.
Do you recognize the sex-gender distinction?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you for the distinction. Is it a woman-like brain or is it a female-like brain?
Woman-like. There's no such thing as a female.
Okay, so then what is the relevance? Yes, there is.
What do you mean there's no... Oh my god, how is he this dumb? How is he that... What do you mean there's no such thing as a female brain? You have to believe that male and female brains are different. Otherwise, why do you believe any of this? Oh my god, this guy is so fucking stupid. This doesn't make any sense. What are you saying? Actually, this is actually driving me insane. How can you say that? It doesn't make any sense. These aren't woman brains. These are like female brains. And then these are male brains. On your fucking study, saying that they're different. And that male and female brains are actually far more different than man and woman brains. Which have a lot more fucking overlap. Because they fucking have to. Because these are woman brains apparently, but they're in male bodies and they look more like male brains. And then trans men brains are going to be like even lower than this. But those are men brains. Like the female-male distinction in the brain is actually stronger than the fucking woman-man fucking distinction. He's so stupid.
So within, wait, this is so funny. Within neuroscience, when we talk about sexed brains, it's in the word. We're talking about sexed brains. So female typical or male typical brains. We don't necessarily refer to like woman typical or male typical, I mean, man typical brains, because that would vary from society to society and culture to culture, right? Anyways, but yeah, we have sexed brains. So I'm asking you, are we referring to something woman? What is the relevance? Hold on. If we're referring to woman as the social construct, then what is the relevance of bringing up sex hormones?
Because sex hormones influence how the brain develops, and the brain's development influences your gender.
Okay, so then the brain...
So then it's a function of sex? Because those hormones come from your gonads? Okay.
Development being parasitic upon sex. Sex hormones means that
irrelevant.
it is... That means... What? What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Sex isn't... Fuck me, dude. Actually, fuck me sideways. Sex is never irrelevant when you're talking about gender, because gender is derived from sex. It's never irrelevant. What do you think masculine and feminine mean? Why do you think it is that when people say man and woman, 99.9% of the time they're talking about sex? It's insane. It's insane.
Wait, I don't think you understand how...
You think sex hormones equals your sex?
No, but I don't think you understand how...
So
wait, hold on, can I finish speaking? I don't think you understand how sex hormones work, or by...
Sex hormones don't equal your gender, do they? Most people that are female gendered or woman gendered but male, they probably had normal hormones. They probably had a normal male hormonal profile in their life for the most part.
Biology works, or these mechanisms that are how our reproductive biology works, right? Sex hormones are co-occurring with other biological mechanisms. They don't occur independently. You don't just happen to have the hormonal baseline of a female, but then like you have everything else that's male. That's not typical. It is typically 99.
Yeah, that's like a really rare thing that she's talking about.
Hold on. My point here is that it is, hold on. It is 99% of the time going to be the case that if someone has the hormonal baseline of a female, that they also likely have the other biological co-occurring mechanisms like primary sex characteristics, secondary sex characteristics, genes, and so forth.
That's not true at all.
Yes, that is. That's how biology works. Wait, can you tell me? Wait. If that's not true, can you tell me? Wait. If that's not true, can you tell me the co-occurring mechanisms?
First of all, we know that certain people have, in the case
I'm asking you, can you tell me the co-occurring mechanisms?
They have more testosterone than males sometimes.
Can you tell me the co-occurring mechanisms?
Wait. Do you agree?
No, you can't. You can't dodge my question. Don't dodge my question. I'm asking you. What are the co-occurring mechanisms if you believe that that's not how it works?
The co-occurring mechanisms for sex hormone production?
For biological properties, when it comes to being female, what are the co-occurring mechanisms?
The gonads we're talking about.
Which is sex?
The androgen receptors?
No. Okay, so these are how co-occurring biological properties work, right? They are underlying stabilizing mechanisms. You don't just happen to have the hormonal baseline of a female arbitrarily, right? It is typically going to be the case. Hold on, let me explain it. Hold on, let me explain.
Jesus Christ.
Can I finish? Let me explain the relevance to you, right?
Like small dick energy.
So it is likely going to be the case that if I have the hormonal baseline of a female, that I'm also going to likely be female in all the other relevant aspects because there are stabilizing mechanisms. For example,
this is irrelevant.
hold on, it is relevant though. Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
I agree that
Can you let me
females have a
finish?
particular baseline.
You have not let me like speak longer than 30 seconds. Can you please let me finish?
That just because you're female doesn't mean you're a woman.
Can you let me finish?
You could be a man and be female. You can be a woman and be male.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
Two different.
You can be a man and be female. You can be a woman and be male. Most people disagree with you on that, bro. You can be perceived as a woman if you're male. You're not actually a woman.
Categories of things.
That's why we need to talk about it being a social thing far more than a fucking neurobiological thing. Because that's what matters. Let's say you have a trans woman who has the most phenotypically female looking fucking brain ever, but is also the brickiest, most manly fucking looking man to ever exist, and then they transition and they still look like a fucking man. What the fuck difference does it make what their brain phenotype is?
You're misunderstanding. Can I please finish? Okay, great. So there are underlying stabilizing mechanisms such as like shared genetic and developmental programs, gonadal differentiation, genital organ development, regulatory feedback loops, concepts such as like functional integration. So this relates to like traits that essentially fit together because they're parts of an integrated biological system and so forth. There's much more I can get into, but they're stabilizing mechanisms. They co-occur together. So as I mentioned before, you have the expression of particular genes, and these genes express certain systems and organs and so forth and hormones. These don't just occur independently. We don't just happen to have a male, right?
I agree.
Hold on. We don't just happen to have a male who has the sex hormone baseline of a female that would then result in the brain development of a female typical or woman typical brain.
We do. Yes, we do. That happens all the time. We have a person who's a male, but it turns out that their brain develops into more a female type of brain or woman type brain.
That would likely, it is statistically likely that if someone happens to have the hormonal baseline of a female as a male, that they are going to. Hold on. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? You didn't even let me. You didn't even let me finish. 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 Let me finish. It is statistically likely to be the case that if we have a male who has the hormonal baseline of a female, that is going to be the case that he has some kind of chromosomal or genetic disorder that is resulting in the expression of these characteristics, and alongside that, he's going to have the expression of other similar female characteristics. That's why we have
Yeah, like the whole point is when we talk about trans people and their brains, we're talking about people overwhelmingly who are normal sexual development. Like you get some trans people who have DSDs, but you get cis people who have DSDs. You know what I mean? The most part, the trans woman we're talking about develop normally.
Intersex people.
Yeah, that's irrelevant to gender.
I'm not saying it's relevant to gender. Mike, let me help you track it. My point here is the purpose of mentioning this is you are saying that these sex hormones are going to at least initiate development of the brain into something that is female typical. And I just don't think you understand how co-occurring biological mechanisms work.
Okay, so then why are there studies demonstrating that androgen exposure influences how the human brain develops?
I'm not saying that hormones don't influence how the brain develops.
Okay, so then what is your point here?
You are saying that there is a link.
What is your point? Every time she talks, he interrupts. Jesus Christ.
Between sex hormones developing a phenotypical brain and then causing someone to have gender incongruence. So I'm telling you, it is not going to be the case statistically. It is not going to be the case statistically that a male has the hormonal baseline of a female that then produces the brain structure that is female typical.
That's why it's statistically unlikely to be transgender.
Does this, oh my god, does this person think that overwhelmingly people with DSDs are like 1,000 times more likely to be transgender than people who had normal developments? I just don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. If anything, there's evidence out there that plenty of trans people pretend they have DSDs or go around saying they do, but actually don't. Like maybe it is slightly more likely. I'm not sure. But there's lots of people with DSDs out there who have like, you know, androgen receptive issues or whatever the fuck else that transition, that don't transition. Like, I don't know, what are we saying here? This like predictive model is just rubbish. It's just nonsense. It doesn't work. Like, surely in these studies, it makes clear what kind of people they're talking about, whether any of them are intersex or anything. If none of them are, then they had normal hormonal profiles pretty much. Because they have to. And maybe it is to an extent the case that the men up here are like high T and the men down here are like low T. Maybe that is a factor. But then these people are still cis anyway. So what's this predicting? If you've got a particularly large, these parts of the brain, you're more likely to be this. You're more likely to be cis male. If you have a smaller size part of the brain, you might be one or the other. Like, what are we even saying here? What are we even saying here? Yeah, surely for what he's saying to be true, people with DSDs have to be transitioning at far higher rates than people without. I just don't think that's true. I don't know of any evidence for that.
Oh my god. Okay, I have a question for you. If you believe if you believe that trans people have the hormonal baseline of let's say a trans woman has the hormonal baseline of a female.
Yeah, a male with a female hormonal profile. There has to be a reason why they have that hormonal profile. It's probably not the wrong hormone washed them in the womb. It's probably they have a fucking condition that makes that so. It's like, oh, it's crazy. This guy is fucking nuts. Why is it always these people? Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Right, in spite of the fact that they're male, and they haven't transitioned yet, then why is it the case that they need to go in hormone replacement therapy?
Because hormone replacement therapy enhances somebody's gender expression, okay?
But they already have the hormonal baseline.
No, they don't. That's not what every.
But that's in order for you to develop a female typical brain, you would need to have the hormonal baseline. What?
In utero, not after puberty.
But we don't know that any of them. Where's the evidence that trans women were overwhelmingly washed with the wrong hormone in utero? Where's the evidence for that? You can't say it's just based on what the brain looks like now. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That could be for so many different reasons. But she's telling him all this, and he's not fucking listening. So it's like, what do you do? Where do you go with these fucking people? Would it work if a trans person told him this? Probably fucking not. Because the problem is, if you're a trans person that actually says things that make sense on this subject, you just get called a pick-me. You just get called someone who is like trying to undermine fucking the status quo or whatever. And is like trying to be one of the good ones to the right toys, as if I give a slightest fuck about that. Someone who is currently being fucking censored by the fucking right. So it's like, what do you do with these people? It's like this kind of stop helping me thing. But anyone that tells these people to stop helping them is like a bad person and shouldn't be listened to. But this guy is not trans. I don't know, man.
Okay, so do you have a study demonstrating to me that he's trans? Wait. So give me a study. So give me a study. Wait, amazing. So give me a study that shows me that these trans people had a female typical brain in utero.
There we go.
They have a female typical brain now. That's what.
Why? Why do they have female typical? They don't have female typical brains. They don't have. I'm actually going to explode. They don't have female typical brains. You can't say that based on these fucking studies, man. You can't say that. You actually. I don't know. Which one should I bring up? Which one should I fucking bring up? What was that fucking thing that First Amender sent me? Let me find his fucking message. Because I read it fucking ages ago now. Even that does not say what he's saying. It just doesn't. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? I mean, we can use this graph thing here. Hang on. It's so annoying. It's actually so annoying. Oh, it's massive. Why is it? Fine, what's the fucking study? Trans women do not have female typical brains. They have brains that look slightly more like a female typical brain compared to the average male. And you can't even say this about trans men, so it doesn't fucking work. Because for that to be the case and for it to make sense, then that means that gender identity functions differently in females than it does in males, but we don't treat it that way. So again, we get to what is the use of any of this? Let me just find the right bit, because this one also has like a graph. It's just not true. It's just not true. He is just lying. You are just lying, Mike Brigandy. Lying on our behalf for all zero trans people that asked you to. This one has like a graph as well. Jesus, how zoomed in? Oh, it's because I was getting like fucking camera shots of the trough dribbling fucking wine down his chin for a video. Wow, epic. Yeah, so this graph, for example. So on these graphs, You've got cis men, cis women, trans men, trans women. All of these graphs, can you see the ones on each side, far left and far right, look similar, and middle left and middle right look similar. Far right is trans women, far left is cis men. So these aren't female typical brains, because these brains, even these specific spots where we're saying there's differences, they look more like male brains than female brains. So actually trans women in general have male typical brains. They're just not as male typical as your average cis man. That's what these studies show. And this is, you know, we looked at First Amender, who also believes in all this shit. This is his crowning piece of evidence. It does not show that trans women have female typical brains. You cannot say that. If you are saying that, you are making shit up and you are just wrong. And then we can use this as well. This is, I don't know if it's the same study or a different study. Very, very clearly, trans women have male typical brains. She even shows, like, she even transposes it on there. It's male typical still. It's just not as male typical. Like, fuck me, dude. Okay, just wait for it to... It has to load the video we've been watching for like 45 minutes. How nice.
Typical brain, you would need to have the hormonal baseline. What?
In utero, not after puberty.
Okay, so do you have a study demonstrating to me that he's trans? Wait. So give me a study. Wait. So give me a study.
Isn't that bullying the trough just like fam yours? You're an idiot. Okay, you're actually an idiot. Have you watched my video, Billy? Have you watched my video? I did not bully the fucking trough. The trough got traumatized as fuck because of shit that Femyoz repeatedly says on his stream. I cut all of that out. I didn't want to show him being genuinely fucking upset because of Femyoz's actions. I did want to show that he wasn't taking the Sarah Faye rape thing very seriously, and that it reflects badly when his co-host on that now makes rape jokes. Does that make sense? Watch my actual fucking video and don't fucking bring that to my door, because it's bullshit.
Wait, amazing. So give me a study that... Wait. So give me a study. Wait. So give me a study. Wait, amazing. So give me a study that shows me that these trans people had a female typical brain in utero.
They have a female typical brain now.
No, they don't. That's not what the studies say. That's not what the evidence says. You're just fucking wrong.
And it translated throughout time. That's what they were born with.
You are really shifting the goalpost.
That's what they were... You also can't say their brain must have been similar when they were a kid because of how it looks now. That doesn't make any fucking sense to say, because of what we know about what changes the shape of it. Like a fucking taxi driver, a certain part of his brain or her brain will be like overdeveloped, like bigger on average, because of all the shit they have to memorize, or all the oh, you watched it on Femyo. Okay, so you got all the fucking propaganda from your dipshit fucking diaper-loving fucking lover that you fucking simp for some reason. You got all the propaganda from that person who literally fucking trolls the ever-loving shit out of the trough and then acts like his mate again afterwards to get him back on side. Meanwhile, Trough is completely fucking up all his potential because he is never going to get on with both fucking Femyoz's people and Parry's people because they all fucking hate each other. Does that make sense? Watch my shit on its own. I'm not banning you. Just stop being a dick and stop listening to fucking freaks like Femyoz. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Anyway, what are we talking about?
And it translated throughout time. That's what they were born with.
You are really shifting the goalpost.
Yeah, there's so many different things that change the way that your brain develops and influence the way your brain develops. So you can't just say, well, trans people supposedly have opposite sex typical brains, which isn't even true, and we can use their fucking evidence to show that. Okay, you watched mine, so you understand then. So why are you asking me why I'm bullying the trough? It's very simple. Fucking listen and observe. Whatever. I don't know. Just stop being a dick. Yeah, you can't say that it must have been the same as a kid as it is as an adult. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That could be for so many different reasons. But then every time she questions this, he just starts saying it's irrelevant and starts talking over her. This is just steamrolling.
Either you're being really disingenuous or you're genuinely not tracking what I'm trying to communicate.
Do you think your brain can switch over time?
Switch over time? It just develops, man.
Female type brain?
Brains have plasticity.
Yeah. You think that's not what it asked?
Can it switch to a female typical? Well, no, because it isn't female. It isn't female typical. It just isn't female fucking Who is teaching this fucking guy this shit?
Do you think the brain can transform over 20 years?
Surely it is definitely the case that someone's brain in infancy could look more like an average male brain, but then develop in a way that makes it look more like a female typical brain. Surely that is undeniably the case because of how plastic brains are.
From a male type brain to a female type brain?
I don't believe in sex brains, but if referring to male typical brains and female typical brains, that is what was typically associated with them. We don't have how do I say this, dimorphic brains, but if you're referring to typical female brains, yeah, I believe that because plasticity. Yes, I do. I literally study neuroscience. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what a co-occurring mechanism is.
So this is basic neuroscience, and we know that the brain doesn't change that much, such that somebody can have a male to a female type brain. That doesn't happen. We know that it stays rather consistent.
We know that it stays consistently based on what? You scoff at the idea of longitudinal studies. Don't you need longitudinal studies to know this? But then when she mentions wanting longitudinal studies, you fucking take the piss out of her. So I don't know.
You think with 100% certainty? Wait. Can you give me a study that shows me that a brain can't change to that extent at all? Like 100% cannot change that extent.
There's no evidence that your brain can go from male to female type over time.
Okay, that doesn't mean that it's impossible, right? I'm telling you that brains have plasticity. Wait, brains have plasticity? Wait, brains have? The reason why...
Fuck me. What's the evidence to the contrary, though? What's the evidence that almost everyone's brains just stay in that typical range? Like, it doesn't...
The reason why some trans people are likely to have a female typical brain, let's say for example a trans woman has a female typical brain, is not because they have the sex hormonal baseline of a female. That's ridiculous. That would make them likely intersex statistically. Let me finish speaking.
Isn't that what he was suggesting earlier? That their hormone profile must have been different. But then you get to, so why aren't people with DSDs just all transitioning? Why isn't every single person with some kind of androgen sensitivity or like anything that makes you low T, why aren't they all just transitioning? Are women with PCOS more likely to transition than women without PCOS?
Let me finish speaking. Oh my god, we need to be classy about this. We can't engage with each other if you don't let me finish my points and you interrupt me and I can't even land. And then I end up forgetting my points because you're interrupting me. I give you the
Yeah, maybe that's the idea. Maybe he's so fucking insecure and doesn't know what he's talking about. And is such a fucking grifting fucking hack piece of shit that in order to make this work, he just throws you off at every opportunity. That is perfectly possible to be the case. Because plenty of these people, they just want to be good people. And they think that sticking up for a marginalized community by pushing bunk fucking pseudoscience is being a good person. Well, it's not being a good person. It's being a fucking bad person. You're a grifter and no trans people should ever listen to you.
Grace to at least finish your sentences, so give me the grace to finish my sentences. My point here is, I don't even remember what I was saying, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, my point here is that they don't have that sex hormonal baseline. I think the reason why trans people have the typical brain of the gender that they desire, right, that is incongruent with their sex, right? I think the reason why they have that brain is, why are you like shaking your head? I haven't even landed. The reason why yeah, my point here is that they don't have that sex hormonal baseline. I think the reason why trans people have the typical brain of the gender that they desire, right, that is
which they don't even. You've accepted a faulty premise on his side now. How nice.
Incongruent with their sex, right? I think the reason why they have that brain is, why are you like shaking your head? I haven't even landed. The reason why they have that brain.
There's no such thing as desiring a brain.
Can I finish?
He's such a dick. He's such a fucking dick. He's worse than Joe Van Bradley, I think. They just pick up on words and just hammer them. And someone like Jovan Bradley just asks you a bunch of questions to get you to say something that is, you know, incongruent with something previously that you said, which he's probably going to trick you into saying. Like, I watched him debate that Liz person that I kind of know, that's in my chat sometimes, in my Discord. And she tripped up at one point because he was just asking loads of questions. It was kind of confusing as to what he was getting to. And so she answered something incorrectly. And then he held that against her because it didn't logically follow from stuff she previously said. But she didn't actually mean what she said. She got tripped up by his fucking word games. These people don't debate. This isn't debate. This is bullshit.
Can I finish? Can I finish, please? Yeah, so the reason why they have that incongruence, I think, has to do more with plasticity, and how do I say this? How they were socialized and raised and so forth, or perhaps it's a neural. Can I finish speaking? Can I finish?
Where's your evidence of that?
Or perhaps
Where's your evidence of that?
Or can I finish speaking?
There's like so much evidence for like neuroplasticity. It's unreal, but okay.
Are you gonna let me speak? Because you're making me forget my points because you keep interrupting, and I don't know if you're trying to be rhetorical, but it's failing you. You're looking really bad. Let me finish my points. So what I was saying is that the reason why they have this incongruence, I believe, would likely be either due to some kind of environmental or social aspect that causes brain plasticity, or it's going to be because maybe. Can I finish speaking? Let me finish. Mike, maybe this is why. Mike.
I'm going to be real. I would have fucking left this debate a decent while ago by now. I would have left. How the fuck did she stick this out for fucking 3 hours? Almost. Like, fucking hell. I mean, that's impressive. I'll give her that. If trans women are women, then are normal women men. I mean, normal women are women. And technically, trans women aren't women. It's just that if they pass well enough, people will perceive them as women, and that's supposed to be the goal. But now we get confused because people, fucking idiots like Mike Brigandy, want to go around saying that actually we have trans brains and we have innate gender identities. That's what we know ourselves to really be, even though that's complete bullshit. So I don't know, man. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Mike, maybe this is why people mute you. Let me finish speaking. You won't even let me get past the
This
first
is why people mute. Yeah, she should mute him. You should mute him. Who fucking cares?
Sentence. You're fumbling so bad, you're blundering, and that's why you don't want to let me finish. Let me finish. My point is, and I can give you my reasons why if you will let me land. My point in that being is that I think that the reason why they have that incongruence is because of some kind of social or environmental factor that influences plasticity, coupled with the fact that I think there might be some kind of...
I don't think the brain structure really has that much to do with, like, the incongruent stuff. Like, maybe there's I don't know, man. It's very chicken or the egg. It's so hard to argue either way, because you just don't know what precedes what, you know? When we know that all sorts of things alter the way that your brain like develops and what it looks like, and that it just naturally fluctuates anyway. Like, my brain probably looks different now than it did when I started my stream, because I've drank like most of a glass of water. You know what I mean? It's absolutely painful. But the thing is, to a lot of trans people, I think it's far more like social, it's far more cultural. Like, less people would transition if they weren't shamed for being, like, gender non-conforming. That's, like, social shit. Whether or not your brain looks a certain way doesn't really matter much. You have certain preferences, and you get shamed for those preferences because you're male and you like the color pink or some shit by other men. And if that happens all the fucking time, it makes you more likely to think, you know, you internalize it. Okay, I like this thing that I'm not supposed to like because I'm a man. Maybe I'm actually a woman. And that makes sense to think, even if it's not really how shit works, you know?
Neurodevelopmental or neurogenetic component to it that we still don't understand, because this is typical when it comes to a lot of neurological disorders. I do think that there's a real neurological reason as to why people experience these things in gender dysphoria. I don't think it's some kind of fake thing. It definitely is a real disorder, and people struggle with it, and people struggle with this incongruence. But you tying it to sex hormones is, I think, just disingenuous, because you don't have a longitudinal study.
Yeah, it's just not helpful.
Demonstrating that to me.
Yeah, but he's stating that it's a real influence. He's stating that trans people must have been washed with the wrong hormone in the womb, and there's just not evidence for that.
Sex hormones, my point here is, are not relevant.
I've given you several studies.
The sex hormones are not relevant.
You don't think sex hormones are relevant to brain development?
No, I just don't think they're relevant to the argument you're making.
They are extremely relevant because...
Yeah, I think she's saying they're not really relevant in terms of who becomes trans. There's not a hormonal profile that we can observe reliably makes people trans. I don't know what my hormone profile was like as a man, you know? Or like as a cis man or whatever.
Again, in utero, your hormones affect how the brain develops, which then goes on to predispose your identity. That's
okay,
why.
So can you provide me?
How does it predispose your identity then? How can you say it predisposes your identity when the evidence is based on people who already have the identity now showing signs of their brain being slightly different on average? It just doesn't work.
With a longitudinal study showing that these people have in utero a
Here
phenotypic
we go
brain.
again. Provide me a longitudinal study that you grew to your age today.
The standard of evidence he is working off is so fucking shit. And every time she points it out, he gets fucking defensive. He gets pissy.
Okay, that's fine. You
It
can
doesn't
keep dodging.
exist. That's not how science works, man.
That's fine. That's fine. You're just gonna keep dodging.
It doesn't exist, therefore that's not how science works. No, most people just don't take the trans brain seriously, so it's not very well studied.
You don't need longitudinal studies for everything. We don't,
Let's move on.
That's not how science works. You don't know how
That's
science
fine.
works.
Let's move on to the next thing. I'm interested. How do you determine the definition of a woman? Why is it the case that just because there's this neurobiological underpinning, even if I grant it, even though I'm not convinced by your evidence, I'm not convinced by your argument, even if I grant that gender identity is determined by neurobiological structure and function and so forth, why is it the case that this gender identity and the way that your brain is structured would now define what it means to be a woman?
It's not that gender identity defines what it means to be a woman. What defines to be a woman is...
So why is woman a gender identity then? So a woman is a gender identity, but your gender identity doesn't determine whether you're a woman or not. Like, what? What?
It means to be a woman.
It's not that gender identity defines what it means to be a woman. What defines to be a woman is socially constructed, right? In certain countries, what woman is different than other countries. There are certain social roles women fulfill in certain places. There are certain expressions women typically have in certain places. And so it's going to be culturally contextual. It's not going to be something that...
It's so annoying that... So, like, I don't think you can define woman in a way that's, like, male inclusive. I just don't think you can. I think you just make exceptions for people who it makes more sense. My hormones weren't tested. Well, my blood was tested. I don't know what my pre-HRT hormone levels were like because I was never told. They tested my blood, but they didn't tell me that kind of thing. It didn't really matter.
There is no objective definition of woman. It doesn't exist. There's no objective...
There is an objective definition of woman. It's an adult human female. Now, you can have people that take that on because they resemble that enough that it makes more sense to call them that than it does to call them a man. But that doesn't mean that we now redefine what woman means. We already have the definition of woman. It's adult human female. That's why someone like me, like, I imitate women to an extent with the way that I present myself and, like, the name that I use and stuff like that. Because there's already a definition. And I can't actually be that, but I can imitate that. And some people will see me as that and call me by the name that I give them and call me she, her. And that's the womanhood you attain, is being known as one. That doesn't mean you are one, but it makes more sense to other people to regard you as if you were one. So woman has a very solid definition. You can make exceptions for people that technically are not women. Like, it's not difficult. And this gender identity stuff doesn't even factor into it. That's a way that you can decide that because you feel like you just have some innate thing where you're actually the other sex. To me, it's not like that. I just wanted to be I just want to be female. I'd rather be female than male. I don't know why. I don't think there's anything innate about me that makes me a woman because I'm male.
So how do we track? How do we meaningfully track what a woman is if you don't believe that?
Well, I can't remember if they showed me my blood work, but if they did, it meant nothing to me. Like, I don't know what that shit is. You know, you're asking me a lot of shit. When it's like, I don't know anything about this anyway. Maybe they did show me that shit and it meant nothing to me. I don't know.
There's like an objective definition.
A woman
has
is,
some kind of...
the reason why I say woman is a gender identity is because that's what best fits the data. That's what best fits social.
What do you mean best fits the data? What does that even mean?
The social atmosphere of life today.
No, it doesn't, because the gender identity is based on the pre-existing definition. You're replacing the pre-existing definition with a definition that doesn't actually define what woman is still. It just says it's a gender identity, but doesn't tie it to anything.
Look, when I walk around the street and I look at somebody, I don't look into their pants. I don't have to know their sex to know, or I don't have to know their gametes to know that, yeah, they exhibit certain feminine or masculine qualities. That's going to be indexical to their expression, their gender expression.
What do you say? Feminine, neuromasculine?
Yeah, they exhibit certain feminine or masculine qualities.
Oh, feminine or masculine. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, this is fair enough. But you don't redefine a term like woman based on this. That term still exists and is what it is.
That's going to be indexical to their expression, their gender expression.
I think you're equivocating what a woman
I don't need to look at their genitals to know that this person exhibits a kind of manhood or a womanhood, because womanhood and manhood are going to be based on a very variety of factors. They're going to be social, they're going to be neurobiological, they're going to be psychological, all the above. And that's why it's a cluster concept. That's the best way that in contemporary gender theory, we use the word woman as a cluster concept. The way you use the word woman as an adult and female, that makes no sense. Because
no, it makes perfect sense. You can't say it makes no sense, bro. Makes no sense because lillytino says he's a woman. No, that doesn't make sense.
What's a female? What's a female?
Oh, you're asking me what's a female?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can get into that afterwards, but I'm still interested in your position. So,
yeah,
I think you're...
You don't even know what a female is.
No, I do know what a...
Dude. We'll get into that later. Okay, so you don't know. No, that's not what she's saying.
Female, I just said we will get into it. Why are you being so pedantic? Why are you being so, like, why are you on edge? I told you we will get into it.
He's like trying to strong arm her. He's like railroading really hard. Like trying to control the conversation. It's just fucking having it.
Second, I'm pressing you on your position right now. You can ask me for my position afterwards. We're not going to dodge. So I'm asking you, or I was going to tell you, I think you're equivocating womanhood and femininity. Masculinity and what it means to be a man are not the same thing. You think femininity as defined by being soft, by being presentable, by being submissive, by being demure and so forth, innocent, all these things that are...
Well, I mean, whatever the culture says. Like, you play on these things. That's how you transition, ultimately, is you play on gender. You use it to your advantage because you want to be seen as the other, so you take on certain traits.
Socially defined. Do you think that this contributes to what it means to be a woman? Am I now less of a woman because I'm not...
I don't think TRA types base man and woman off of regressive stereotypes. I think stereotypes just exist. Like, if on average women have long hair, then that's going to be a stereotype, and it just is what it is. Like, your hair length is not a moral thing about you. Like, it doesn't have to be regressive. It can be. I think if you start defining women based on stereotypes, I think that is regressive. But lots of people don't do that. Lots of people see woman as what it is, and they want to imitate that. For whatever reason, they've got gender dysphoria or whatever. So they just take on those traits and that's it. It's not about whether they're regressive or not, and it's not about defining yourself as a woman based on stereotypes. It's about being seen as one, you know, which isn't the same thing.
Soft because I'm not submissive?
No, that's not how cluster concepts work, right? If I define a car as a passenger vehicle, it doesn't take away from its carness to say that it's lacking a certain kind of color, or it's lacking a certain kind of door type. That's this in the same sense when we say you're a woman, just because you don't exhibit certain qualities that the other women do, doesn't take away from your womanhood at all.
Yeah, but she's female. Nothing takes away from this person's womanhood unless she herself takes her womanhood away by like fucking transitioning or something. And even then, that only goes so far, because you're still female. But this is a woman. This is a female fucking woman. She needs to do nothing except exist to be a woman. That's the whole fucking point. That's what feminism was all about. I can be a fucking soldier or a fucking football player or a fucking truck driver, but I'm still a woman because I'm female, you know?
It's because they're both cluster concepts. That's how linguistics works. We don't use essentialism when we're defining things, especially in the case of gender or...
I mean, no, we can use essentialism. But I'm interested.
But it fails to take into consideration the social nuances, the neurobiological nuances. It seems like you can't fit that within your worldview.
What neurobiological nuances? What neurobiological nuances? That, like... Whatever.
Yeah, we'll get into that, into my worldview in a moment, but, so I guess you're referring to types, so are you referring to some kind of form of, like, resemblance nominalism?
You're not allowed to be snobby about people that watch Firebat because you watch Femios. Femios has a diaper fetish. Femios is actually way worse than Firebat. At least Firebat's having a family. He's fucking married. Firebat, compared to some of these fucking people, is a fucking Chad, quite frankly.
Yeah, cluster concepts, which are going to be based on family resemblances.
So are you referring to like prototypes or just resemblance, like similarity?
Either or. Prototypes, you could take a prototypical view. You could also take a cluster concept view, which is what I'm taking, in the sense that womanhood is going to be defined by a variety of traits that are in clusters. In other words, there's no necessarily sufficient number of traits you have.
He also hasn't made out any of these traits. Like, what's an actual trait that we're talking about?
Have to be a car. There's no necessary sufficient conditions you have to be a woman.
Okay, I don't think you understand how.
What?
By a variety of traits that are in.
Yeah, so nothing is necessary in order to be a woman. What are we actually even referring to then? We're referring to what is generally considered of the female sex, even if it's not actually of the female sex. Like, it's actually, like, dumb. This is never gonna take off. This is gonna just continue to look dumber and dumber as the years go by.
Clusters. In other words, there's no necessary sufficient number of traits you have to have.
Yeah, there are no inside conversations in my chat.
Have to be a car. There's no necessary sufficient conditions you have to be a woman. Necessary sufficient number of traits you have to be a car.
Yes, there are. There are certain traits you have to be a car. Like, what are we talking about?
There's no necessary sufficient conditions you have to be a woman.
Okay, I don't think you understand.
Well, that depends on your perspective. To many people, there is one necessary thing to being a woman, and that's being female, and I guess living a certain length of time and being human.
Understand how prototypicals work, or resemblance theory, but can you tell me what is the prototypical that makes someone a woman? Like, what is the prototypical for that?
Well, again, a womanhood is going to be defined as certain social roles you might fulfill.
Such as?
Like you said,
certain social roles. So what?
Before, they're going to be aligned with femininity. In the case of...
So you can take on womanhood by liking knitting. So you might not be female, but you can like knitting. You can like picking flowers. You can like wearing dresses. You can like the color pink. You can be the person that cooks and cleans in your household. And then you're a woman, even if you're not female. Is that what we're trying to say? Like, this is just, we're doing this completely wrong, man. We're doing this completely fucking wrong. Like, you use gender and stereotypes and, like, social roles and stuff like that, and things that are not strictly of the female sex, but are associated with females. You can use that shit to be regarded as the other in society. But why the fuck would you define womanhood based on these kind of things? These things are associated with womanhood. You can't then redefine womanhood using these things because they're like assigned, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Because they're associated with women. It just becomes circular. There has to be a base thing that woman means, that these stereotypes arise from, because the thing that we're calling women, these people do these things. Well, those are female. Like, it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Expressions, they're going to be more feminine, they're going to be more caring, or certain exhibit certain qualities, and that's going to be...
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how many cars don't have 3+ wheels, an engine, some way of, like, you get things that are car shaped or like toy cars, but is that the same, you know? Is it actually a car if it's like small sized and it is powered by you pedaling or something? It just looks like a car. Is it a car if it's not, you know, subject to road tax and shit like that?
A typical woman in a typical scenario. So of course there's a spectrum of different types of people.
Wait.
He has not answered anything. Like, what are some examples? If there's a cluster of properties that make you a woman, and no one of those is necessary, then what are some of these properties? Obviously, being female is one. What are some others, you know? If you're not female, but you do a whole bunch of other things, and that makes you a woman, what are those things?
I'm asking you, what is the prototypical, what is the typical instance that we reference?
Womanhood?
Because, for example, when we're defining...
It's going to be the traits aligned with femininity.
What is
femininity, which is derived from the female sex? It doesn't make any sense. You can't redefine woman based on feminine social roles. Those come from sex. Like, so womanhood is about sex. And everything's like derivative of that. So you can't take sex out of it then, because then who are you talking about? But you won't say, because you're just defining it off the resultant stereotypes of what female people have been doing, which is what woman used to mean. Like, it's so stupid.
Femininity to you?
Femininity is exhibiting feminine features.
What are these feminine features? I feel like you're just giving me like
Caring,
arbitrary.
nurturing.
Oh, it's so stupid, man. It's so stupid. It can't even be this. He doesn't believe this. He doesn't fucking believe this because a man could exhibit all of these traits that he's going to say. A man could be caring and nurturing. And you could say that more of his traits are feminine than masculine. But if he identifies as a man, you're going to say he's a man. So none of this even matters. Ultimately, for these people, it comes back to self-ID.
Oh my god, do I have to like give you certain things?
Yeah, I do want
like, it's gonna be,
he doesn't even want to answer because he knows how stupid this is.
It's gonna be like being nurturing, caregiving, having a certain emotional expressiveness, cooperation, connection. How is it sexist?
You don't think that's sexist to like reduce
We're
women
not
being
talking
like...
about sex. We're not talking about sex. How could it be? How could it be?
You don't think
sexist?
that's misogynistic then?
How is it misogynistic?
Devaluation of women, reducing them to just...
Are we still on? It's suggesting that we're still on. That went mental for no reason. Hello? Okay, I think we're back on. Fucking hell, dude. Anyway.
Just merely nurture or caregiving roles. So being submissive, being secondary.
You think describing women as feminine is misogynistic?
No, I think you're strawmanning my point.
Defining women by femininity can be sexist, yes. Defining women by stereotypical characteristics of women can certainly be sexist. Absolutely. A woman who is not nurturing is still a woman. A man who is nurturing is still a man.
Wait, no, but that's fine. We're not going to shift from the prototypicality.
How is it misogynistic?
Wait, we're not shifting from the prototypicality. I want to know what the typical. Give me the typical. Give me an object reference, right, for what a woman is.
There is no one. I don't.
He's actually fucking killing. There is no. He's such a pussy. You're a fucking pussy, bro. You can talk over a woman all fucking day and like disrespect her when she really doesn't deserve it. But when she asks you to actually stake out your position, what you think a woman is beyond female, you're like terrified of answering. You're a fucking pussy-o.
Don't subscribe to prototype theory. I don't know why you keep doing
it. You said it was a bit of both. You said it was resemblance theory, but prototype theory is an extension of resemblance theory. You're referring to a particular type?
Theory. Yes, it's a cluster concept, a resemblance theory.
Okay, so you're grouping objects by similarity.
Yes, by cohesion, by clusters of cohesion and similarity. And
okay, so can you give me the degree of similarity as well as the dimension of similarity for womanhood?
What do you mean give the degree? There is no such degree.
Okay. We just blundered.
Let me speak now. What's a degree by which a car is a car and not a truck?
Okay, so I can give you an example, but I think you're subscribing to a view you don't fully understand,
go ahead.
Right?
He's got to go on to like other things. Just talk about the thing. If you won't define what makes a woman, if not being female, and now you want to talk about, oh, well, what makes a car, something's gone wrong there. You can't talk about the thing by talking about the thing. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So for example,
give me the exact degree.
So for example, when it comes to resemblance theory, what we're doing is essentially, instead of treating categories as arbitrary, we group them by, or objects by similarity. So we apply a common name to things that resemble each other, and we recognize...
Can you answer my question? Can you answer my question?
I'm responding. I'm going to give you an example. Can I please explain to my life? It's going to take at least 2 minutes. You got to just like, let me land. Okay, anyways, we group objects by...
Oh, this guy is far worse than Alec Gunter. I've given Alec a lot of shit recently. I do have some respect for him, for sure. I think I get where he's coming from with some stuff. And I think he's at least trying to be a better debater, even if I still have a lot of problems with him, and I think he has a lot of like really dodgy beliefs. This guy is like far worse. Like Alec, I don't think Alec was like patronizing to me, particularly when we spoke. Whereas this guy is like incredibly patronizing, and it's unwarranted. Like, I have no idea what his background is. He's obviously, he's like cagey enough about his background that clearly is not much. And that's fine. But then when you act like an expert and you tell someone who's a fucking neurobiology student or whatever the fuck that she doesn't know what science is or something, then there's kind of something's gone wrong, you know?
Similarity, so we'll apply a common name to things that resemble each other, and we recognize new instances by judging whether they are sufficiently similar to the instances we already count as members. So for example, when we think of triangles, we are not on this view grasping an abstract universal like triangularity. Rather, we think of a particular triangle, and then we generalize. The conclusions we reach about one triangle extend to other sufficiently similar triangles. That's how prototype theory works.
Oh, thank you, Shade04Rec, for subscribing. Thank you.
Resemblance nominalism works. Now, this connects to that psychological concept of prototypicality. So what this is like, for example, we have studies showing this, that people often classify typical cases faster than atypical ones. So some instances are more typical of a category than others. So the resemblance nominalist, you, for example, this is supposed to be the view that you're holding, can say that a concept is organized around a prototype that is a representative instance, and then we can include...
His voice, he doesn't sound like Alec. He doesn't talk like him, I don't think.
New items insofar as they are similar to that prototype. But the issue with your position is that similarity alone is not enough to tell me what that prototype is. It has to be similarity in the right respect to a sufficient degree. So for example, if you don't give me a sufficient degree or like a degree of... Hold on, let me finish. I told you. Let me finish. I'm gonna have to mute you, Mike, okay? We're going to look at, for me to know that a triangle is a triangle, why would I not include a square? Why? Because there's a degree of similarity and there's a dimension of similarity.
I agree, there is a degree, but it's not objective.
Okay,
that's
so I'm asking
my point here.
So what is objective? Sex is objective in 99.99% of cases, we'll say. So why don't we base women on sex? And then if someone looks enough like a woman even though they aren't one, culturally we might decide, well, we'll treat that person as a woman even though they're not one. And then where it matters, they're treated like a man, i.e., you know, at the doctors, when it comes to which sport they should go in. It's really actually quite simple. I don't know why any of this kind of shit had to become the kind of insane fucking debate it's become. It's like actually very simple. It's actually quite easy to integrate trans people into wider society. And there's always going to be issues because it's, you know, it's weird. It's something that not everyone is going to accept. But we can do it. Now, Sunday wasn't rude to Alec. Come on, you're coping. You're coping. I think Sunday is just kind of a bit patronizing in the way that he comes across. And maybe he kind of is memeing it up because no one takes Alec very seriously, which is a bit mean, but I don't know. He wasn't that bad. He wasn't anywhere near this bad.
Naturally decided. It's not. There is no objective necessary condition. No, please let me finish now. Please.
Hold on. I didn't finish. I asked you. I'm gonna need like 2 minutes. I understand. Like it's like I'm yapping a lot, but I'm trying to explain to you what I'm really looking for. So if your theory cannot specify the relevant aspect, then in principle anything can resemble anything. So
yeah, he actually has to cite some things that make a woman, but he can't because it's about being woke and it's about being a good person. And it's about. He thinks saving trans people's feelings, which is patronizing, frankly. Oh, Sunday wasn't rude. I disagree.
So, like, for example, the triangle case that I gave you, imagine, like how can you tell me that a triangle is different from a square? You need to give me the relevant degree of similarity and the dimension. So I'm asking you, what is the degree of similarity for your definition and the dimension that is defining womanhood? If you cannot provide that to me, then it is arbitrary and you are falling...
Yeah, womanhood is meaningless. Per these people's definitions, it's meaningless. And that's something that I realized that kind of broke my brain a little bit. When I started doubting a lot of the trans stuff. I can't identify womanhood within myself. I just know that I want to be one, and I do what I can to resemble one. That's all there is to it. And it's okay, I can handle that being the case. I can handle that maybe objectively I'm not a woman at all. And that's okay, I don't mind that. I still prefer being, like, referred to as one and being seen as one. And if people do, then fine. If they don't, well, I'm a male person. It makes sense to see me as a man, you know?
Back into extreme nominalism, and it's circular and regressive.
Yeah, so before I was giving you traits that are typical of women, right? Nurturing qualities, emotional expressiveness, things like that. That's going to be the prototypical case of womanhood. And
it doesn't matter how many of these you list. There's always going to be female people who don't show these properties. But they're still women. So these properties don't actually matter. This guy does just believe in self-identity. It's just self-ID with extra steps. Which I guess is technically what trans is, but not in the way that he thinks.
Then everything from that is going to extend indexical with femininity. And then
Okay,
if it gets far enough, hold on, let me speak. If it gets far away enough from that, which is going to be culturally contextual, then that person will not be a woman. Then identity becomes something different.
We need to find someone who doesn't qualify as a woman enough, despite being a trans woman, for Mike to call a woman. We need to find someone who calls himself a woman, but who Mike thinks is a man. It can't be that hard. I bet there's a trans woman out there that fervently believes that they are a woman, but don't show the kind of traits required for Mike to see them as one. But I don't think this is how it works. I think he would just accept that their self-ID is what they are, and assume they must have a brain that looks a certain way, which, I don't know. As established already, trans women don't have woman-typical brains, so.
Non-binary, woman, man, whatever, right? So that's the answer. Now, my answer back to you is, if you don't take a resemblance theory...
Now, what are the cluster traits of non-binary? That's what I want to know. There is one trait necessary to be non-binary. It's that you call yourself non-binary. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. They want trans to be the same way. Trans should not be the same way. It should be more than just calling yourself a thing.
Then what's the objective difference? The exclusive trait that only cars can have that trucks can't have. Can you name that trait?
Okay, again, we're not pressing me, I'm pressing you, because I asked you the question.
There is a certain level, there is a certain size at which you just wouldn't call it a car anymore. The biggest truck is bigger than the biggest car. There's overlap, but in general, a truck is going to be bigger. A truck might have more wheels. I don't think you'd typically still call something a car if it had more than 4 wheels. Just like you wouldn't call it a car if it has less than 3 wheels. And even then, 3-wheeled cars are the outlier. You found a trans woman on YouTube who say they're female and a woman because they've had SRS. Yep, there's loads of those. Was it Katie Montgomery by any chance? There's lots of them that do that kind of thing. In which case I'd ask, is a man female because he has his dick cut off because he got in an accident or something? No, he's not female, he's still male. Because it comes back to self-identity. That's what they actually prioritize, is self-identity.
Question you still have yet to, you have yet to answer it. No, you have yet to answer it. You have yet to answer it. I'm asking you, you did not answer my question. What is the dimension?
Yeah, she's pressing him on something that's actually relevant, that being what actually makes up a woman. If it's a cluster property, what are the properties that make up the cluster? He wants to fucking go on about cars and trucks.
For womanhood, what is the dimension of similarity that is...
Yeah, that's the way you can. That's the way you can determine a car from a truck. Well, what are you qualified to drive? If you're qualified to drive it, and it's a basic driver's license that you get from learning in a fucking hatchback or whatever, then it's a car. If you need a special license for it, it's a van, it's a truck, it's God knows what, you know what I mean? I mean, we call trucks lorries. And lorries are actually fundamentally different because they have a cab and an engine and all that shit. And the wheels. And then you attach something else to it. And that makes it a lorry.
Relevant to being a woman. What is the dimension? Do you know what a dimension is?
It's multifaceted. There are...
It's so annoying. It's multifaceted. Then what are the facets, you fucking retard? What are the facets? Oh my god, man. This guy sucks. Stop. Leave trans people alone. What do we do? What do we do to deserve this? Mike, what do we do? Just leave us alone.
It's a cluster concept. You know what
That's fine. That's fine.
So what makes up the cluster?
It can be a cluster concept, but I'm asking you, what are the dimensions?
Okay, great. So cluster concepts invoke various different types of features and qualities.
Such as what? What features? Beyond just nurturing and whatever the other one was, emotional fucking expression. Because, you know, men never express their emotions, obviously. You know, whatever fucking emo shit I play before my fucking streams and shit nowadays. That's not men expressing their emotions. Surely not. I don't fucking know, man.
I understand that, yeah.
A category of object. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Great. No, it's not one trait I'm going to name you. Do you
agree? So name a bunch of them then. Name enough of them. Name a number of traits that, even though you're not female, would be enough that you can fairly consider yourself a woman. That's what he needs to do. It's not difficult. But it is difficult because his shit makes no sense and it's based on trying to be a good person. It's based on being a fucking grifter.
Great.
Okay, so what is the dimension? Can you tell me the dimension?
The dimension is going to be indexical to feminized traits.
Okay.
Like I just mentioned
before. If that's your dimension, how do you choose those traits and features?
The other thing is, by the way, another reason this doesn't work very well is that there's an overall culture. There's like an overall like cultural idea of what masculine and feminine are that varies from place to place. But between different people are gonna interpret different things as masculine or feminine. So you can't even just go by the culture, because even within the culture, there's a lot of variation. There's probably things that aren't considered feminine or masculine in the south of England that are more likely to be considered masculine or feminine by just driving a couple 100 miles north. You know what I mean? So even this is like extremely flimsy. And it's true that you do base your transition on kind of cultural ideas of masculine or feminine, but it's more your own conceptions, really. It's more your own conceptions of masculine and feminine. Because you're going to be drawn to certain things that are feminine if you're a trans woman. So you take on those kind of traits and try and portray yourself as per those kinds of traits, which you consider feminine, and you want other people to see you as feminine. Like, it's not about actually being, it's not about something being innate, it's not about achieving womanhood. And any model of womanhood that isn't just female just doesn't work, I'm sorry.
I choose those traits? I don't know if you choose all of them. I think you just exhibit some of them.
Oh, so it's arbitrary?
Okay, so what does a male person have to exhibit? Let's take one male person that we can consider a woman. List the traits that he would take on, or list traits that would be enough in combination to make him a woman.
Hair color. I didn't choose my hair color.
No. How do you choose which? Wait. How do you choose which traits fall into femininity?
Oh, how do we choose what traits fall into femininity? Oh yeah, that's a good question. It's called culture. It's called culturally contextual.
So it's arbitrary. Even this is fucking stupid, man. No, it's the individual. It's the individual.
Of course, words are arbitrary. The way we define words are arbitrary.
Words are not arbitrary.
If I go into another country...
Maybe they were originally arbitrary and it's just, oh, I made a noise and that means that now, because that helps us communicate. But by now, words are not arbitrary. Where language has developed for a long time.
Country, what a woman is going to be different from what a woman is in this country. It's going to be slightly culturally...
Well, if you go to Mexico, it's not water anymore, it's agua.
Contextual.
Okay, so but when it comes to
definitions are arbitrary.
I love the rhetoric, but I'm asking you, when we're talking about a term, we need to be able to track a relevant feature, and it needs to be able to track. It needs to be clear. Language needs to be clear. We need clarity. We need to be concise.
It is clear. I did.
So I'm asking.
Your definition of woman is not clear, Mike. That's the whole problem.
I'm asking you. How do you choose which traits? If this is so you're telling me. Wait. So if you're telling me like some misogynistic societies, like some in the East, that have some kind of idea of what it means to be feminine, right? This is going to define what it means to be a woman, what defines femininity?
Yep, in their culture, yes. In their culture, what they deem a woman is going to be culturally contextual based on their definition. Yep.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out for a second.
Everybody's...
Do you know how they decide which male people get to be a woman in Iran? It's who you want to fuck. Because at that point, if you're a male and you want to fuck other males, then you pretty much have to be a woman or flee the country, you know?
Culture is going to have a different version of what women are.
So you don't have an actual metric defining your definition of what it means to be a woman?
I don't know what that means, actual metric.
Yeah, you don't have an actual...
I've given you several metrics that are, and I said they are culturally contextual. If you don't know, if you can't even grasp that...
Then pick culture and give some examples. From your own culture, what makes a male person a woman, potentially?
No, I've grasped it. I've grasped it.
Answer me then.
I've grasped it. It just seems like I've grasped it, but it seems like the reason why I don't take resemblance theory is for a plethora of reasons. Mostly because if you actually know what resemblance theory is, then you would know it treats similarity as something primitive. It's not necessarily analyzed further. So similarity is taken as something when it's taken as primitive, it's taken as like an unanalyzed relation. So resemblance nominalism doesn't actually explain how concepts get their boundaries, which is what you're not doing. You're proving my point. You're not explaining to me how these concepts are getting their boundaries. You're making them completely arbitrary, right? And you don't have an actual definition for it. And you can't hold on.
Yeah, the problem is he's avoiding giving examples that he could just give. He could just say what his culture considers female, but he doesn't because he's scared to answer. Because the problem is, if woman doesn't mean female, then it has to mean something super vague. otherwise someone could revoke someone else's womanhood on the grounds that, well, womanhood is defined this way and you don't fit any of that, so you're not a woman. And he won't do that because he's a progressive. And he's a particularly intellectually dishonest progressive at that. I know there's plenty of them to choose from in that department.
Hold on, and you can't explain the relevance and its sufficiency, and therefore you are collapsing. Wait. Therefore, you are collapsing back into extreme conventionalist nominalism, where categorization essentially becomes like effectively arbitrary. That's not a straw man. That's not a straw man.
Be able to speak. Can I speak? There, of course, are boundaries. There are boundaries between what a man is and what a woman is. There are boundaries, but they're fuzzy boundaries, and they're culturally contextual.
Yes, they are fuzzy boundaries. I agree. It's called DSDs, but we still can just base womanhood off of being female and manhood off of being male, and make exceptions to anyone that puts in the effort and resembles the other or not. It's so simple. One day, like, progressivism isn't gonna be like the status quo for trans people. I really think that. I really think one day there's going to be a wave of trans people like completely rejecting the fuck out of progressivism, just like I have. I think that's going to happen. Because it just doesn't work. This just doesn't work.
Actual boundaries, they're not objective boundaries. So if you believe that...
No, he explained based on like stereotypical traits associated with female people. And she finds that sexist, because you define women based on what they are, not what is stereotypical about them.
There are objective boundaries. What's the
Did I stutter? Maybe. I don't fucking know. I talk like a fucking retard. I probably stutter all the time.
Objective boundary between a car and a truck?
I like how you're moving this to me.
And he just keeps going back to this instead of just engaging with the question.
Oh, we're gonna pressure you now.
No.
Yeah, let's pressure this person to talk about something irrelevant instead of talking about the real shit, the shit that is actually on the fucking screen.
I swear to God. Hold on. I swear to God, once we get to the 1 hour.
You now. We're gonna pressure.
Wait, you're burden shifting. You're literally burden shifting. You're burden shifting. You really are.
Why this is a reductio.
You're burden shifting, okay? This is not a reductio.
Okay, let me give it to you.
Listen, okay, let me give you a better, since you want a fucking answer. Oh my God. Wait, no. Since you want a fucking example, I gave you, I'm not pivoting. You're literally running. Listen, since you want a fucking example so bad, okay? I don't know too much about cars or trucks, okay? I don't know anything about them, okay? So you asking me about cars, I can't even.
Oh, didn't Rusty start? Okay. Oh, fair enough.
Really give you an answer, but if you
I was about to say, you can ask me if I stuttered every time I do, but it's probably easier not to.
About triangles, right? What makes something a triangle under nominalism, right?
No,
I could hold on. Let me finish. I'm answering. Oh my God, I'm answering. Mike, I'm answering. I don't know too much. Mike, I'm answering. I'm answering. You're burden shifting, and I'm granting you that burden shift because you want to dodge. And you don't have an actual framework to your prototype nominalism. So I'm gonna let you run away. Hold on, let me finish. I'm gonna let you finish. Hold on. Okay, Mike, I need to mute you now because you're not gonna stop. Let me finish speaking. I'm answering.
Hey, it took her almost an hour to first mute him. I think that's quite impressive.
Your question. I told you I can't tell you the objective boundary about a car and a truck because I don't know anything about cars or trucks. I'm conceding on that. I don't know anything about cars or trucks. I couldn't even tell you, like...
Oh, look, the Femios viewer is fed up with the intellectual content. I'm joking. I'm just fucking with you.
How a fucking engine... I couldn't even... Stop.
Imagine it went for 3 hours like this. I mean, listen, a few years ago, I was sat watching fucking Dylan Burns panels and shit like that. This is entirely possible that this whole thing went on exactly like this for this length of time. Oh, thank you, Glow. I do stutter, though. I stutter all the time. I don't think I'm dumb, but my mouth isn't always quite on the same page as my brain. So, hey, I don't know.
Stop. I couldn't even... Stop. I can't tell you the difference between a car and a truck because I don't know the difference between a car and a truck. However, I can tell you the difference... However, I can tell you the difference between a triangle and a square under your theory, right? Under prototype nominalism, I can determine what a triangle is, right? Not just based off of similarity, because that's not a good metric. I need the dimension of similarity, which would be the relevant shape, its color, or its function. So like, for example, we define a triangle by having 3 sides in certain kinds of degrees. I don't remember the exact degree, but we...
What, nominal Naomi? Jesus.
We have a particular degree that it needs to meet, and it needs to have 3 sides, right? And then I can also have a rule of similarity, right?
So now what's the objective boundary? No, let me speak now, please. What's the objective boundary between men and women?
Okay, so now you want to get into my view.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, we can get. I told you earlier. You can
press me as. Where's the objective boundary between men and women? Let's hear it.
You're so weird, bro.
You're
so weird, bro. Listen.
Answer the question. Give the trait.
Okay.
Give the trait.
Okay, when you calm down, I'll respond. Have you calmed down?
You're pivoting. You're pivoting.
No,
you're stalling. You're stalling.
Mike, stop interrupting, Mike. This is like really.
How is he saying this after refusing to give more than 2 examples of traits that make up the cluster of woman? And both of them are like really stupid.
Really classless. You don't speak like this with men, which I find is really funny. You don't speak like.
Here we go. Listen, I hate this kind of shit in general. It's like gay as fuck. But I think she's kind of earned the right to accuse him of misogyny by now, to be honest.
Hold on, I'm going to mute you again. You don't speak like this with men. When you're on panels with males, you are respectful of them speaking. But when you come and debate me, you are being incredibly disrespectful. You're being rhetorical. You're disparaging me and so forth, and you're mocking me. So let me respond to you. I'm trying to respond to you. You're pivoting. You're burden shifting to me. I told you I have no issue with you investigating my position. Let's just finish investigating yours. I'm going to give this max 10 more minutes, and then we can move to mine, because I was going to say around the 1 hour mark is when we can shift to mine. Okay, so I'm still asking you about your position, which you have yet to substantiate for me and prove to me that you have you're tracking a relevant feature, and that you can give me reasons as to why you're giving these boundaries. You're just stating arbitrary boundaries, and you're not giving me reasons as to why these need to be the boundaries or why they're relevant. You're making categories purely conventional.
Why is that wrong?
It is wrong under prototype nominalism, because when you make categories...
why is that
Hold on, let me finish speaking. Oh my gosh, Mike, let me finish speaking. I'm answering your question. You asked me why is it wrong? Because you don't understand prototype nominalism. What you are referring to is actually...
See, I'm always thinking, the way he's acting, I'm almost thinking he's just a dumb troll. He doesn't care about any of this. That's what it looks like to me. As someone who's actually trans, who knows that what he's doing is like trans ally grifty shit. It's almost like he's just trolling. He doesn't actually care. He's like identified this woman as like a TERF or something, which I don't think she is a TERF. I don't think she's being TERFy at all. I think she probably weights it towards like sex as to what a woman is, which I do too, and I'm not a fucking TERF. But I think someone like this is quite possible at this point. He's just identified her as a TERF, and it's just about being a troll. Which means that he's not actually intellectually interested in any of this shit, and he's not being honest. And he doesn't actually give a fuck. And that means that he doesn't actually give a fuck about trans people, or furthering conversations around trans people, or proving that trans people are what they say they are, which, you know, if you say that you're a trans woman, you don't need to prove that. You just kind of are, if that's what you are, you know.
Actually extreme conventionalist nominalism. When you provide arbitrary boundaries, this is conventionalist nominalism. It's not resemblance theory. In order for it to be resemblance theory, you need to provide me the degree of similarity and the the dimension of similarity, and you also need to give me reasons as to why those boundaries are relevant. You have yet to provide that for me, and if you cannot provide that for me without saying, oh well, it just depends on the society and it's purely conventional, that means you are falling back into something regressive, which is conventionalist nominalism, which is distinct from resemblance theory. Do you understand?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. Yeah, I just don't see anything wrong with having conventional categories that are designated by cultures. I don't know why that's incorrect.
Okay, so if you are going on a purely conventionalist route, okay, and you are not sticking to resemblance nominalism, because if you're going purely conventional, that is not resemblance or prototypical nominalism, then that means that you don't have a way of identifying new instances. That's the issue with conventionalist nominalism, because categorization becomes purely arbitrary, and it's unclear how do we identify a new instantiation or a new instance of an object. Can I finish speaking?
Be arbitrary. Why can't they be arbitrary?
Because you can't identify new instances.
Woman and man should not be arbitrary, I'm sorry. If they're arbitrary, what's the point in transitioning? If they're arbitrary, why does it matter that you're called one or the other? So they're not arbitrary. They're not arbitrary to me. I'm male and I wish I was female. Those are very clear categories that I'm making. It's not arbitrary at all. Whether I'm a man or a woman, that's not arbitrary, because I covet one, yet I am the other. It's insane.
Why not?
Because you don't have a relevant feature that you're tracking.
We are.
There's
right?
no principled fact of the matter. Wait, there's no principled fact. Can I finish speaking? The reason why you can't identify new instances is because there's no principled fact of the matter. Membership is going to depend entirely on private stipulation, and so these concepts become wholly subjective, and classification loses a stable and learnable criterion. That is the issue. Your definition is not stable, and it's not learnable. It's not consistent.
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong to have subjective categories?
Because it's not stable. And you can't identify new instances.
It's not stable?
Yes. Don't you agree? You agreed. Wait. You agreed.
Obviously, it's not stable if your categories depend on subjective shit, like what culture deems something. That is so fucking obvious as to why that is not stable. Because culture changes. Because things that were considered masculine 100 years ago are considered feminine now. How is he has to be playing dumb at this point. There's no way that someone is this stupid.
Earlier, that language should be stable, it should be concise, it should have clarity. So if your definition does not provide clarity, does not provide stability, I don't know why you're making that face. You just don't understand nominalism.
Okay.
I wonder if she would say that trans women can or can't suffer from misogyny. Well, I mean, men can suffer from misogyny. Let alone trans women. Men can suffer from misogyny. If you think a man's a woman or is woman-like, and you use that in a pejorative kind of way, you're being misogynist to a man, even though he's not, you know, a woman. People have been homophobic to me growing up, even though I've never been gay. Like, you don't have to be something to experience that kind of thing. And if she said that, I would be very surprised. That would be a very stupid take, to say that trans women can't experience misogyny. But experiencing misogyny isn't what makes you a man or a woman. Just like experiencing homophobia doesn't make you gay or straight.
So,
okay, if you understand nominalism, can you define?
I can't speak. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Okay, fine.
All
okay,
right.
whatever. If you, okay, go.
Obviously, when we categorize things, we're using certain features and qualities that are going to have a family resemblance in the cluster concept, right? Okay. So,
well, this boils down. Isn't it just easier then? Isn't it just easier? Isn't it just easier to say that women are female at this point? What's the point in this? You're that desperate for, like, a few hundred views from trans people that support you because they want to be pandered to. Like, that's the thing I really want to get into. Is how much people watch stuff like this because they just want to be pandered to. And maybe this is a reason why so many fucking people need to chill on fucking transphobia and shit. Because if trans people are so used to people being, like, shitty to them, then they'll see, like, being pandered to as a breath of fresh air, when actually it's not really much better, if at all. Because often people that are pandering are just trying to manipulate you. They want something out of you. That's why they're pandering to you. I don't know. It interests me a lot. Because I'm always extremely suspicious. People like this make me suspicious. I feel like I'm being pandered to. It makes me feel like they're after something. Like, they want my views, they want my subscription, they want my fucking money or something, you know? That's the only premise for trans women or women. They can experience misogyny. Well, if that's the case, then trans women aren't women, because anyone can experience misogyny.
Just because I can't give you the objective degree by which these boundaries are, it doesn't mean that there aren't boundaries that are subjective.
But then give some. Give some that aren't nurturing personality or expresses their emotions. Because everyone expresses their emotions.
And there's nothing
I'm not
wrong
asking
with
you for
boundaries. There's nothing wrong with subjective boundaries.
Okay, if you cannot provide me with objective, quote unquote objective, I don't know what you're referring to when you say objective, if you cannot provide me with a degree of similarity and the dimension of similarity and why they are relevant boundaries, then that falls back into arbitrary convention, right? It is conventional, and therefore it is no longer resemblance theory, it is conventionalist nominalism.
By the way, make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube or Streamlabs at the link at the top of chat. You can join the channel, you can gift memberships throughout chat randomly. You can give a super sticker, which I will describe on YouTube. You can check the links in my description. Maybe check my music out or something like that. Hey, that's an idea. Anyway, love you all.
The dimension of similarity and why they are relevant boundaries, then that falls back into arbitrary convention, right? It is conventional, and therefore it is no longer resemblance theory, it is conventionalist nominalism.
The boundaries
you are not adhering
to femininity and certain behaviors and certain psychological traits. And
you said it is subjective to societies. and it's purely
Yes,
conventional.
it's
So that means it
society
is
is what woman
okay,
is.
Mike. That's fine, but you are adhering to conventionalist nominalism, which is inherently inconsistent and unstable. Like that is
Why
the
is it
definition of the theory.
Where's the inconsistency?
Because you can't identify new instances. You can't track the relevant feature. How do we track objects in language if you can't track the new instances?
What do you mean new instances? Of,
Like, for example,
object?
okay.
Well, if you're basing something on culture and something comes up that doesn't fit the cultural norm of what that thing is, yet still insists it's that thing, then like, what do you do? What do you do by this guy's like standard, you know?
Okay. Let's say I take the city of Chicago. I take.
You just have to look a little Jewish. Excuse me one sec. Hang on. I'll be right back. Anyone ever been out? Anyway.
A green truck, and I take a green tree. I take a truck and I take a green tree, like, or grass, whatever. Grass is green. And I put it under the name of Gruck. And then I show you, let's say I show you another object. Let's say I show you a cup and I ask you, is it a Gruck? Can you tell me whether or not it's a Gruck? I show you a cup, is it a Gruck?
It's green? You said, I'm so confused.
Okay,
Say it again, I'm sorry.
I group together trees, trucks, and the city of Chicago, and I call them Grucks. And I show you a cup or a bottle, and I ask you, is this a Gruck? Do you think it's a Gruck or no? It's not a trick question.
Oh. If you say those are the things that make something a Gruck, then no.
How do you know?
It's not a Gruck.
Wait, how do you know? How do you know?
Because you said the.
Yeah, the point would be like, well, what if there is other things that make sense to be categorized in, but we don't do it currently, so what we never can, you know?
These are the things that are Grucks. Cups are not those things.
No. You're misunderstanding. The reason why we don't know whether or not it's a Gruck is because we can't track the relevant feature. We don't know what relevant feature makes Chicago or makes trees or makes trucks a Gruck. We don't know what it is. We're just calling it a Gruck, and we're just grouping it under a Gruck because it's purely conventional, purely socially conceptualized, just what I want to define a Gruck as. The same way that some societies just want to define femininity as something completely arbitrary and based off of their culture. It's the same thing. It's purely conventional.
We're not saying that femininity is arbitrary. We're saying that what is a woman is arbitrary.
That is not arbitrary, and it shouldn't be arbitrary, and trans people don't see it as arbitrary. If trans people saw womanhood as arbitrary, they wouldn't be so insistent despite how much shit they take for it in claiming womanhood. So it's not arbitrary. And like, this guy's a trans ally. Like, completely. Like, it's bizarre. How can you be a trans ally and say that the categories of man and woman are arbitrary? That doesn't make any fucking sense. So why are you a man and this person's a woman? And why does that match for the vast majority of society when you're male and she's female? Why does that fucking exist? It's not fucking arbitrary.
Our femininity and... Wait, but you are using femininity and womanhood interchangeably, like the whole life.
No, this is where the confusion is. No, I never said that femininity equals woman. We're saying
then what is the relevance of talking about femininity?
Because women typically have feminine features.
Okay.
So we're basing it on typicality.
Yeah, I don't think
women typically have feminine features. Feminine being a word that derives from female.
you understand. I don't think you understand nominalism, either resemblance nominalism or conventionalist nominalism. My point here is that when you make it purely arbitrary, when you make it purely subjective, you can't track relevant features. It's not stable. You lose clarity.
Okay. Now, can I press you now? Can I press you now?
Yeah, sure.
Great. What's the objective boundary between men?
Why do people try and make pro and anti-trans arguments as logic games? It's not a logical problem. I don't know. From someone like Mike's side, there isn't really a good case that objectively women are women. So we have to make woman as meaningless as possible and as arbitrary as possible. Even though to a trans woman, what makes you a man or a woman is far from arbitrary. It's actually very important. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
and woman.
I mean, if you're gonna, like, logic is a way that you kind of interrogate positions. If someone states something, you can use logic to interrogate it to whether it actually makes any sense or not. So I guess I see the point.
You don't want to start with like my definition and so forth, so we can like provide stipulative definitions and so forth.
No. Answer the question.
Then how would you understand what I define as a woman?
Just can you answer the question, please? Stop stalling.
I can't. I mean, I'm not stalling. I'm just like, let's start from the beginning. I'm not a nominalist. I don't know why you're asking me what's like the objective.
Can you answer the fucking question? Can you please answer the fucking question?
Okay.
Answer the question.
I don't know why you're yelling at me. Okay. That was kind of scary. Yeah, so what I define a woman as is just going to be an adult human female, and this female category is going to be defined by homeostatic property clusters. And then the reason why I adhere to the definition of an adult human female, or at least something with a biological or sex-based core, is because I'm going to be appealing to common usage or ordinary usage.
So so sex is also a cluster concept in your view?
That is the biological definition of sex. That's how biologically that's how we determine what.
The same view of. So you think sex is a cluster concept, just as yeah, you do.
No. You think woman is a cluster concept. I don't agree on that.
You think sex is a cluster concept?
Yeah, because biologically that's how it's defined.
Great. So you agree that.
Wait, so because two things are a cluster concept, they're both equally valid? Is that what he's seriously trying to say?
There's no objective trait that all females have that males can't have. Right?
No, not necessarily.
So what's the trait that only males have that
I think you misunderstand how homeostatic property clusters work. Can you tell me what a homeostatic property cluster is?
No, stop.
The thing is, like, you can't, the thing about, like, because sex develops a certain way and things go wrong and shit like that, it is difficult to pick one thing and say, this is what it is. So you might make it as a cluster concept, but it still has to be made up of things. It still has to make sense. You still have to have an end result where you can see why you would call all of these people women and not call all of these people women, you know?
The fancy nonsense.
I'm not. Wait, it's not fancy. It's biology. I can explain it to you.
What is the
I don't think you know. Wait.
Biology is fancy to this guy because he was born yesterday.
You don't know what homeostatic property clusters are. So
what is the trait?
Wait, I'm explaining to you my view. I'm explaining to you my view. Let me explain to you my view. You don't understand it. There's no point. Like, you're just asking me questions because you're trying to like be rhetoric and pedantic. Let me explain to you my view, and you can engage with it in good faith. So the reason why I'm taking the word female is inherently grounded in a biological definition. So when we talk about female, it's referring to something sex-based, so inherently pertaining to biology. Now, within biology and the scientific method and philosophy of biology, we possess methods of sorting objects into different kinds and categories. Particularly in the case of biology, we use homeostatic property clusters. This is fundamentally how we develop the phylogenetic tree that we have now in taxonomy and so forth. This is based on homeostatic property clusters. And so we use the same thing for females. These categories function as a natural.
What is the trait? What is the trait? Name the trait that males can't have that only females can.
Ovaries, in the overwhelming vast majority of cases.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
So you agree that...
Yeah, he wants it to be one trait. But she's saying it's not one trait, it's a cluster concept. So then he's like, okay, well that legitimizes my view that women is a cluster concept. But that doesn't make sense.
There is no trait that only females have, and so that they're arbitrary.
No, they're not arbitrary.
He's so fucking retarded, man. There's this like dichotomy. Either something can be narrowed down to one specific thing that all of those things have, otherwise it's arbitrary. Like, what if it's just a handful of things that these things all have? That's not arbitrary. Like, he's so stupid.
So then what's the trait that only males can have that females can't have?
It doesn't need to...
Do you see what I mean? This like dichotomy? It can only be one or the other. Everything that doesn't have one specific property that defines it is arbitrary. That makes no fucking sense.
Have only one trait.
Oh, okay. So you agree that...
No. The difference is that... Wait.
Like, what's the singular fucking trait that differentiates fucking humans from every other mammal? There probably isn't one. It's a bunch of things. You could have a human, like, hypothetically, with a lower fucking IQ than a fucking dog or something. That can happen. But it's not arbitrary what makes a human and not a fucking dog.
Mine isn't. Wait.
Can have any kind of female.
Hold on. You're misunderstanding. You're trying to like use my own argument against me. One, you're misunderstanding. I'm not a nominalist. Second of all, I'm also not just justifying it purely based off of like conventional standards and subjective standards, right? What subjective means is I personally define it a certain way. Like, for example, someone in Afghanistan defines femininity in one way, and someone in America defines femininity in another way. This is a private stipulation that can't extend beyond how I privately define it, and therefore it is purely conventional and it's arbitrary and it falls into infinite regress or circularity. That is why conventionalist nominalism and resemblance nominalism is problematic. However, homeostatic homeostatic property clusters are not inherently anomalous, okay? And then, second of all, there's no necessary sufficient condition. I never claimed that there was. There's candidate properties.
We agree that there does not have to be necessary sufficient conditions to be a woman.
No.
No, in other words, you're in agreement with me?
No, I'm not in agreement with you. I just explained to you why it's not the same thing. I just explained it to you. I just explained to you. I just explained to you why. Wait, I just explained to you. I'm answering you. I just explained to you. I just explained to you. I just explained to you. No, I just explained to you why it.
Let me speak.
Is not the same as your position. Your position is purely conventional and purely subjective. I am not a nominalist. I do not believe that it's based on private stipulation. The objective definition of a female is something sex-based. Yes or no?
Yeah. Now,
okay, so if it is, yeah, I'm trying to explain to you my position because you don't understand my position. You're asking me questions that aren't relevant. So yes, if it is sex-based, what is, wait, what does sex-based, what does sex-based refer to? It refers to biology, correct? So biologically, the way that we classify and categorize things or sort objects into categories is by homeostatic property clusters. There is no necessary or sufficient, or there's no necessary sufficient condition that we have. We have candidate properties. We have candidate properties for the cluster.
Right. So you agree that there is no necessary sufficient condition for being a female?
No, but homeostatic property clusters are not taken. Wait, homeostatic property clusters.
Necessary sufficient condition. So then what is
there? There isn't. Let me explain to you. You don't understand. You don't understand.
So
no, I didn't.
You're being contradictory.
Okay.
So let's try this again. Let's get a straight answer.
Listen.
Is there a necessary and sufficient condition for being female? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So then
they have candidate properties.
So there doesn't have to be a necessary sufficient condition for being.
We should debate Alexander. I would honestly love to see this person talk to more of those kinds of people, for sure. I don't know how much she'd want to get into this specific topic. Amsterman Vogler. Oh, is he back? I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, I don't know how much she gets into this specific topic versus other things. Maybe it's not something she'd want to, like, hyper-focus on. Like, obviously, this is, like, kind of different stuff. Oh, it's from 2 months ago as well. Wow, fair enough. Like something about philosophical logic.
Being a woman.
If they have candidate properties.
Yes or no?
Do you know what a candidate property is?
Yeah.
You don't even know what I'm saying. You don't even know what I'm saying.
I don't have to know what you're saying. This is a question for you.
How are you engaging? Wait, how are you engaging with my position? Wait, how are you? Wait.
Yeah, he's barely know what you're saying the whole time, bro.
It is though. How are you engaging with my position in good faith if you don't know what I'm saying? I just muted you.
He's not engaging in good faith.
Asking you, how are you engaging with my position in good faith if you don't know what I'm saying?
He's not. He has a ideological position, and it doesn't matter what you say. He just has to maintain the ideological position. It doesn't even matter if it makes no fucking sense, you know?
Answer my question. Does there have to be a necessary sufficient condition for being a woman?
No, I just said no.
Is the missing link between rodent and human? I thought that was young Bob. I thought young Bob was the missing link between rodent and human. Gregory Moffat. His name's Gregory Moffat. That's amazing. Why are these not young Bob? Here we go. You want to tell me? My trans brain debate. I mean, I'm not going to be as good as someone like this because someone like this is an actual like scientist in some capacity, and I'm not. I've just read a bunch of stuff. Hang on. It's ruining my awesome joke by making it take fucking forever. Are you going to tell me that this isn't like the missing link between humans and rodents? Look at this fucking guy. Oh, I'm playing a thing. No one cares, you gammon fucks. Anyway. Thank you for ruining my joke. Does this work? Does this work? Does this work? Jesus fucking Christ. How are we going to say that this isn't the missing link between humans and rodents? There we go. Wow. That was worth it, wasn't it?
Okay. In my
sorry. No. Sorry, no, there's no necessary and sufficient condition.
Actually, to be honest, young Bob looks like a shark procreated with a rodent. That's what he looks like. He looks like both simultaneously.
For being female. I'm referring to what female is right now. We're defining female, not woman.
Okay. Does there have to be a necessary condition, a sufficient condition for being woman in the way I view womanhood?
Yes, I think it is necessary for you to be female.
Why? Why are you special pleading?
Because I'm basing it off of common usage.
Oh, okay.
If you're not a female and you want to be a woman, you imitate females. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. Why do I have a hormone profile that is more typical of a female than a male? Because I take HRT, because I'm a trans woman, and therefore I want to resemble a female as much as I can. It comes back to this all the time. It just has to be about being a female or a male at a certain point. And it is. It doesn't matter what definition you use. Because if you use definitions that pertain to like culture and gender and shit, that's all based on sex too. This guy is actually so fucking stupid.
So now you're basing it on common usage. Well,
yes,
guess what?
Relevant.
The way do you think we commonly refer to women based on their fucking sex organs?
Oh, this is so fun. This is so fun. Yes. Let me explain to you why.
Yeah, I did want to do a brain debate against First Amender, and I can still send him a message. Maybe I should. I'm a lot more confident on that subject now. But I don't know if he'd want to talk to me again. He thinks I'm an Uncle Ruckus, which is interesting because I'm currently being fucking cancelled by the far right. And I've made several videos shitting on people like Billboard Steve and Blair White and stuff. But people never factor that in. Somehow people always notice like when my thumbnails and titles are like anti-TRA. But then as soon as I start doing stuff that's like anti-gender critical, they just ignore it and just go back to the stuff that's anti-TRA because lots of these people are actually just fucking stupid. I mean, I don't know, man. I think some of this stuff looks kind of shitting on Mr. Menno, shitting on English Ned, fucking Monty Toms and Will Coleshill and shit. You know, Elon Musk, shout on Elon Musk recently. But none of that matters to these people.
Women base out their sex organs. We base women off of other features. Like
this is so fun. This is so fun. Okay. This is my shit. Okay, so what's your evidence that we don't commonly base it off of that?
Because when I walk around the street and I go, this person's a woman, can I speak?
This is like anecdotal. I want to study.
If you see a male person and you think they're a woman, it's because you think they're female. I'm sorry, man. It's because you think they're female. Otherwise, you know what a trans woman is and you know they're male, but you see them dressing a certain way and you might intuit they're a trans woman. Except all of these people, instead it's just, well, no, you ask them, okay, yeah, I'll go up to a trans woman. Excuse me, I just want to make sure, are you a trans woman? Before I, in my head, call you a fucking woman or a trans woman or a man. Can you just tell me what you are? Like, nobody does that, sorry. Most of the time, we don't intuit whether someone is trans or cis or male or female. Based on anything. Like, based on what they say, excuse me. They don't ask people, they just make fucking judgments. And occasionally they're wrong.
Can I speak now, please? Okay. When you walk around the street, most people don't look under your pants.
I got a bad rap from Twitter. I'm not sure what you mean. I was barely active on Twitter. I'm sure a handful of people saw me on Twitter and think I'm a whatever, but...
Or look at your chromosomes, or look at your gametes and go, oh, this person must be a woman. They don't do that. We commonly use the word woman to refer to...
No, but we see the traits that come from having ovaries or testicles typically, right?
Secondary characteristics. Your expression...
You just know what genitalia most people have. You just actually just know. You don't actually have to look at them or anything. You're just going to be wrong occasionally.
With that, but...
Okay, so then give me an instance.
I disagree with that. So I disagree. I disagree with that. I disagree with the understanding that we don't, No. I disagree. Hold on. We have sex tracking mechanisms, like evolutionary mechanisms that we develop to understand that these mechanisms are co-occurring within biology. Like, for example, having primary sex characteristics, hormonal baselines, and so forth. These are
Doesn't anyone that saw me on Twitter and now thinks I'm a terrible person, I don't care what they think about anything. They're too retarded to watch my shit, to be honest with you.
Mechanism. So when I see someone with breasts and typical female features, I presume that they likely also have primary sex characteristics that are associated with being female. Now, I'm asking you for...
Brianna Wu is definitely too retarded to engage with me, so hey.
What is your substantiation as to why the common usage would not be something biological or have a sex-based core?
Because when we commonly refer to women...
No, I want evidence.
We don't talk about...
Why are you sorry that some retarded trannies on X think that I'm a fascist? Because of shit that I said ages ago. Why are you sorry for that? I don't care what those people think. Those people are fucking below scum to me. Do you understand that? Those people are below fucking scum to me. If that's what they're judging me on, then I'm in my right to judge them back the exact same way. I don't give a fuck what any of those people think. They can think that about me. They can judge me on whatever they want. because I'll just judge them right back. And they are below scum to me.
Don't talk about people's sex organs when we talk about their womanhood or manhood.
Okay, prove it to me.
Refer to other things.
Do you have a poll? Do you have a study? Anything?
Do you have a poll or study that the way we use the word commonly is your usage?
Yeah, we have Burt.
Yeah, she doesn't know anything about me though, does she? What does Brianna Wu know about me today? What could Brianna Wu tell you about me? Absolutely nothing. I gave her shits. Because of the Ray GP thing. She didn't like it, so she blocked me. Okay, wow. Amazing. She's too stupid to engage with me anyway.
Models. Do you know what Burt is?
Yeah, show me the study that says we.
Wait, do you know what Burt is? I asked you a question. Do you know what Burt is? Do you know what Burt is?
I don't know who Burt is. Can you just give me the study?
It's not a person. Okay, so the strongest way to substantiate common usage is not by actually asking people.
I'm not upset. I'm just making it very clear how little I care about people that I've never spoken to. And I know nothing about myself that seem to know so much about me based on like some posts on the internet. I'm just saying how like ridiculous that is. See my channel, like when?
What they think they mean, like surveys or polls, or what you might intuitively believe that most people believe, because that's just biased, right? That's not studies, that's not statistics, it's not actually analyzing things scientifically. So the way that we do this is by analyzing how people actually use the term across large bodies of text. So for me personally, my substantiation of common usage will involve a corpus-based approach. So essentially, I'm using contextual language modeling and word sense methods. So this is like we use BERT-based contextual embeddings, and what these are, and word clusterings, and disambiguation. And what this is, BERT model was constructed by Google. It's an AI model that essentially, if I give it a piece of text, it'll read the text from left to right and right to left, and determine the contextual usage of a particular word, and then match its definition to, or match the contextual definition to its dictionary definition, and then determine the similarity of the word, right? So are we actually using the term in accordance with its definitional its dictionary definition or its contextual usage. So for example, I can code a model, which I am currently coding a large based model with a large data set, to determine whether or not woman is actually commonly used within the social context. And based off of the small model that I've built, and I used it across languages, translating languages, because English is not the only language that people speak, right? We have people across the world. You know, you're a white man, you speak English, but there's other people in the world, right? I would argue that it's intuitive, not just intuitive, but also statistically true, that most people across the world, not just in America, use the term woman with a sex-based core.
Yeah, this is just obvious. I don't know why you'd even argue against this.
Okay, great. So you think that most people, when they refer to women, they're referring to their gametes?
No, they're referring to them being a female, you utter fucking retard. This guy is so fucking stupid. He is either, like, supremely dishonest and bad faith, or he is completely stupid. When you call someone a woman, and you're using just the definition most people use, which is a fucking adult human female, like it or not, you're not referring to their gametes, you're referring to that they are a fucking female person. There always has to be something that he can essentialize the entire thing to. And if you can't say, this specific thing defines this, then your definition must be complete nonsense, necessarily. That seems to be how he thinks. And I think that's how these people get away with, like, this whole, okay, well, I just believe what people tell me then. Because then there's the through line of, oh, well, they all identify as this, which is nothing. That means nothing. That's stupid.
What makes you think that when I say sex, I'm referring to just gametes?
So what do you mean by female?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain earlier and you wouldn't let me. So are we going back to that?
Go ahead and answer it now. What's a female?
Okay, so let's go back to the homeostatic property clusters. So homeostatic property clusters and what makes someone a female is going to be based off of candidate properties. So for the female cluster, typical candidate properties that we would have to put them into this category is gametogenic and reproductive organization.
Yeah, I can imitate lots of trans women.
So this would involve orientation towards overproduction.
I say lots. I can imitate Brianna Wu. I can imitate Katie Montgomery. The thing is, if I worked on my impression, I could do an impression of just about anyone. Like, if I did a philosophy tube impression right now, it'd probably be shit. But if I just kind of sat and listened to a video and just kind of said the words along and got the intonation down, I could very easily do a philosophy tube impression or like a ContraPoints impression.
Developmental pathways associated with being female, reproductive anatomy, and then the second one would be the...
I can also do a lillytino impression, but it's just me talking more like a man, but in an American accent, and that's kind of cheating.
Typical reproductive anatomy, which would be uterus, ovaries, vaginal canal patterns, so forth, large gametes, which we were referring to. The third one would be typical developmental endocrinology, so the hormonal environment or the hormonal baseline, or developmental cascades that...
Can't get the idea of multiple dimensions. Well, I wonder how much that is the case, or if some of these people... they have to like boil it down to something so that it exists in a way that they can understand. You know, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm saying the same thing you are in a different way.
Okay, great.
Wait, I'm not finished. Let me finish. I'm gonna mute you, Mike. Let me finish. You don't ask me something and then not let me finish. Okay? So we have the developmental cascades that co-occur with female phenotypes. Okay, so this is necessary for gene regulation and expression, especially when it comes to reproductive anatomy. We don't have gene expression and regulation of these reproductive organs and features without the developmental endocrinology. We also have secondary sex characteristics. I think that's kind of intuitive, and then genetic development. So the relevant X-linked traits and relevant autosomal traits that result in female expression.
Great. So you think most people take all that into consideration when they say you're a woman?
I think people. Okay, so for example, why are you laughing?
You think most people use that usage? They don't.
You didn't even let me
Look
answer.
at somebody's breast.
And then genetic development, so the relevant X-linked traits.
Oh, so he's getting her to explain all this, and be like, "Oh, that's what every person thinks when they determine what a man or a woman is." Obviously, that's not the case. Obviously, that's not the case, and that's not what she's saying. She's giving her view of what a female is. Most people are going to dumb down what they think a female or a male is, and it's not going to be a perfect description. Most people are just going to say they do base it on sex, but they also base sex on something super, like, you know, basic. Like, men have penises, women have vaginas, you know. And you perceive the traits that typically come from having one or the other. And that's what you base it on. But this guy is so stupid that he doesn't understand what she's saying.
And relevant autosomal traits that result in female expression.
Great. So you think most people take all that into consideration when they say you're a woman?
Obviously, that is not what she's saying. He asked her to find female, and that's what she did. And now he's saying, oh, well, everyone uses that definition and applies it to everyone to determine what sex they are. No, they don't. Obviously not.
I think people. Okay, so for example, why are you laughing?
You think most people use that use?
So it's just like debate bro shit. It's just like a trap. Like a stupid word game thing. He's as bad as fucking... He's as bad as, like, fucking Javan Bradley. If not worse. I don't know. Very few people are as bad as Javan Bradley. Javan Bradley is a piece of shit. But is getting close at this point.
They don't.
You didn't even let me
look
answer.
At somebody's breast. We look at their boobs. We look at their fucking face.
Okay, yeah, so that's kind of... Okay.
Yes, and why do people usually grow breasts? Because they have a vagina and they have ovaries and they produce estrogen, which gives human beings breasts.
Yeah, so, you just mentioned. You don't use Bert's model. Fuck Bert.
Okay. You can't just say fuck Bert. You can't just say fuck Bert because you don't like it. You don't. Okay, you're going back to common usage. You're going back to the common usage. Can you?
It's like he doesn't. He seems to think that this person doesn't know that people who don't have her scientific background are not going to describe female the same way she does or something.
You're losing it, bro.
Stop.
You're losing it, bro. Can you calm down? No. You're tweaking out. Okay, so I'm gonna finish speaking because you won't let me finish, right?
Keep muting me.
I am gonna mute you.
Yeah, keep muting him. I agree. That's the best idea. Ideally, just, you know, mute him off the entire fucking internet. But apparently, he needs to torture trans people as much as humanly possible. So
tweaking out. You're tweaking out.
Even though you said you wouldn't.
Because you're tweaking out. Maybe this is why people mute you.
Because you're
being aggressive. I mean, she's being like this now because to start with, she was being a lot more chill and he was being a dick. What do you think happens?
You don't know how to fucking debate.
You have anger issues.
The answer is.
I'm gonna be frank with you right now. If you like speak to me in that tone again, we're not doing this anymore. Like, lose the anger issues. Stop speaking to me in a degrading tone. Just talk to me normally. You're fine to get frustrated. I understand getting annoyed.
I just simply said you don't know how to debate. I said you don't know how to debate.
You have gotten aggressive with me twice this live. Listen, Mike, you don't know how to debate either. You burden shift a lot. If we want, like, we can both have our critiques of how we debate, but I'm asking you to stop being disrespectful with me because if you're going to continue, we're not going to continue this debate. You are very patronizing.
I don't think I haven't been disrespectful, but okay.
Okay.
So the reason why this is. Yeah,
he's been like disrespectful throughout. It's not like she's not starting to be disrespectful back, but I'm putting that on him. Fuck it.
I just showed you why it's silly to think that people use that take all that into consideration when they deem somebody.
Which she didn't say.
Somebody a woman. We look at their boobs. We look at their face. That's how we typically consider their womanhood, on a face value. But the point is that when we deem somebody woman or man, I think there's more to womanhood than just your sex organs. There's more to womanhood than just your gametes.
But womanhood isn't your sex organs or your gametes. But, like, you're female, so you will have those and your womanhood probably is in some way derived from having those. Like,
There's more to my manhood. No, let me speak. It's my turn.
I just said okay.
There's more. There's more to
such an insecure little prick.
Manhood than just my penis or my gametes or my small gamete production. There's more to manhood than that. That's why.
Yes, but it comes from you having those things. You're a man because you have those things. And everyone else who's a man, except for a small handful of people on a grand scale, has those things. There has to be a connection there. It's not arbitrary. It's not by chance that males have certain preferences and females have other preferences. It's not by chance. It's not just random. Manhood and womanhood is not just a random thing that occurs in both males and females. It doesn't make any sense.
That's why contemporary gender theorists don't use your definition of woman, because it's silly.
A contemporary gender theorist worth listening to?
It's outdated. Whether it's commonly used or not. Why the fuck should we care if it's commonly used when there's a better definition that better?
Why should we care what's commonly used? Like, what is wrong with this guy? Why should we care what most people call something? Because that's how language works.
It encapsulates the nuance in psychology, in biology.
So you're making, okay, so now you're making,
I have shown you.
Wait, now you're making a normative claim. You're making a normative claim. We're talking about descriptive.
Now you want to sit there. Yeah, we can make a normative case for using.
We're not talking about what it ought to be.
Yes, we can make a normative case for why we should use the word woman the way I do. Yes.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying that's not relevant to the discussion. I'm talking about what is. I'm not talking about what.
It's very relevant because the way we use words can save people's lives.
We're talking about Wait, Mike, the proposition that you are affirming is that trans women are women, not that trans women ought to be women, okay? That's not the proposition that we're debating.
That's a complete straw man. So yes,
that's not a straw man. You just
Wait. But he does think trans women are women. It's on the fucking... Whatever.
admitted you're making a normative claim. We're not talking about normative claims.
I'm making a normative case for why we should use the word woman. I do.
Okay, I don't care about your normative case. I'm caring about... No, I'm caring about your argument. I care about your argument as to why trans women are...
Can I just speak for a second?
Okay. Listen, I'm just telling you, I don't care about your normative claim. We're debating the proposition trans women are women.
Do you care that people's lives are saved?
Okay, this is a normative claim. I want to respond to your questions before you get into this.
Oh my God.
Wait, I want to respond. You made points earlier. You made points earlier. I'm not pivoting. If anything, I'm trying to actually engage with what you're asking me rather than you like overwhelming me with a bunch of questions, and then when I don't answer them, you're going to act like I'm dodging. So I'm actually trying to answer your questions. I'm trying to answer your questions. I'm trying to stop talking. Seriously. Oh my God, you have issues. So the first question or the first claim that you made was that we define woman by, these outward characteristics, by what the common observer is looking at. Okay? Common observer would refer to the argument you're making is about the common. Oh my God, that's not a straw man. You're talking about the common observer. Oh my God, you don't understand philosophy. When you're talking about the common observer, how people commonly observe people and what they infer.
You gotta stop muting me. Please.
Oh my God, you're not letting me respond to your points.
I never said we define women based on observers in terms of those two features.
You don't understand philosophy. What you were implicitly...
I'm saying...
Oh my God, Mike, what you were implicitly referring to is the common observer. You did not directly say it, but you are implicitly referring to common... Let me explain to you. You don't understand philosophy. That's fine, okay? I'm telling you, you're implying...
You can say that I don't understand debate, but I can't tell you that.
I'm not talking about debate. I'm talking about philosophy. Debate and philosophy are two different things. You don't know the content of what you're talking about.
Dude, he's bitching about this. He was telling us she didn't understand science like fucking 10 minutes in. I hate these kind of cry-bully types that spend the whole time interrupting. And then when they get called on it, and then they do it back to you because it's been normalized at this point, then you start giving them shit for like interrupting. It's very demon mama. It's disgusting. You wonder what he's like to his partner at home. That's what it makes me think of.
You can say I don't know something, but I can't tell you that.
You're implicit. That was not the issue. That's not the issue that I had. You were being incredibly like. Anyways, that's not the point. Listen. When you say we define women by these outward characteristics that we observe, like for example, boobs.
That's not what I said either.
Wait. I haven't finished. You can call me. You can say I'm strawmanning.
And listen to me.
Oh my God. I can't do this. Stop. Let me finish. This is crazy. Like, I'm like, look, like, I don't like to scream like this. It feels very classless. I don't like to do this, and I don't want to yell. Let's just be respectful, okay? You said that when people look at other people, like, for example, someone with breasts and female typical characteristics, the waist to hip ratio, secondary sex characteristics, and so forth, and things that indicate primary sex characteristics, they are going to infer that they are a woman. Why? Because they cannot see their genitalia. You are implicitly making the philosophical claim.
Oh, Pissed Off Lawyer is a massive crybaby. I don't know if he still is. He certainly used to be. Like, he'd do that thing that so many of those fucking types did, bearing in mind what he used to be, not what he is now, where they, like, at people like J.K. Rowling, like, constantly insulting them and saying all this kind of shit about them. And then when they respond, like, once every few fucking months or so, and then because of that response, someone like J.K. Rowling's fucking dipshit followers send him messages giving him shit as if his followers don't do the same. Then he starts crying foul. Oh, this person's bullying me. This person's directing harassment towards me. You can't complain that someone's directing harassment your way when you harass them. You know what I mean? So he is very much, or used to be, a crybaby. Maybe he's changed his ways. I don't know. To be honest, when I watched the Dead Domain thing with Hendrix, the only real thing that I picked up from it is that he just kind of exists solely through all these like fucking petty arguments and shit like that. And there doesn't seem to be much depth to his character, but I guess I don't know him personally. Maybe if I spoke to him, I'd feel differently. Maybe Dead Domain was just a shit interviewer. That is possible.
That the common observer looks at secondary sex characteristics and outward features and then infers their sex or whether or not they're a woman. And I don't agree with that. That's what I was trying to say here, is I don't agree with that is because for two reasons. One, I don't think that because people see breasts and stuff like that, they think of because they can't see their primary sex characteristics and a lot of the other things that I mentioned, like sex traits and so forth. Just because they can't see these things doesn't mean that they don't know they are a woman. The reason why I say this is because biologically 99% of the time we have people that either fall into male or female. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because if they are male or female, then that likely means, especially healthy males or females, it likely means that they have the co-occurring biological mechanisms. That means everything else I already mentioned. So we know that breasts and all these features that are associated with female typical body plans arise from these primary sex characteristics and these primary features like genetics and autosomal traits and X-linked traits and so forth. So these aren't just arbitrary. When I look at someone with a breast and these female typical body plans, I'm inferring that they're biologically female because
Oh yeah. I made a video about Amaya and pissed off lawyer saying they should tell Fred Sargent to kill himself or something. I don't know. It's in the past. Whatever. I'm trying not to like judge people just on like their past actions, which is why I'm trying to be clear. Like, well, they acted like this. I don't know if that's still the case. You know, gave him space to say what he wanted, but he just went on about how this person was mean to me on Twitter, so I was mean to this person on Twitter. It just made me think that this person's kind of shallow and like reactive and kind of I don't know. Very much not. I think he probably goes along with stuff. I think he probably goes along with a lot of what that Ari person says nowadays, or has said in the past. Maybe they aren't friends anymore, I don't know. I think probably before someone like Ari, he went along with what someone else said. I reckon that's probably been the case to a large extent, but hey, like I said, I'm intuiting. I don't know him personally. If I say that enough times, hopefully it's clear, because people make up shit about me all the time. Wouldn't mind so much of that, I'm just intuiting, and if I spoke to them, maybe I'd think differently. But people don't say that, they just make claims about me.
That's where it arises from biologically. So I don't agree with that. And then second of all, the point that I wanted to make about, just because I see a woman, like, for example, if I see a cup of alcohol, right? Not alcohol in terms of like the drinking alcohol, like rubbing alcohol, right? If I see a cup of alcohol and I infer that it's water, does that now mean that it's water? I think you're muted.
You want me to answer, or am I muted still?
Yeah, I want to know, do you think that just because I look at a cup of alcohol and I think it is water, does that now mean it's water?
I have no idea how the fuck that's even remotely relevant to this fucking debate.
There's the guy who was like, tell me what the difference between a car and a truck is, like 20 times. Now suddenly it's bad when someone else. These people are fucking scum, man. This guy's a fucking scumbag. This guy's actually a fucking scumbag. Leave trans people alone. Just leave trans people alone. I don't want scum like you fucking debating on our behalf. I don't want that. And plenty of other trans people, if they watch this, they would feel the same fucking way. I don't know how many of the fucking comments. How many fucking comments are going to be from trans people? Probably not many. I don't know. Someone timestamp. Trying to find Mike's study. I wonder what the study is, because I've read a few of the brain things. Well, if she said like drinking water rather than thick water, or just water, I don't know. It sounds like you're being pedantic, to be honest. When you say water, you don't normally mean thick water, you mean drinking water, right?
I have no idea why the fuck that's relevant. No, I don't believe that. I never fucking said that.
Okay, so you believe
that? Let's try listening to me now, okay? Let's try listening to me now.
Do you want to know why I asked you that?
Because I don't know why you asked that. Because you just don't understand my view. Because you're not listening to my view. You just keep talking over me. You just keep talking. All right, go ahead.
Such a baby. How are we like this far in? I know, I'm trying to see from his like body language. We zoom it in. Does he turn his camera off because he's acting like such a fucking freak? Like, he's still like moving around a hell of a lot. He does this kind of pissy thing where it's like, you're angry with someone, so you turn to the side and just like look away somewhere. I wonder how old this guy is.
Okay, the reason why I brought that up,
Look how petulant he looks.
If you saw alcohol in a cup, okay, and it's not water, means that there is some kind of definition beyond water that is not just some kind of typical traits or some kind of similarity, which is what you are inferring. You are inferring that the common the common observer or the common user.
Yeah, things can look different, but they can be fundamentally different in some way. Wow.
The term woman is looking towards some kind of typical traits, something that they typically observe, or some kind of similarity that is outward, whereas I'm disagreeing with you. I don't think that we define things based off of their outward appearance.
But most people do agree a common definition of water. If you say water, if you say a glass of water, you mean like drinking water in general. If I say a bottle of water, I probably mean drinking water, not heavy water or thick water or whatever else. Fucking bong water, I don't know.
And their typical traits or similarity.
Me neither. I never said that. So
but that's
again,
that's what prototypical nominalism is.
If I could just speak, I could explain it to you. I never said we define.
Like turning this around as well. This is exactly what he was doing to her earlier, and now it's a problem when she does it to him.
Woman based on their breasts. I never said that. I said that's how we commonly refer to people by looking at their outward expressions. I never said that we define.
Having breasts an outward expression.
No, let me speak. I never said we define womanhood based on breasts and just their outward expressions. I said it's multifaceted. There are psychological components to womanhood. There's sociological components.
What makes someone psychologically a woman?
There's a neurobiological component to womanhood, and all
not really.
Those have to be considered before we deem somebody a woman or not. So
you have to consider what someone's brain looks like before you consider themselves a woman? WPath does not agree with you, bro.
And all those have to be considered before we deem somebody a woman or not.
This is like, what is he saying?
Never said we define womanhood based on breasts and just their outward experience.
So to truly know whether someone's a woman, you have to understand their psychology. Okay, so what's psychologically a woman versus psychologically a man? We need to understand their brain. So you should brain scan someone before you know whether they're a woman or a man. But he doesn't think any of this. He thinks you should just ask people and they should tell you and you should respect it.
Expressions. I said it's multifaceted. There are psychological components to womanhood. There's sociological components. There's a neurobiological component to womanhood.
Yeah, suddenly there's multiple dimensions. Yeah. But she has to boil sex down to like just one thing. Otherwise it's arbitrary. But then I suppose he seems to think that multifaceted things are arbitrary. And he seems to think that man and woman are arbitrary things, which is completely incongruous with trans people, where man and woman are very much the opposite of arbitrary. They're actually very important.
And all of those have to be considered before we deem somebody a woman or not. So that's my argument.
And that's just stupid. Okay. But you don't. You made fun of her for defining sex to the nth degree in a scientific way. And then thinking that she's saying that that's how people define what men and women are when they just look at someone and make a judgment. Well, they also don't judge you based on your psychology. He was more right earlier when he says, oh, well, when you define whether someone's a man or a woman, you look at like their features and shit. Well, you kind of do, yeah. But you wouldn't use that as like an actual definition. That's just how we intuit who is who. It's really annoying. Like, so many people don't seem to understand this, but there's a difference between the way you talk about something in a scientific setting and the way you talk about something casually. And I think people like King Critical, perhaps, fall foul of this sometimes, where they think that, you know, there has to be this definition of something that works perfectly and is logically sound to him. And that has to be used 100% of the time when people are just going to talk differently, like casually than they are, you know, in formal settings. I kind of got a bit of that impression of him from his 10 Reasons Trans Isn't Valid or whatever. It's like this guy's doing like the same shit. It's bizarre.
It's also the case that there's an ethical case to be made here for why we should use the word woman the way I do and contemporary gender theorists do. It helps save lives. When you don't say...
No, it fucking doesn't. It doesn't save lives. To say that woman is like, what are we talking about here? How are you this jumped up? You have never saved a fucking trans woman's life, Mike. Shut the fuck up.
When you reject my definition, you say, woman is just adult human female, you're now ostracizing a whole group of people by the millions, telling them that they're invalid, that they're nothing.
No, they're just saying you're not a woman. You're not invalid if you think you're something other than what you are. You're just wrong about something.
That they don't belong in as who they are. And therefore,
that's complete nonsense. Applying, like, fuck, how do I say this? Basing man and woman on sex does not mean that you necessarily then think that trans people are invalid and don't belong in society. And, like, you might say they're not who they say they are, but people aren't who they say they are all the fucking time. That applies to trans people too. And apparently it's saving lives is not a good reason to, like, throw all that out and come up with a definition that means fucking nothing. Which his does mean fucking nothing.
That would inspire people to not do gender affirming care. We live in a world where people...
Right.
Millions telling them that they're invalid, that they're nothing, that they don't belong in as who they are, and therefore they shouldn't. And that would inspire people to not do gender affirming care.
No, you're actually so fucking dumb. Why do trans people get gender affirming care? To resemble the other sex more. Because they want to be seen as a woman, and women are female. So if you're a male, you will take HRT and grow breasts, and that will help people think that you're a female rather than a male. You'll take on style cues that make people think that you're a female instead of a male. That is why people get GAC. That is why people get gender affirming care. It is because they want to resemble the sex they aren't. Like, what is he fucking talking about, bro? It's like, I'm getting tired. I'm, like, not able to, like, formulate my thoughts properly. But, like, Jesus Christ.
We live in a world where people who are Muslim and Islamic and Christian, they are anti-LGBT.
Muslim and Islamic.
LGBT, fundamentally. And so they are actively against gender affirming care.
This has got nothing to do with the fucking thing.
Actively trying to take away their lives.
I'm not against gender affirming care.
Okay, great. But the point is that typically people...
Nor is saying trans women are women. Nor is saying trans women are male. That's not against gender affirming care. That's why they get gender affirming care.
People that have your position.
Has this fucking retard ever talked to a trans person before? Or one that doesn't just go along with everything he says because he has some kind of perceived authority?
Are in favor of laws that would render trans women not women, which would heavily influence their rights, heavily influence their treatment as women.
Well, like, how does this influence someone's rights? What rights? I don't know one right of mine that has been affected by the fact that the Supreme Court ruled that woman means female in the Equality Act. It hasn't even so far led to bathroom bans. Like, so what rights are actually affected by this?
Have your position are in favor of laws that would render trans women not women, which would...
This is guilt by association. Okay, well, some people are transphobes and also think what you think. That doesn't matter.
Heavily influence their rights, heavily influence their treatment as women.
Two things. One, I don't have an issue.
The point is that there's an ethical case to be made here. It's such that we should use the word woman the way I do because it actually saves people's lives.
That's retarded.
Care saves lives.
That is, like, very, very, contestable. Doesn't seem to save that many lives, but okay. It's got nothing to do with the conversation. You shouldn't call trans women women so that they'll get gender affirming care which will save their life. Like, that doesn't make any sense. If anything, saying that you're not a woman and as you can pass as a woman would inspire people to get gender affirming care because then they might have a better chance of passing.
The way we use the word doesn't. If it were,
that doesn't mean just because I say
more people would die if you were to
Mike, just because
that's so stupid. More people will die if we use the definition of woman meaning female. That is absolutely fucking retarded.
I don't think that they are categorized philosophically as women doesn't mean that I don't think that they're entitled to gender affirming care, that they're not entitled to a space within society, that their gender dysphoria is not real, that they're suffering.
I do not have a GRC. Yeah, I'm still a trans woman. And I'm still wherever I am. Whatever the government thinks of me. I still have the same fucking rights I already did. The GRC didn't matter for anything anyway, because people never showed them for any purpose. They could repeal it. Oh, it still wouldn't affect me then. Okay, wow. I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to repeal it. Perhaps if we are stupid enough to like fucking reform in or some shit, maybe they will. I don't know.
Suffering is not real. I believe all of these things. Hold on. You're assuming my position because you've had some experience. Wait, you're assuming my position because you had a negative experience with people who are transphobic and believe that they shouldn't be entitled to gender affirming care.
The evidence shows.
What evidence shows that I don't agree with gender?
This fucking retard thinks the evidence shows that trans women have female typical brains. I don't care what he thinks about the evidence showing for fucking anything.
Let me speak. The evidence shows that when we reject trans people as their identity.
Oh, this is fucking bullshit. Okay, when do we get off this fucking talking about? I'm not letting this person spread this utter shit on my fucking platform. Fuck that shit. When do we get off this virtue signaling fucking bullshit? That's got nothing to do with the fucking thing.
Mind.
Okay, I think your definition is actually not helpful. I think if anything, it's harmful by the fact that you reinforce that the subjective definitions of what it means to be femininity.
He gets so outraged when someone suggests that his definition is harmful, but you were just saying that more people would die if we use this Raz person's definition. How can you get this outraged at someone saying basically the same shit you just said, only far less fucking severe? This guy is a fucking scumbag, man. This guy is subhuman.
Not helpful. I think if anything, it's harmful by the fact that you reinforce that the subjective definitions of what it means to be femininity within potential societies that are misogynistic and sexist and so forth would be a valid definition of femininity. Regardless, I want to wait. Regardless. Hold on. Regardless. I don't want to get into that. Wait, I don't want to get. Mike, stop. Let me finish. I let you finish. I let you talk. I let you talk. Stop. I'm muting you again. Okay. I do not want to mute you. Please stop. I'm trying. I let you talk. Okay. I do not want to get into the normative claim. The proposition here is something descriptive. I want to understand how you currently believe woman is defined. Not how it ought to be defined. We can get into that afterwards, okay? We can do like 5 more minutes of my position and then we can get into the normative claim if you want. But I want to stick to
the GC position is an Epstein style. Wasn't Epstein like funding some like weird shit? That doesn't mean that every gender critical person got their ideas from Epstein or was funded by Epstein or something. But I think there was something about that, you know?
To what we believe I think it is and what you think it is, not what I think it ought to be and what you think it ought to be, okay? And back—
What speed is this on? 1.25.
Back to your point, the reason why I brought up the water thing is because you were saying, well, do you think we all know that women have all these—
Hey, wow, remember when we were talking about something that wasn't this guy virtue signaling?
Genes and properties and so forth, these candidate properties that make them female? No, but we still know that they are a woman based off of other characteristics that arise from those things. And the reason why that's relevant to the water example I gave is because even though I'm looking at a cup of, clear liquid, in spite of it being alcohol, I know that it is not water, and it is not true that for me to call it water because it's not made of— Hold on. I'm not straw manning. I'm explaining my position. Stop. Oh my God. Like when I get close to landing, you like interrupt me. Okay? When it comes to water, right? The reason why I look at a cup of alcohol and I can't say that it is water just based off of how it physically looks, right? The reason why I can't say that is because I understand that fundamentally it's made up of H2O.
To be honest, she's probably talking as fast as she can because she knows this guy is gonna like jump in, you know?
In spite of the fact that you can't see that water is made up of H2O, you're not, running tests and looking at its chemical properties and so forth and like mixing it with other things to confirm that it is indeed water, right? You're not doing that, but you still know that water is made up of H2O even though you can't see it. That was my point with that. Now, the second thing that you asked me—
Because we don't define water based on how it looks. I never said that. So
that is my point. That is my point, Mike. That is my point.
But that's not my point. That's not—
Yeah, but if someone hands you a glass of water and says, here you go, here's some water, and it's fucking green, you're gonna be like, I don't think this is water.
That is never
the reason why, Mike. The reason, hold on, you're not Mike. Mike, you're not Mike. You're not understanding my position. The reason why I brought up the water.
He keeps doing this. He's like turned to the side when he's like angry. It's so fucking cringe.
is because the water, okay, in the same way when it comes to being a woman, I don't need to see a woman's biological properties like her primary sex characteristics or her genes, autosomal or X-linked, to know she is indeed a female. The same way I don't need to go look at the chemical. Wait, I don't. The same way I don't need to look at water. The same way I don't need to look. The same way. The same way I don't need to look at the chemical property of water to know it is H2O.
Watching him have like hissy fit after hissy fit is actually quite funny. Like there's something powerful at not being visible in shit like this. If you're gonna be visible, you need to be able to handle it and not act like a fucking toddler. It's just making him look so fucking dumb. It's possible if she was visible and showing visible frustration, it would kind of make the optics a bit more even here.
How do you know somebody's a female?
Because there are co-occurring mechanisms that allow me to infer.
No.
I'm answering.
No, that's not my question. Let me say it again. How do you know somebody's a female just by looking at them?
Okay. Based off of induction, which is what biology uses, there's no such thing as deduction in this case because it.
Okay, so
let me respond. Mike, you're gonna have to let me.
Yeah, are we seeing why she's talking so quickly now?
Respond. You have to let me respond. Okay?
I wasn't done.
It is going. Let me finish. No, you asked me to
I wasn't done answering my... Bro.
answer a question, so let me answer it. I know what you're asking me. Let me respond. So inductively, we're always going to use induction when it comes to this, okay? So there's never going to be 100% certainty. So we're presuming, right? I can look at someone's outward characteristics and presume that they are indeed female because they have co-occurring mechanisms. These co-occurring mechanisms give rise to secondary sex characteristics, such as waist to hip ratio, breasts, things of that nature, hair, whatever it may be that is associated with being female outwardly, right? These co-occurring mechanisms. And I assume that if this person has these outward features, that they also likely, statistically, also have primary sex characteristics and the relevant X-linked or autosomal features. If you ask most people, and this is why I bring up common usage, which you didn't allow me to substantiate that even though you asked about it, the reason why I bring up common usage is I think most people, if you ask them, not just Americans and not just white people, if you ask them, and you ask them, if you show them someone who's trans and is passing and they look like a typical female person, typical female body plan, and then you tell them they're not actually biologically female, that they don't have the relevant features, that is like primary sex characteristics and X-linked traits and autosomal traits, most people would no longer consider them to be a woman.
Okay, so to make it simplified, since you just yapped the entire time, you think that somebody's a woman or a female because of certain secondary sex characteristics. So
no,
are those just as good indicators as to gender as it is to their sex?
No, you misunderstood my position.
Indicators to their gender. I mean, I don't like the idea of people having gender. I really think that gender is far more in expression and in how you're received than it being a quality about you. Because everyone's a mixture. Like, if everything is gendered, or almost everything is gendered, then most people, like, what their gender actually is kind of very subjective and variable. Like, is my gender somewhat masculine? If I wear, like, women's leggings and a man's, like, shirt, is that, like, is my gender mixed at that point? What do we even factor in, you know what I mean? Why is he having trouble? Because he's a debate bro piece of shit fucking grifting loser who is just here to virtue signal about how much he loves trans people. And for some reason, trans people fall for fucking people like this. Maybe part of it is because people are transphobic. So you see someone being nice and it's like, oh wow, someone who actually likes me. But the problem is you get manipulated that way. It's important not to get manipulated. And if it means I'm going to have to spend way too much time fucking shitting on trans allies so people understand this, then I guess I'll just fucking do that.
I can reiterate it again.
Do you agree that you can induce the fact that somebody's a female based on secondary sex characteristics?
I can infer that they are likely female, yeah.
Okay, so that means it's just as good of an indicator as you use it for sex, just as it is for gender, right?
No.
Why wouldn't it be?
Because I just explained to you the biological homeostatic property cluster, the way HPCs, the way that they work. You can't just have one feature and now it makes you female. I am inferring that they are likely female. Why? Because these secondary sex characteristics can only arise as the result of co-occurring mechanisms. That is someone who naturally has breasts, someone who naturally has... Hold on, wait, Mike, stop, wait.
No, let me answer.
Let me finish and then you can go as much as you want. Okay, bro, just let me respond. There's co-occurring... You're not even listening to me. This is why you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's co-occurring mechanisms. That means...
He probably isn't listening.
Example, if someone has breasts, it is statistically likely going to be the case, overwhelming majority of the time, that if they have breasts, that they also have things like primary sex characteristics, large gametes, vaginal canal patterns, female typical, chromosomes.
The other thing is, if they're male, if they have breasts, they're probably also fat.
And like genes and so forth, right? They're more likely to have these things. So that is why I can infer that they are likely female. But to prove that they are indeed female, I would have to wait to prove that they are. Stop, Mike. To prove that they are indeed 100% female, like for me to prove that conclusion, I would need to look at the entire HPC cluster and affirm that.
Okay, so we can say that somebody's a woman based on those secondary sex characteristics.
Yeah, you can't define someone as a woman based on secondary sex characters. You might just see them as one.
No, I can infer it. The reason why
is Raz autistic. No, she's Algerian. Similar concept. That's a joke, by the way. That's a joke.
There are sufficient indicators, right?
There's sufficient indicators for you to have decent grounds to intuit that that person's a woman. That doesn't mean that they actually are one. Like, this is so annoying. Like a dog with a bone. What do you have to be? With these kind of fucking shitters, you have to be. You have to really fucking drill it into them. And that's definitely, like, when I do debates, there's definitely a problem that I have, is that I don't fucking drill this kind of shit into people.
Listen.
Yes or no? Are they sufficient indicators for somebody's gender? Yes.
Nothing. What is someone's gender? What is somebody's gender? How can you define someone's fucking gender? Like... What is someone's gender? I don't fucking know. If your gender is what you decided you are, your innate sense of self or whatever, then I have no fucking idea.
Yes or no?
I think in the extended use of the term, yes.
So that's my view.
Okay, but you're not. No. That's not. No.
That's my view.
Mike. That is. I said the extended. Hold on, Mike. I said the extended use.
Why was lillytino explaining genitals to children? Well, she was just explaining genitals, and children happened to be there. Not good to do, to be honest. I don't like lillytino. I just think Dean Withers is a fucking idiot.
Mike, oh my gosh, Mike, I said the extended use of the term. I'm not referring to the primary use. You are arguing that the primary use...
Can I please explain this to you?
Mike, you are saying, Mike, you are saying, Mike, you are arguing the primary usage is based off of common observation. I am arguing that extended usage...
No, I'm not. That's not my argument. You haven't listened to me this entire time. And every time I give you this science, you say, no, that's not good.
What science has he given?
I gave you so much fucking science. I give you multiple studies. You just say, no, they're all bad.
I'm not interested in your science. I'm not interested in your science. Science doesn't make philosophical claims. I'm interested into your as to like what your philosophical argument is. I don't care about the science.
Are you kidding me? You used biology.
I don't care about the science. I didn't give you any studies. I'm not basing my argument. This is philosophy of biology. It's not fucking data.
Can I please speak now? Can I get like...
Yeah, everything has to tie to studies. Like, anyone that's in my Discord has been seeing that fucking Geronimo retard fucking running around, asking stupid questions and like vomiting studies. That's all they can do. Oh, well, I have a study for this, so it has to be like scientific and real and shit. Like, okay, bro.
Like a minute to speak?
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. You just said who cares about the science, but your entire argument is based on the fucking...
Wait, he's like, oh, let me speak. But now he's like responding to someone she literally just said. So he's not listening. He's just waiting for things he can jump on.
Science. You said biology. Well, I'm using biology too. And it shows us that brains are complicated and that your identity is coming from your brain. And trans women have...
Your identity is coming from your brain. Like, okay, yeah, I guess. Like, what do you think you're saying when you say that? What do you think you're saying when you say that? Does that mean that it's a specific component in the brain? We don't know that. Does it mean that your gender identity is something that is necessarily even correct? We don't know that. It's just something you think about yourself. That's all gender identity is. I'm sorry. It's fucking meaningless. It's only as good as someone is self-aware, you know?
Identities, brain states that are that are highly corresponding to their gender identity. That's a good biological evidence that gender is more complicated than just your fucking sex organs. So I can absorb your sex-based definition of female and male and say, yeah, there's only female and male, but I go a step beyond your definition by capturing the sociological nuances, the psychological nuances, the neurobiological nuances of manhood and womanhood.
Yeah, his neurobiological stuff is nonsense. What he said was complete bullshit.
Yours can't do that.
Intrusive thoughts also come from your brain. Yep, true. Delusions come from the brain. Hallucinations come from the brain. What he thinks he is saying here, he is not saying. He is saying nothing by saying that. The words that come out of my mouth originate in my brain. Wow, amazing. It's almost like humans have brains and they control certain things. Congratulations.
Yours does not even match.
Sorry, I'm not being sarcastic to you. I'm being sarcastic about Mike because he's a fucking idiot.
The amount of utility that my word can provide. That's why contemporary gender theorists use the word the way I do.
See, I don't think gender is bullshit, but I think that this guy has a lot of overesteemed kind of opinions on the subject and what it means.
Not the way you do. That's my entire argument. It seems you have not even remotely touched this argument. You just keep saying, no, there's a biological reason for female. I don't care. Yeah, I agree that there's a female and a male.
To be honest, like non-binary trans, at that point you're talking about like esoteric weird shit that no one should be fucking concerning themselves. If we can't get down what it means to transition from one sex to the other, then we absolutely need to stay away from fucking non-binary trans people until we figure out the basics.
Biologically, we can define those as cluster concepts, but we can go a step beyond with gender, because gender is far more complicated than just your pee-pee.
Okay. Yeah, like I said earlier, we already
I like how we'll say fuck like over and over, but he says pee-pee. How nice.
Went over first of all, I'm not appealing to science in the same way that you are. You're referring to epistemology, right? You're referring to how we know things. I'm referring to how we categorize things within biology. So I'm talking about the philosophy of biology. I'm not bringing up like relevant studies and so forth as you are. The studies are making descriptive claims, whereas you're trying to make a revisionary claim. The studies are not relevant to this revisionary claim, right? And then also, we're not talking about a normative claim. You're again going back to the normative argument. The proposition is one that is descriptive. Trans women are women, and you are affirming that claim. And so you have to prove that. So we're not going to normative claims, but if you want to shift the proposition to, hold on, I let you talk. So if you want to shift the proposition to that, because you can't defend this position, that's fine. Second of all, neuroscience doesn't define what a woman is. So again, the data is irrelevant. Neuroscience doesn't go in and say that just because someone has a female typical brain, this now means you're a woman. You are making that conclusion. You are going from the data to inferring.
Yep, and basically no male people have female typical brains. The studies that Mike thinks are so great do not show trans people having female typical brains. They show them having, well, trans women. They show them having basically male typical brains, just weighted a little bit less towards the extreme end of male. And then when you look at trans men, they look basically fucking identical to women, even though gender identity supposedly works the same way in both sexes. Actually, trans men seem to be more female typical than women, somehow. It's just nonsense. It's just fucking nonsense.
Causation, which you can't prove to me some kind of causal mechanism, and then you're making a conclusion based off of that, which is inconsistent. Not to mention inductive causation, you are making that conclusion. You are going from the data to inferring causation, which you can't prove to me some kind of causal mechanism.
No, she's right. He's like scoffing at it. She's right.
And then you're making a conclusion based off of that, which is inconsistent. Not to mention, inductively, it's just a weak claim, and the evidence is weak. Why? Because we don't have like a substantial amount of meta-analyses, coupled with the fact that we don't have neuroscientific consensus. This is still something being debated. It's still something being researched.
Yeah, this is true.
And so forth. I'm not denying that gender identity has some like reality to it materially when it comes to the brain and so forth and mental states. I do think it has some kind of reality. I just think you're twisting it to fit your definition. Third of all, if your argument was utility based, then you should have made that argument from the beginning. You should have made that argument from the beginning. Your definition had nothing to do with utility in the beginning, and that is why I was disagreeing with you. But if you're making a utility based argument, then be consistent with that. You tend to ad hoc a lot and you tend to change your position so that I can't really get you on anything. So if it was utility based, you need to tell me.
Yeah, it's almost like he's a debate, bro.
It was utility based. And also one more thing. One more thing. You keep saying that the common usage is not relevant, but I think it's kind of intuitive that the common usage is relevant. I think I'm more interested in as to how most people understand and use the term woman, not how you.
Surely you have to, if you want to present a different like model for what woman means than just female. Surely you need to be cognizant of what people currently think. Surely that's like very important. And like he cites like culture and stuff. So he does care what the majority thinks. He just chooses when he does and doesn't, you know what I mean?
Use the term and how you think we ought to use the term. Again, this is a normative claim. When we're talking about are trans women women, we're talking about how do most people use the term, how do most people understand the term, and would they consider trans women to be women? And you didn't allow me to provide my substantiation for common usage based off of the Burt model because you didn't want me to get into that. You just said fuck Burt. But yeah, I do think common usage is relevant. If you're going based off of your own personal definition, you're saying this is what I think and I think this is what we ought to do, then okay, I don't really have much to argue with there. I would like to hear your position. I'm interested, but it doesn't necessarily make it true. It doesn't make the proposition true. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Yeah. So if we were to demonstrate that your brain gives rise to your gender identity and that trans women have a woman identity, would your position change?
I would have to say no, and the reason for that being is because I think you are equivocating the term gender identity. I don't know why you're making that face. I think you're equivocating the term. Okay, I think you're equivocating the term gender identity with gender in itself, right? So there's a distinction. Hold on. Let me respond. Stop. Let me finish. Stop, Mike. Stop. I'm letting you finish. Let me finish. Let's be respectful. I think you are equivocating the terms, right? There's a distinction between a theoretical model. Stop, Mike, stop. You asked me a question. Let me respond to it.
This is unfair. This is not a
Mike, let me respond. Mike, let me respond. I'll let you talk. If
How do I differ debater versus debate bro? Well, I mean, debate bro shit to me is like more like you're more focused on like maintaining flow and just not conceding. Like you're not actually motivated by a want to kind of get into ideas and see whose is better. You're more interested in like wordplay and like tripping people up and fucking with people and stuff, you know?
If you want to say something, you need to say it within your entire allocated time, okay? When I stop talking, you say it, but the moment I start talking, you can't interject again, okay? This is how this is going to work. This is what we're doing. I'm letting you talk, and I'm letting you say everything you want, and I'm writing down what you're saying so that I can respond to it. Like, whatever. Anyways, you're equivocating between the psychological model and the neuroscientific model that posits that gender identity might be a real concept. It might be based in biology or psychology and so forth. So there's a distinction between a theoretical model posited by scientists and the word itself. So take, for example, we have the concept of evolutionary theory posited by biologists. This doesn't mean that all instances of the term evolution that I use are referring to the theory. The term evolution can just refer to some kind of progression that results in changing an object state, right? So for example, I can say...
It's long-winded. I mean, how do you avoid that when you're talking about fucking neuroscience and shit like that, you know? Like, when it's someone that actually knows some shit about the field, you probably do have to explain a lot of shit. It's a complicated topic. You can't boil it down to, like, simple shit. So it's just, like, it kind of is that way.
That the evolution of smartphones over the past year, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't necessarily refer to evolutionary theory when I use the term evolution. So you need to substantiate why the theoretical model is the commonly understood definition of gender. And again, we're not talking about normative claims. You can say, I think it ought to be the used definition of what it means to be a woman. But I'm talking about you need to substantiate why we would use the theoretical, or why we use the theoretical model. Sorry, I can't fucking speak. That we use the theoretical model as the primary definition of gender and what it means to be a woman.
I'm going to give you a formal argument. Ready? Want to write this down? There's about 5 premises. So, P1, brain sex refers to neurobiological structures, patterns, or traits in the brain that correlate with gendered behaviors, self-perception, and identity. P2, gender identity is a deep internal sense of being male, typical man.
The neurobiological structures, sorry, really little difference between men and women, and could be for lots of differences. Could be for lots of reasons. Where there's similarities between trans women and women, they still far more resemble men because they're male. Gender identity, just what you call yourself, just what your feelings are, based on shit you probably learned. Let's be real.
Or female typical woman or another gender, which is influenced by brain sex. B3, a person is recognized as a woman in society based on their gender identity when it aligns with traits typically associated with being female. P4, trans women have a gender identity that aligns with being female typical.
Not necessarily. Trans people don't have to have any kind of gender identity to be trans. Trans is not about gender identity in essence. I'm sorry about it.
P5, if brain sex determines gender identity, and gender identity is sufficient for categorizing somebody as woman, then alignment of the brain sex with a female type identity.
Brain sex determines gender identity, but it doesn't. Brain sex does not determine gender identity. It can't, based on your own evidence. It can't based on this, because according to this, these trans women have male brain sex, because it just looks like the men's much more than the women's. And we're just talking about what it looks like as well. According to this, all these different bits of the brain, they're almost identical in trans men and women, and almost as identical, but maybe slightly more different between trans women and men. So we just don't have anywhere near the evidence to say that brain sex determines gender identity. And we have no evidence to say when a gender identity is legitimate or not, and when it's not born from delusion or a misunderstanding of something. You know what I mean? Yeah, you don't need gender dysphoria. You don't have to have a gender identity. To me, it's about how you live your life. To me, it's about social transition more than anything. It doesn't matter what the reason is, really.
Qualifies a person as a woman.
And it's like, to qualify someone as a woman. What is a woman, though? None of this explains what a woman is. And if all of it is arbitrary, then why the fuck do trans people care about being women or men? So it can't be arbitrary, because they do care.
Conclusion, therefore, if the brain sex is shifted towards female gender identity in trans women, then trans women are women.
Okay, so trans women aren't women, because what he is saying doesn't match with the evidence. And this is evidence that TRAs use. This isn't shit that gender criticals throw up to say, hey, these people are wrong, actually. This is their evidence. So trans women aren't women by your standard. Well done. Congratulations, Mike.
I don't know why we're being pedantic. You're just like reasserting the same things earlier that we disagreed upon. So like, for example,
which premise do you disagree with? Which premise do you disagree with?
Can I respond? I was going to get into that. Okay, great. So first of all, like, for example, premise 1, brain sex correlates with gendered behaviors. You're making a conclusion based off of something that's not.
Oh, Mike would disagree with someone's internal feeling of there being a god. Ah, fuck knows.
Axiomatically.
Well, he thinks that as a part of the brain specifically to do with gender identity, and that bears out in people's neurobiology. Whereas that doesn't exist for anything else, which we just don't know if it exists for anything else. Maybe there's a part of the brain that pertains to race identity. That could be the case, you know? Personally, I think all of it's nonsense and has not actually been shown or proven in any way. We just have people that feel a certain way, and gender identity is the way that we refer to it. But the way we make it out to mean, it just sounds like delusion. It just makes it sound, if it's about gender identity, that trans people are delusional. I don't think trans people are necessarily delusional, so I don't like that way of doing it.
Proven to be like true by consensus, right? You're taking
the vaginas. Yeah, it looks like vaginas.
Particular pieces of evidence, and then you're just like, you're cherry picking, and then you're making that premise true based off of those axioms.
Okay,
wait, I'm not finished.
I gave you studies.
I gave you studies. Yeah, I'm looking at fucking studies, bro, and it disproves your claim. Retard.
I'm not finished, Mike. I let you speak. Stop, Mike. You are the issue here. It's not me. Stop, Mike. Okay. First of all, I would like the motivations and the argument for premise 1, because I think you're just arbitrarily granting it. I would like to see meta-analyses, and I would like to see some kind of neuroscientific consensus in order for me to accept it. Second of all, sure, I can agree that I'll grant gender identity is influenced by brain sex. For the third premise, a person is recognized as a woman based on gender identity. Yeah, you're just like, why is that true? You need to prove to me why that's true. A person is recognized as a woman based on gender identity. Again, you are making the normative claim. You're going off.
Yeah, this is like completely retarded. Plenty of the time, a person is not recognized in society based on their gender identity. If you're going to be recognized as a woman when you're not, it's based on your expression.
Your normative claim that I believe this is how it should be defined, not how we define the term. So can you prove to me that a person is defined by their gender identity, how they identify themselves? You need to prove that premise to me. And then, yeah, you need to motivate premises 1 through 3 for me. 3, I'm just going to reject because I already explained to you that common usage, or I could have substantiated that for you, but you don't want me to. But common usage doesn't support premise 3, so I want you to give me motivations and arguments for premise 1 and 2.
Sure, I gave you multiple studies already, but I'll give them again for you because you didn't listen. The study is called Neurobiological Characteristics Associated with Gender Identity, finding some neuroimaging studies in the Amsterdam cohort of children and adolescents experiencing gender incongruence. It took a look at people's brains, and they found specific...
The Amsterdam cohort. So what, the same people from the Dutch protocol?
Transgender neurosignatures suggesting a unique brain phenotype.
Could you send me them?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Like, can you send me
another one? You could just look it up. I can't text you right
now.
But
I mean, you could add me on
PMID,
Discord or something. Sure, just say out the whole name of the study.
Neurobiological characteristics associated with gender identity. Neurobiological characteristics associated with gender identity.
Who are the researchers?
Now you care about the science.
Oh, Julie Backer.
Well, I didn't really. I wanted to get.
Would you look at that? Would you look at that?
I mean, I wanted to get into the philosophical argument more because.
Julie Baker. Sorry, I've seen this before. I don't even know how much this is available. Oh, this, that. I can't remember this one. Oh, it's fucking hell. I can just get the abstract. Oh, wait. Snippets. There's a fucking typo. Prepuberal. Nice. So I'm not going to get much from this, to be honest. I think it's delusional. I don't think trans people are delusional. I think the idea that you have a gender identity that is different from your sex, that you fundamentally believe that you are female when you're male, or are a woman when you're a man, to me that implies that there's a delusion at play. Where I don't think I'm a woman. I've never thought I was a woman. That's what I cover. That's what I want to be. And like there's a lot of pseudoscience around all this, where we talk about all this like gender identity shit because it sounds scientific, but it actually isn't, you know? So where do you actually find the full fucking thing of this? They found some evidence in favor of sexual differentiation hypothesis at the functional level. This was less evident at the structural level. Doesn't neurobiology refer to the structure of the brain? So this is all finding, from what I know of these studies, they're all finding like tiny parts of the brain and like tiny things, tiny differences to try and fit to the narrative that trans women are women and this is part of it. It's just nothing. It's just nothing, man.
Because I think your anomalous position was problematic, which I already demonstrated. But
now she cares about the science. Now she's
worried. Because we're focused. I'm not worried.
This is called grandstanding, by the way. This is very embarrassing behavior.
The evidence.
I already told you. Is this first of all, is this a meta-analysis? And two, it still doesn't prove that there's neuroscientific consensus.
You don't need a meta-analysis for everything.
I do. Wait. Okay, that's fine. Anyways, I'm focusing on the science because you are really immature. It's crazy. You're a grown man. I'm younger than
owned.
You. Let's like be classy about this. Listen.
I wonder how old this guy is. Your anatomy. Oh, I fucking know, man.
I'm asking you about the science because I'm asking you to prove your premise, and your premise relates to something.
Now, listen, the scientific consensus on trans people is that there is no scientific consensus. And every time people say that there is an overriding scientific consensus, they are full of shit. Every time. All these people, oh, what about the American Association of this and the American Association of that? I mean, first off, that's Americans doing science, which is its own fucking problem in many, many ways. But two, there are a lot of organizations and there are a lot of countries, you know?
Something science-based. So that's why I'm looking into the science.
Look,
so can you tell me the researchers? Can you tell me the researchers? I'm not stalling. I'm asking you for the researchers.
Julie Baker.
I'm asking. Okay, Julie Baker. Let's go through this.
These are all peer-reviewed studies in peer-reviewed journals.
Give me about 2 minutes. Yeah, sure. Just give me about 2 minutes. So what is what are you trying to argue with this study?
That it demonstrates a specific transgender neural signature, which...
Where does it mention transgender people?
In the study, people experiencing gender incongruence.
It mentions gender incongruence?
Yeah, that's the title of the study.
No, the title of the study...
Okay, if it's this one, then it does mention transgender people. And it mentions gender incongruence here.
It's
Neurobiology of gender identity.
Experiencing gender incongruence. Look, maybe you're not prepared for this kind of.
Like, this is why all this like dick measuring contests with studies in like fucking live debates is the most cancerous fucking thing ever.
Like, I'm not doing this, okay? I'm willing to go through your studies right now. You have to let me go through your studies. You are really immature. How old are you?
Yeah, he's expecting her to just like instantly understand all of this. She's wrong. It does mention like trans and like gender incongruence and stuff. But is she gonna pick that up, like looking at something for 30 seconds?
Let me go through your studies. I'm not here to argue the science with you. I was saying I would be willing to grant that gender identity is something real.
You're doing it as
No. But I'm looking into your studies. You want to know why? Because I've looked into your other videos and it seems you don't know what you're talking about.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. And I question again why trans people need to be the one that bear the brunt of that. If you don't know what you're talking about, then don't fucking stick up for marginalized communities. Shut the fuck up at that point, because you make things worse.
And you know who else, went up and debated you? Wait. You went up and debated Rue.
Yeah,
You went up and debated Rue, and she got you on the fact that you were making neuroscientific claims that were untrue. And
he's done that in this debate as well.
The moment she came up, you had to concede because she knew she went. For example, you initially made the claim with Nate or Edna that there was a neuroscientific consensus, and when you could not provide. Hold on, wait. There is. You literally conceded in that live that there was no neuroscientific consensus. Do we need to bring up the video? You gotta unmute, bro.
I gave it to you in the beginning. The American.
Hold on. Wait, Mike, I'm asking you. Mike, Mike. You conceded with Nate and Nate or Edna and Rue. You conceded with Nate and Rue. No. You conceded that there was. We can pull up the video. I'm not being disingenuous. Bring me the evidence that there's multiple meta. Wait. I'm not being disingenuous. Oh my god. Stop. We're gonna take a break for 30 seconds. Mike, stop. I'm serious. Mike, I'm gonna drop you. Mike, I'm gonna drop you. Mike, I am gonna drop you. Mike, I'm gonna drop you. Stop. Mike, take a break. Have self-control. Stop. Mike,
I can explain why
calm down. Mike, calm down. Oh my god, Mike.
This goes on for a little while.
Mike, calm down. Listen, Mike, let's drop the
Wait, is that why he turned his camera off? Because he's getting pissy? Hang on, I want to see.
I can
get off. You need to get off for 30 seconds. You can request again, come back up. We're gonna take a break because you're freaking out, okay? Calm down. You need to calm down. I'm asking you to take a break so we can both.
I want to see what the clip was. I need to get clips of him saying this shit. This sounds important. I need to listen. I have too much shit that I need to write about. I need to fucking start putting some of these fucking allies in the ground, man. It's out of control. It's out of fucking control. These people suck.
My mouth is dry. Yeah, I kicked him because he wouldn't stop, guys. I wanted us to take a break. Okay, I guess no.
Wait, so was he... Okay, he does come back, okay.
Wait, Haji, I'm gonna drop you again.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh, we glitched. Wait, okay, there we go.
Oh, so he doesn't hide his cam then. Okay. She hides him, maybe? Weird.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna say that there's a consensus. Because all these different American fucking orgs say that trans is real or some shit. Like, that a consensus means that there's an overwhelming, like, agreeance of a certain opinion. But that's not how it is. There's not a consensus on, like, trans care and stuff. There's a lot of people that think one thing, there's a lot of people that think another. That's the opposite of a consensus. That's a divide. Right, is there anything else interesting? I don't care about him talking about every American fucking org that thinks stupid things. God, every other word is like stop and like stop and
ridiculous. Mike, I'm gonna be frank with you. If you do this one more time, the debate is over, okay? If you interrupt me one more time, the debate is over. I let you get to it. I have to keep repeating the stupid fucking points I keep making, like the most arbitrary points over and over, because you won't listen to me, and to ensure the audience is tracking what I'm saying, I have to repeat the same sentence
Yeah, to be honest, if it says American in the name somewhere, I'm like, okay, so the opposite is true, basically.
Over and over. So we sit
That's a joke, by the way. Well, it's a half joke.
here for like 10 minutes. Stop. And you're making me lose my points. I had other things I wanted to say. Now I forgot most of them. The main point I was going to make is I have no issue granting it, right? Even if there is no consensus. But the issue that I have is that you're claiming that there's consensus when there isn't. Just because I have a number of doctors that say that, you know, they agree upon this doesn't mean that there is consensus amongst neuroscientists that there is a neurobiological underpinning. Do I believe that is a real psychological state? Yes. Do I believe that it is a real mental state? Yes. Do I believe that it might have some kind of neurobiological underpinning? Do you want to see the evidence of you conceding to Rue?
Take your time. Take your time. Go ahead. Let's
Yeah, so I'll go through the study, but I just want to show the evidence of him conceding to Rue since he wants to deny it.
Okay, I really want to see this. I need to stop in a sec, but I really need to see this. She got angry. What do you expect? He was getting angry from like the start.
Oh, we have evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, you asked me for the evidence, so I'm giving it to you.
You can't refute with science. So
No, I said I'm going to go to the science. Can you chill out? You just asked me for the evidence earlier, and I need to share my screen. The study. Oops. It's the video. Stop talking. I'm not going to talk either during the video.
Sex versus gender associated brain structure, right? Neurobiological characteristics associated with gender identity. These are all studies that demonstrate my point, and they all form the consensus. They
Yeah, he's really, really into this dog shit point. It's dog shit. It's dog shit.
Charge the consensus that gender identities come from the brain.
A few moments later.
But I just wanted to bring up that the neurological consensus is not that gender identity is in the brain, despite multiple attempts to prove that it is. Most are still arguing that the male and female brain are overstated and methodologically weak.
Yeah, I mean, if the consensus leans towards actually there's little evidence of brains being very sexually dimorphic, then how the fuck can your brain show that you're the other when your gender identity is the other, and thus those things align and have to have some kind of causal link, you know? It doesn't make any sense.
And I can give you some sources to this. Give me just 1 second.
It's debatable what the consensus is. I agree with you there.
So why is he so sure? Why is he so sure that there's this link between like your gender identity and like the structure of your brain? When he's saying like, it's debatable what the consensus is. Well, then we don't know then.
Yeah, everything's debatable. The point is that my view is that there is a consensus, which is based on the evidence.
No, he literally just contradicted himself. He literally just contradicted himself.
I think that there is a consensus that's sufficient to say that there is a neurobiological underpinning behind gender. Now, you can debate that with me, but to me, it's irrelevant. There's enough evidence. And I think there is a consensus. But that edit didn't do anything for you.
You think there's a consensus, and you also think the consensus is debatable. But then you don't think there's a consensus. If it's debatable as to whether there's a consensus, then there is not strictly a consensus. What the fuck is this guy on, man?
So,
gender identity is an idea, a thought, not a cluster of brain cells. That's what I think. That's what I think. No one can point to this part of the brain and say that's where your gender identity is. No one can find the specific part of your brain, fucking shove a spike in there and say, okay, now we fixed your gender identity. So it was like making you think you're a woman, but now we've just like fucking spiked that bit. Now you think you're a man again. Oh, okay, wow. I'll get my tits cut off. I'll get my hair cut off. All of that shit. You know, my partner's a lesbian, so she's gonna have to find another fucking person to be with because I'm a man now, because someone found the gender identity in my brain and reversed it. It just doesn't exist that way, I don't think. There's no evidence for that, certainly.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What is that? That didn't do anything, right? Just because Rue said something doesn't make it true. How do we know?
No, what you said contradicts what you were saying now.
What she's saying is true. She didn't provide any data.
No, I'm not talking about what she said. I'm talking about what you said. Stop, Mike, let me respond. I'm not talking about what she said. I'm talking about what you said.
Why can't you just
You conceded to there not being... You conceded. I'm gonna refute the science. I just wanted to show you that you didn't indeed. I'm trying to show you that you did indeed. Hold on, Mike, stop. You're tweaking out. You're tweaking out, Mike, stop. Mike, stop. Mike, stop.
Every time you scroll through the transcript, it just keeps going into this like, no, stop, Mike, stop. There's that and the other. You're tweaking out. No. Jesus Christ. I do enjoy like debate content. I gotta say, like, it is quite funny listening to people kind of go at it. And it's sometimes the subject is interesting to me. I definitely used to watch like a lot of the Dylan Burns shit, and it was just about people shouting at each other most of the time. But I don't know. It's kind of nostalgic for me. I don't know. I used to watch Destiny. You know how it is.
Time, if you do it one more time, I'm kicking you. Stop. Like, I feel so ghetto right now. Like, I feel so classless. Like, I don't, like, stop making me yell.
Yep, he's brought you down to his level. Unfortunate.
Anyways, my point is, there is not debate in the same way about, for example, evolutionary theory and it being true, in the same way that there is debate in there being, in gender identity being grounded in, neurobiology, or there being sex-based brains. That is my point.
Yeah, I gave you those several organizations backed by thousands of doctors and scientists. Thousands.
Oh wow, American organizations think something.
Is that consensus enough, or do you want like a billion?
Consensus would mean that basically all of them around the world think this. That's what consensus means, dipshit.
That's why this is debatable, right? This is the point. It's debatable. You can fight and say, no, it's not consensus. But I think it is. I think thousands of doctors and scientists who say...
you don't think it's debatable, then, you fucking mong. What is he talking about?
Yes, this is the case. I think that's good enough to say it's consensus, especially when they're all reputable scientists in the field. Now, can we get back to actually refuting the science instead of you just pivoting to nonsense about me?
I'm not pivoting to nonsense. I'm looking through your study right now. I'm looking through your study. I'm looking through your study right now. I'm looking through your study. I'm going to kick you because I need to read the study. You need to allow me to read the study.
Yeah, imagine you're trying to read a study and some guy's just yammering in your ear.
Okay. He doesn't want to be mature about it. We're not going to debate it anymore. Okay, if anyone wants to need to plan, right? We're trying to engage. I'm trying to read the study that he sent me, at least skim through it. And I explained to him that, I don't want to hear things because it's hard for me to focus.
This is how all these arguments die, by the way. At a certain point, he's going to find a study that you've never seen. And your only recourse is to read through the fucking study. I've seen this guy before. That's what he does. Same as First Amender. Oh, you haven't seen this study yet, so you have to read this study and then come back to me. Okay, I still don't think that brain sex is really a thing. And thus, how the fuck can I have a woman brain in a male body? How can my brain reflect my gender identity? I don't even really think I have a gender identity. I don't even really believe in the concept. So how can I believe in any of that? Oh, well, if you read this one study, if you read this next study that you've never seen, then you'll believe in it. Okay, well, that study's dog shit too. It just carries on. It's a waste of time. I don't know why people still go around saying that there's this, like, brain thing. We've run out of good arguments, because there aren't any good arguments for trans being, like, real. I don't know, not real, but, like, beyond just, like, psychological, just beyond how some people feel. Why does it have to be legitimized this way? Why does it have to be this fucking scientific thing? Maybe it's, like, complete fucking nonsense, but people still want to transition. You know what I mean? People still feel that way. Why do we need to, like, pretend that there's some fucking part of the brain that makes you trans? There probably isn't a part of the brain that makes you fucking trans. It probably is a whole bunch of things. But, like, it doesn't have to be rational. It doesn't have to be, oh, it's not their fault they're trans, they've got something wrong with their brain. It's like, well, no, I just feel that way. I don't know why it is. At this point, there's no point in looking at my brain because I've been on fucking estrogen for fucking 11 years, 10 years. Does she talk about the study?
I'm the judge for this debate, by the way. I came up to give my official verdict. I'm the judge for this debate, by the way, in case anyone was curious. Raz won, Mike's a moron. All of her objections were fantastic.
This is gay as fuck, but Mike is a moron. That is true. That is true. That is true. I don't care about winning. I was wondering if she'd, like, read the study and actually talks about it, but I know. Wow. Yeah, they're talking about the debate at this point. So they didn't actually keep going for 3 hours. Benefit of the doubt. Yeah, that's a thing in English. It means someone's saying something in a way where you're not sure if they're correct or not, but you're taking it to mean that they're saying something that is correct. There's probably a way better way of putting that, but I am tired and I need to stop in a sec. But yeah, that was fun. I don't know, I might link this in the studies section of my Discord if anyone wants to sit and watch and think about it in their own time. Yeah, I think that's about it. I need to stop. It's, Jesus Christ, over 5.5 hours. That's quite long for me these days. I'll be back whenever. I need to make more stuff, but it takes time. I'm still dealing with all this copyright bullshit. I would like to look at some of like the Liverpool like protests and stuff, because apparently some pretty crazy shit happened. But if I watch anyone, they'll probably copyright strike me. I can maybe try people that haven't done that to me yet. What am I doing for dinner? Oh, we're having ragu. I made loads of it and froze it, so we've got ragu. Like pork shoulder and like tomato wine, bit of cocoa powder, bit of cinnamon. It's good. Sounds odd, but you know. But yeah. I linked it in my Discord if anyone wants to watch this in their own time or watch the rest of it. But it's just her talking to other people. But yeah, I don't know. I'll possibly be back tomorrow or the day after. Not the day after. I'm busy Wednesday. Whenever. I'll try and make some more shit. I linked the songs. Fuck. Spotify's being annoying. Maybe I'll put it in Discord. I don't know. Usually, if someone wants to know what a specific song is, I can respond. But yeah, I know. I need to stop. I need to put food on. I need to chill out and stuff. Thanks for watching. Appreciate everyone. It's actually been kind of okay viewership for me today, which is nice. Over 50 people at times. That's pretty good for me these days. It used to be quite bad, but hey, times change. Anyway, I love you all. Have a good one.